This 100% free IELTS course has everything you need to get a top IELTS score. We'll be looking at the best strategies and doing real practice tests for all the different modules: speaking, listening, reading and writing. My IELTS courses have helped thousands of students get their desired IELTS scores, and I'm so thrilled to make this free course for you. Each lesson in this course has a downloadable PDF and quizzes, and I've put the links below this video. So in part one, you're going to be asked some general questions about you. Now, you never really know what you're going to be asked. However, you can prepare for the common topics. So the common topics are where you live, where you were born, your work, or if you don't work, your studies. Now, I recommend that you practice answers for these 4 topics because they are the most likely to appear in part 1 and right at the beginning of part 1. So by feeling confident with these topics, you're going to be off to a good start and be able to be more confident throughout the rest of the test. So let's look at some typical questions. How would you describe where you live, where you were born, your work, your studies? How would you describe where you live? Well, I live in Dublin in a modern apartment on the outskirts of the city. Okay, so I'm going to learn some vocabulary to help me answer this question, like modern apartment, outskirts of the city. These are useful collocations for talking about where I live. Hey, I want to show you something really cool that I've developed at EnglishProTips.com. In my speaking course, you can watch the video with a model answer, do some quizzes, learn the useful vocabulary, and then this is the really cool thing. You can type in your own answer here in the comment section, then wait around 30 to 40 seconds, and voila, here it is. Sammy, our AI teaching assistant, will correct your answers and give you feedback for free. It's amazing and can help you to prepare top answers for the IELTS speaking test. To try this feature out, just register for the IELTS speaking course at EnglishProTips.com. See you inside. How would you describe where you were born? Well, I was born in London in a semi-detached home, a semi-detached house in a residential area of Brixton. So semi-detached house, a good collocation. Residential area, meaning an area where lots of residents live, lots of people live. How would you describe your work? Well, I run my own business, English Pro Tips, and I create educational content. So run my own business, create educational content. Useful collocations for talking about my work. What about my studies? How would I describe my studies? Well, I wasn't really sure what to study, but I ended up choosing economics. So I studied economics at university. Now, wasn't sure what to study. That's a useful language chunk. Ended up choosing economics. So end up choosing. That's a phrasal verb. Okay, so learn some useful vocabulary for how you would describe where you live, where you were born, your work, or if you don't work, your studies. Next, what do you like about where you live, where you were born, your work, your studies? Well, what I like about where I live in Dublin is that it's very tranquil. It's very laid back. So that means it's a very calm and relaxing place to be. I was born in London, and I really like that London is a dynamic city. So there's lots of stuff going on. For example, lots of music events, lots of theatre, lots of art, lots of culture in general. I also like that there's lots of diversity, so people from all over the world, and when you walk down streets in London you hear all sorts of languages and you see people from all around the world, and I love that diversity. My work, well, I have a lot of autonomy, so a lot of independence. I can choose what to do and when to do it, and it's also very rewarding. So for example, when you guys get high scores in IELTS and you let me know, I feel very fulfilled. It's very rewarding. My studies, well, studying economics really opened my mind, it broadened my horizons. I also had lots of interesting classmates that I could have discussions with. Okay, so answer these questions for yourself, for where you live, where you were born, your work, your studies. And also answer this question. What don't you like about where you live, where you were born, your work, your studies. So where I live now in Dublin, in the particular area of Dublin I am in, it's a bit dull and a bit bleak in winter. So dull means boring, and bleak is a bit gloomy and dark and not very much going on. In comparison, London, where I was born, is very overwhelming. There's almost too much going on. It's also very expensive. The rent in London is astronomical, which means very, very expensive. My work, well, sometimes it's a bit lonely and also never ending, in the sense that I've got so many things I need to do. Plan lessons, mark essays, create more content. My studies, well, I used to hate having lectures first thing in the morning, and I had lectures very early on a Monday morning, which was difficult for me. And some of the lectures were rather boring. In fact, particularly those ones that were first thing on a Monday morning. Okay. Another very common and difficult question to answer is this. What would you like to change? So what would you like to change about where you live, where you were born, your work, your studies? Okay, so in terms of where I live, Dundrum in Dublin, I wish that there were better transport links to the centre, so it was easier to travel around. Every time I want to travel, I usually have to get into my car. I wish I could just get on the bus and be straight to the city centre. I wish that London had cheaper rent. I wish that my work, or rather in my work, I had more collaborations with other teachers. I really enjoy that. And in my studies, economics, I wish that there was less focus on maths. I like doing all the reading, but I didn't like the focus on mathematics in my studies. Okay, so also answer this question, what would you like to change? It's a tricky one to answer on the spot, so have a think about what you would say before you go to do your IELTS test. Tip number 2, listen carefully to the question. And from my experience, there are 2 things that really confuse students. The first one is the use of would. So things like, would you ever like to live in a snowy country? So a snowy being a country with lots of snow. Now, when I ask this question, people often say, no, I don't. I don't live in a snowy country. But I'm asking, would you ever like to live in a snowy country? So you could say things like, yes, I would. In the future, I think it would be a lot of fun. However, I wouldn't want to stay there for too long, maybe just 1 year or 2 years. Or what would make your work better? So don't talk about what you like about your work or what you don't like about your work. Talk about what would make your work better. What would your perfect Sunday be like? Okay, don't talk about what you do on Sunday. Talk about what your perfect Sunday would be. So hypothetical perfect Sunday. So be careful of would, and also be careful of some people. Why do you think some people spend a lot of money on their car? Not do you spend a lot of money on your car, it's why do some people spend a lot of money on their car? So you have to imagine yourself in their position and say, well, they might spend a lot of money on their car because they need it for their work to show a certain, or to make a certain impression on their colleagues or on their clients. Why do some people find it difficult to exercise regularly? So maybe you find it easy or difficult to exercise regularly, but what I'm interested in is why do some people, so other people, find it difficult to exercise regularly? So you do get these questions quite regularly in part 1 of the speaking test. Be careful of would and be careful of some people. Okay, if you don't know or you don't know how to answer a question or what it means, you can always say something like, sorry, could you repeat that please? Or sorry, what does mean? So what does snowy mean? And then the examiner will explain it. Okay, tip number 3. Don't give short or long answers. Instead, give natural answers. Okay, let me explain. I often get this question. How long should my answers be? 1 sentence, 2 sentences, 3 sentences? And I've always found it quite difficult to answer this question, because sometimes 1 sentence is enough, and sometimes you want to have 5 sentences. Now, I found this great video by Shelley, who is another IELTS teacher, and she has a YouTube channel called My IELTS Classroom, and she made a 16-minute video just on this question alone, and I loved what she said. She said, take as many sentences as you need to answer the questions naturally. Okay, so answering the questions naturally. Sometimes you're going to speak for 5 seconds, it's going to be a short answer, and sometimes you're going to speak for 40 seconds or 50 seconds and have multiple sentences. Do so naturally. And I also saw this great quote from Keith, so the Keith Speaking Academy. He said, "I would say, if you are not sure about your answer on the topic, give a short answer. Much better than pausing and hesitating because you are unsure and so showing your lack of fluency." And this is the part I like the most. Elaborate when you are confident on the topic or have lots of ideas or just seem to be on a roll or in the flow. You know, when words just seem to flow easily. So when certain questions really interest you and you find yourself just having a lot to say, go with it. Don't stop yourself short. But at the same time, if there's a question and you don't really have much to say, don't try and extend your answers. Do it naturally. Okay, let's move on to part 2. And part 2 is the dreaded part of the speaking test where you have to speak alone in front of the examiner for 2 minutes. Okay, my top tip for this is to tell a story. So when you get your topic and you're speaking for 2 minutes, tell a story. Now remember, all stories have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Okay, so what we're going to do in the beginning, middle, and end. At the beginning, we're going to set the scene. In the middle, we're going to describe what happened, and at the end, we're going to reflect on what happened. Simple. Let's look in more detail. So, setting the scene. Imagine we get a part 2 topic like this. We have to talk about a special holiday we've had. Describe a special holiday you have had. You should say where you went, how you traveled there, who you went with, and explain why this holiday was so special to you. Now, when we're setting the scene, we're going to provide some context. We're talking about who we went with. Did we go alone? Did we go with a friend? Who bought the tickets, for example? Who were we visiting? So, who. We're also going to answer where. Where did we go? Where did we buy the tickets? Where did we visit in that country or in that city? When did we go? When did we buy the tickets? When did we decide we wanted to go to this place? Why? Why did we want to go to this holiday destination? Why not somewhere else? And finally, how? How did we travel there? How did we spend our money? How did we spend our time? So by answering who, where, when, why, how, there's a lot that we can say when providing the context and setting the scene. Another good idea is to explain your thoughts and feelings. So before you went on holiday, how were you feeling? Were you nervous about going on holiday, or were you excited? Or were you very keen to go and see an old friend of yours who lives in Italy or France? Explaining your thoughts and feelings before you start describing what happened is a great way of providing context for your story. You can always say things like, I'm going to tell you about a special holiday that I've had, or at the time I was living in China, but I had to travel regularly to go and visit my girlfriend. I used to go on a lot of rock climbing trips, but this time we decided to have a beach holiday. On this particular occasion, we decided to go to Italy because we both love ice cream and the beaches there are beautiful. So you can use these phrases to set the scene in your story. So beginning, set the scene. Middle, what was it that we're going to do in the middle? We're going to describe what happened. Now, we usually describe events in chronological order, which means in the order that they happened. So we'll use linking words and phrases, things like first, after that, soon after, just after, at that moment afterwards, then, finally. These phrases help us to organize the events as they happen. So this is going to help us to get a higher score for fluency and coherence in our IELTS speaking test. Okay, so beginning, set the scene. Middle, describe what happened. What do we do at the end? Can you remember? At the end, we're going to reflect on what happened. So we can say things like, if I could change one thing about this holiday, it would be that I would eat more ice cream, or maybe wear more sun cream because I got so burned at the beach, for example. If I ever go back, I'll make sure to visit the Leaning Tower of Pisa, so a famous historical building. I guess the main reason why this holiday was so special was it was the most relaxing holiday I've ever had. One thing I learned from this holiday was always wear factor 50 sun cream. Okay, so you can use these phrases and you reflect on the story that you've just told the examiner. This is really going to help us to give full answers. However, what do we do if we run out of things to say? So we're trying to speak for 2 minutes, we're at 1 minute 40 seconds and our mind goes blank. There's nothing else to talk about. We've finished our story and we've reflected on it. Here's what you do. Tip number 5, you talk about the future. If I ever go back to Italy, I'll make sure to eat more pistachio ice cream. Next time I go on holiday, I'll certainly book the hotel in advance. I thought about going back this summer, but in the end I decided to go to so-and-so a country, France. Or I decided to not go on holiday and save my money. In the future, I'll stay in an Airbnb instead of a hotel. Okay, so if you're running out of things to say, just change the time period you're talking about and start to talk about the future instead. You'll find that there's so much more that you can say about your topic. Okay, tip number 6 is to practice by recording yourself. So get your mobile phone or your computer, ideally your mobile phone, and then look at a topic, for example, a special holiday, and record yourself speaking for 2 minutes. Now, how are we going to do this? We're going to do it multiple times. So do the same topic multiple times. Don't just do one topic and then move on to the next. The first time, we're going to focus on speaking for 2 minutes, and we're going to practice telling our stories and reflecting on what happened and talking about the future. Then we're going to listen to our story and we're going to correct the mistakes. So we're going to say, oh, I forgot the article there, or that was the wrong tense. We're also going to look up any new vocabulary that we need, maybe words that you knew how to say in your first language but you didn't have in English that would help you to communicate your story better. So look up those words, and then we're going to record ourselves again, focusing on accuracy, so correcting those mistakes with articles or tenses and including those new words. And then afterwards we're going to do it again and we're going to focus on the fluency, so making sure that it's as fluent as possible. So we pause at the right moment, we use the right discourse markers. And by the end, so we've recorded it 3 times, we're going to have a very solid part 2. And that's when we're going to move on to the next topic and to do a new topic for part 2. Some people even benefit from writing down their answers. Okay, part 3. So you know that in part 3 you have to have a discussion about the same theme as part 2. So for example, if we were talking about a special holiday in part 2, we might talk about holidays or tourism or ecotourism, that kind of thing. The first tip, so this is tip number 7, use discourse markers. Okay, I was recently doing a speaking test with a lady who got band 8 in the speaking test for the British Council in Kenya. And what I loved about the way she spoke is that she used a lot of discourse markers. So in part 3, she would say things like this. There are 2 reasons why I think that. There are 2 reasons why I think that people love to give gifts to others. First of all, Secondly, So she breaks down her ideas very well and she makes it very cohesive and organized. Now you'll notice I've underlined the word 2. There are 2 reasons. I highly suggest saying there are 2 reasons and not saying there are 3 reasons. It's much easier to think of 2 reasons than to think of 3 reasons. What you might find is you say, first of all, secondly, third of all. That's all I can think of. So just go for 2 reasons. It's much easier for you. I think it depends on, so this is a great phrase. A lot of the time you get asked questions like, what kind of gifts do people give in your country? And you can say, well, it depends on how much money they have or how old the gift giver is and the recipient is. So it depends on. Now elaborate on why it depends on it. So it depends on how much money they have. If people have a lot of money, then they can afford more expensive gifts. However, if people don't have as much money, they might rely more on making homemade or handmade gifts. Well, in my country, from my experience, so this is a good way of making the question a little bit easier for yourself. You can say, well, from my experience, people who don't have so much money tend to give homemade or handmade gifts. Okay. It's not clear-cut. So again, in IELTS, you tend to get a lot of questions like, are boys better at science than girls? You can say, hey, it's not clear-cut, which means it's not obvious. And then you elaborate on what you mean by that. So when is it, why isn't it clear-cut? You can say, well, actually, it depends on a whole host of other factors. Okay, tip number 8, use the REE method. So what is REE? Well, this is a framework that I've come up with that I think will help you to give full answers in part 1 and part 3 especially of the speaking test. It stands for respond, elaborate, example. So REE. Let me give you an example. Imagine you get a question like this. Do parents or teachers have more influence on young people? Well, the first thing we're going to do is the first R, respond. So something like this. I would say that parents have more influence on young people. Okay. And now we need to elaborate. We need to explain why we believe that. So let's say something like this. To begin with, in most families, parents will spend more cumulative time with their children than teachers. Okay, so we've elaborated on why. Let's show the examiner a higher level of analysis by even giving an example. For example, children will only really spend time with their teachers while they're at school. However, they'll often be with their parents before school, after school, at the weekend, and on holiday. As a result, parents spend more time with their children. Okay, and then we can also use the same method and repeat it to give the opposing view, saying that I can also see why some people think that teachers have a lot of influence on young people. Our teachers often shape our idea of the world. For example, a politics teacher and the books they give us to read will often influence the way that we view the political system in our country. Likewise with history, and then we give an example about history. Okay, so we can use the REE method to give full answers in part 3, but also part 1 of the speaking test. Okay, the final tip. Tip number 9, don't focus on yourself. So take this question. What happens if I said this? My parents had a very large influence on me because... No. In this case, we're talking about our own experiences, which is what we do in part 1, but not part 3. Instead, we're going to say parents have a very large influence on young people because... So in this example, we're talking about parents in general, young people in general. So what happens if we do talk about ourselves too much? Well, typically 2 things happen. 1, the examiner might interrupt you. They say, okay, but what about people in general? And that can sometimes feel a little bit awkward to be interrupted in the middle of speaking. But the second one is worse. What they might do is they might think to themselves, well, this person can't talk about unfamiliar topics. And if they think you can't talk about unfamiliar topics, it's going to be hard to get band 7 or above. So try not to focus on yourself too much. If you do get a question like this, and you're not really sure of the answer, you can always say things like, I've never really considered that, I guess, and then you try to give your answer. Or, I don't know if I'm the right person to ask, but I'd say, and then you give your answer. Or, tricky question, I reckon, and then you give your answer. Interesting question, I think, and then give your answer. The important thing is that you try to give an answer and that you don't just stop or begin to talk about yourself. Ten of the most common questions in the IELTS speaking test. We're going to be looking at some model answers and some useful vocabulary and tips to help you answer these questions well. Now, by far the most common question is about where you live. So you might be asked about your home, the town or city that you currently live in, your hometown, so where you were born, or where you would like to live in the future. Okay, now one question that gets asked a lot is this. Tell me about the house or apartment you live in. Let's watch an answer to this question. tell me about the house or apartment you live in. Well, I live in a modern apartment on the outskirts of Dublin. It's a rather small apartment which I share with my girlfriend. There's one bedroom, one bathroom, and a large open-plan kitchen. Okay, I said, well, I live in a modern apartment on the outskirts of Dublin. It's a rather small apartment which I share with my girlfriend. There's one bedroom, one bathroom, and a large open-plan kitchen. Okay, let's look at some of the vocabulary that I used in my answer. I said, well, I live in a modern apartment. So it's a good idea to think of some vocabulary that describes where you live. You could say things like a spacious house, a small flat, or maybe you live in a tiny apartment. So what kind of home do you live in? Find some vocabulary to describe it. I also said I live on the outskirts of Dublin. So I live on the outskirts, maybe you live in the centre, or maybe you live in a residential neighbourhood. So a neighbourhood where lots of other people live and there's lots of houses. Perhaps you live on the east side of your city, or the west side, or the south side. So again, where is your home? Find some vocabulary to describe the location of your home. I also said, it's a rather small apartment which I share with my girlfriend. You could say, with my wife and children, or my two flatmates. So flatmates are the people that you share a home with. Typically friends or other students. Now you might want to say that. I share my flat with another university student. So who do you live with? And how would you describe those people? Okay, so you might need vocabulary like, I live alone, or I share a flat with 3 other students. I stay at home with my parents. I live in the school dormitory. So if you're a high school student and you live at your school, you live in the school dormitory. If you're a university student, you can say, I stay in student halls of residence. So halls of residence describes the university accommodation. Okay, let's see how else I answered. I said there's one bedroom, one bathroom, and a large open plan kitchen. I could say a spacious dining room. So spacious means large or big. A comfortable living room. So a very comfortable, relaxing place. A small balcony overlooking the main street. So the balcony is the little part of your home that's maybe outside a door or like outside a window, and it allows you to look over the street below. Okay, how would you describe the home that you live in? So find some vocabulary for this. Hey, I want to show you something. You can now type your own answer to this question at englishprotips.com, and Sammy, our AI teaching assistant, will correct your answer and give you free feedback. It's amazing and can help you to prepare top answers for the IELTS speaking test. Just register for the IELTS speaking course at englishprotips.com to get started. See you inside. Now, the second question that gets asked very regularly is this. Have you lived in this home for a long time? Let's see an answer for this question. Have you lived in this home for a long time? I've been living in my apartment for about 2 years. I used to live in the city centre, but to be honest, I found it a bit loud and expensive. I'm much happier in the outskirts of the city, where it's quieter. All right. I said, I've been living in my apartment for 2 years. I used to live in the city centre, but to be honest, I found it a bit loud and expensive. I'm much happier living in the outskirts of the city, where it's quieter. Let's look at some of the vocabulary. So, you'll notice this question starts, have you lived? So, have you lived in this home for a long time? Now, if it asks, have you lived, we're using the present perfect. So that's have plus a past participle. Now we can answer with the present perfect or even the present perfect continuous. And we can see that here. I've been living in my apartment for about 2 years. So the I have is contracted to I've. So I've been living. Have plus been plus an ing verb. This is the present perfect continuous. I've been living in my apartment for about 2 years. Okay, now when we use the present perfect continuous, we often use it with words like for or since to describe the duration of time. So we could say things like, I've been living in my apartment for about 2 years, or for the last 2 years, or 2.5 years, or 3 months. So we use for when we describe a duration of time. However, we use since when we describe a moment in time, like last year, or since I was born, or since I started university. Okay. I also said, I used to live in the city centre, but to be honest, I found it a bit loud and expensive. So used to plus the infinitive is a very useful way to talk about actions or states that were regular in the past. I used to live alone. I used to spend all my time reading. So that means I don't live alone now, and I don't spend all of my time reading now. Okay, we're talking about a regular action in the past that's no longer true in the present. Now, pay attention to this. When we turn it to the negative, we turn it to I didn't use. So we drop the D. I didn't used to like coffee, but now I do. I didn't use, not I didn't used, I didn't use. So no D. Okay. I also say I found it a bit loud and expensive. So I really like this verb to find something. I found it and then an adjective. So in my case, I found it a bit loud and expensive. So you could choose other adjectives. I found it exhausting or noisy or very busy. So I found it exhausting, noisy, busy. Okay. I'm much happier living in the outskirts of the city where it's quieter. So I'm much happier, or I much prefer, and then an ing verb. I'm much happier living alone. I much prefer living in the countryside. Okay. Let's look at the third question. Is there anything you would like to change about your home? Is there anything you would like to change about your home? One thing I'd like to change is the neighbours. Our upstairs neighbours love singing karaoke first thing in the morning and last thing at night. They're very friendly and they always stop when we ask them to, but they just love karaoke. I said, one thing I'd like to change is the neighbours. Our upstairs neighbours love singing karaoke first thing in the morning and last thing at night. They're very friendly and they always stop when we ask them to, but they just love karaoke. Okay, let's look at this answer in a bit more detail. Is there anything you would like to change about your home? So you'll notice we've got a conditional. So when I'm answering this question, I'm going to say, one thing I'd like to change is the neighbours. So I'd is the same as I would. One thing I'd like to change is the neighbours. Okay, so you can have one thing I'd like to change is the size of the living room, the number of bedrooms. So think, what would you like to change about your home? Now, the important thing is that you elaborate on your answer. So you need to answer, well, why? Why do you want to change these things? So for example, I said, our neighbours love singing karaoke first thing in the morning and last thing at night. They're very friendly and they always stop when we ask them to, but they just love karaoke. So I'm elaborating on my answer, and that's what you need to do to get those high scores in your IELTS speaking test. Okay, now this kind of question is very common in the IELTS speaking test. It's, is there anything you would like to change about? And then it could be your home. But there could be other options. Is there anything you would like to change about your job, your studies, your hometown? So prepare, or at least think about your answer for all of these different questions, because they're quite difficult to think about on the spot. You can always use the phrase, one thing I'd like to change is my salary, my colleagues, my teacher, my work-life balance. Okay, question number 4. Have you always lived in the same town or city? Let's watch an answer. Have you always lived in the same town or city? No, actually, I moved around a lot throughout my life. I was born in London, grew up in Edinburgh, and worked in Barcelona and Shanghai. Now I'm living in Dublin, in Ireland. So, as you can see, I've lived in a lot of different places throughout my life. Alright, I said no. Actually, I've moved around a lot throughout my life. I was born in London, grew up in Edinburgh, and worked in Barcelona and Shanghai. Now I'm living in Dublin, in Ireland. So, as you can see, I've lived in a lot of different places throughout my life. Okay, let's look at this answer in more detail. Have you always lived in the same town or city? Okay, you'll notice that's the present perfect again. So, no, actually, I've moved around a lot throughout my life. So we've got have plus the past participle. This is the present perfect. So you could say things like, yes, I've always lived in the same city. So I have always lived. I, the subject, plus have, the auxiliary verb, and then lived, the past participle. I've always lived in the same city. Okay. And then we elaborate. We say, I was born in London, grew up in Edinburgh and worked in Barcelona and Shanghai. So grow up is a very useful phrasal verb. It means to spend your time in your childhood until you get older in a particular place. I grew up in London and went to uni in Manchester. I grew up in the countryside, but now I live in the city centre. Where did you grow up? Okay, maybe you can say things like, I was born in Italy, but when I was 11, my family moved to the Philippines. I've lived in London for my whole life. I'm from China, but I moved to Manchester for university. So uni is short for university. Okay, so where have you lived? Prepare for this at home before you go to do your IELTS test. Question number 5. What do you like about the city that you currently live in? Okay, let's watch an answer. What do you like about the city that you currently live in? Dublin is a great city to live in. There are good public transportation links, lots of great restaurants and cafes, and I really like that you can drive for a short time and be in the countryside or by the sea. However, I would say that it's a bit too expensive for my liking. Right, I said Dublin is a great city to live in. There are good public transportation links, lots of great restaurants and cafes, and I really like that you can drive for a short time and be in the countryside or by the sea. However, I would say that it's a bit too expensive for my liking. So, what do you like about the city that you currently live in? Have a think about what's good and what's not so good about the city that you live in, or the town. So you could say things like, well, I live in a beautiful city, or maybe it has great public transport system, or lots of shopping centres, or lots of green areas, which means lots of areas with grass, lots of green areas. However, you should also prepare some things that aren't so good about your city. Things like maybe it's too polluted, or incredibly congested, which means there are lots of cars and lots of traffic jams. Maybe there are actually too many shopping centres. Maybe you don't like shopping and you find that there are too many shopping centres or not enough green areas. Okay, so you can say things like, it's a beautiful city, but a bit too congested for my liking. So for my liking means for my preference. Or there are a lot of shopping centres, however, I wish there were more green areas. Or there are a lot of green areas, but I wish it wasn't so expensive. Question number 6. Would you always like to live in this city? Let's watch. Would you always like to live in this city? Actually, I'd love to move to Vancouver. I've never been, but I've heard that it's a very nice place to live. Friends have told me that the weather isn't great, but that it's a very friendly city and there are lots of beautiful places to explore nearby. Okay, I said, actually, I'd love to move to Vancouver. I've never been, but I've heard that it's a very nice place to live. Friends have told me that the weather isn't great, but that it's a very friendly city and there are lots of beautiful places to explore nearby. Okay. Would you always like to live in this city? So you'll notice the question starts with would. So when we're answering, we can say something like this. Actually, I'd love to move to Vancouver. So I'd is the same as I would. So I'd love to move to, and wherever you would like to move to. Okay. You could say something like this. Actually, I'm planning to move to London next year. And again, in IELTS, it's always important to elaborate on your answers and answer the question, why? So, why do you want to move to these different cities? You can say things like, I've heard that it's a very nice place to live, or I've been once before and I loved it because, or my friends told me that the people there are very friendly. Okay, question number 7. Now we're leaving the topic of where you live and we're looking at another topic that appears very regularly in IELTS, and that is your work or your studies. Now, if you've done the IELTS speaking test before, you know that it's very common to get asked this question. Do you work or study? Let's watch an answer. Do you work or study? I work. I run a website called EnglishProTips.com, which helps students to get ready for the IELTS test. Okay, I said I work. I run a website called EnglishProTips.com, which helps students to get ready for the IELTS test. Okay, a nice short answer. And when you answer this question, it probably should be short. You don't need to elaborate and explain how long you've been working there or what you like about it, because these questions are likely to come afterwards. So if you answer this question, it's most likely that you either work, you're a student, or you're unemployed. So let's look at some useful vocabulary that you can use. If you work, you can say things like, I work as a or an. So I work as an electrician or a policeman. I'm a sales assistant. Or I work in, and then the department at a industry company. So I work in marketing at a technology company. I work in the technology industry, or I work in the tech industry. I work in tech, for example. Okay, what about if you're a student? Well, you can say things like, I'm in high school, or I study maths, or I'm a computer science major, or I'm in my second year of accounting, or I'm doing a master's or a PhD in anthropology, or I've just graduated with a degree in mathematics. So some useful vocabulary for you. But what happens if you are unemployed? Well, you can say things like this. I'm currently unemployed, but I used to work as a sales assistant. Or I'm a housewife or house husband. I don't have a formal job. However, before I started taking care of my family full time, I used to work as a policeman, for example. Okay, now if you do say this, it's likely that the examiner will ask you about the job that you used to do in the past. So they'll ask you about being a policeman, for example. Okay, question number 8 that appears all the time in the IELTS speaking test is this. Have you been doing this job or this course for a long time? Let's watch an answer. Have you been doing this job for a long time? Not too long. I started working on my website, English Pro Tips, at the beginning of 2020. So I guess it's been over 2 years already. Although it's been 2 years, it really hasn't felt like a long time. I guess that's because my work is always changing and I've had to learn a lot of new and exciting skills, like how to build a website. Okay then, I said, not too long. I started working on my website, English Pro Tips, at the beginning of 2020. So I guess it's been over 2 years already. Although it's been 2 years, it really hasn't felt like a long time. I guess that's because my work is always changing and I've had to learn a lot of new and exciting skills, like how to make a website. Okay, Now, this answer uses a special method. It uses the REE method, and I'll show you what that is. So the REE method stands for, well, REE stands for respond, elaborate, and then example. And I'll show you what I mean. Take a question like this. Have you been doing this job for a long time? We start with a simple response. So something like, not too long. Okay, nice and short. But then afterwards we elaborate. I started working on my website, English Pro Tips, at the beginning of 2020. So I guess it's been over 2 years already. Now we finish with an example. Although it's been 2 years, it really hasn't felt like a long time. I guess that's because my work is always changing and I've had to learn a lot of new and exciting skills, like how to make a website. Okay, so the REE method can help you to make sure that you answer fully in the IELTS speaking test. Question number 9. What would make your work or your studies easier? A very tricky question to answer on the spot. Let's see an answer. What would make your work easier? Well, in my case, having an editor would make my life a lot easier. Making these lessons takes a long time. I have to plan the lesson, set up the camera and all the equipment, and then after all that I have to spend a lot of time editing. It would be a lot easier if I could offload the editing to someone else. Alright then, I said, well, in my case, having an editor would make my life a lot easier. Making these lessons takes a long time. I have to plan the lesson, set up the camera and all the equipment, and then after all that I have to spend a lot of time editing. It would be a lot easier if I could offload the editing to someone else. Right. Okay, have a think. What would make your work or your studies easier? Maybe, for example, you can say, my work or my studies would be easier if I didn't have to commute so far. So you have to travel a long distance to get to work. Or I could work from home. My work would be easier if I could work from home. I didn't have to travel to the office. My boss or teacher didn't give me so many assignments or so much homework. Okay. The final question, number 10. One of the most difficult questions, I think, and that's the reason why I think it's a good idea to prepare for it. Why did you choose this subject or this job? Why did you choose this job? I've always wanted to have my own business. I enjoyed working for other companies, but in the back of my mind, I always had the desire to work for myself. Throughout my teaching career, I focused on IELTS and test preparation, and I've always been a passionate teacher, so it seemed logical that I would focus on IELTS preparation for my business. Alright then, so I said I've always wanted to have my own business. I enjoyed working for other companies, but in the back of my mind, I always had the desire to work for myself. Throughout my teaching career, I focused on IELTS and test preparation, and I've always been a passionate teacher, so it seemed logical that I would focus on IELTS preparation for my business. Okay, so here's some useful vocabulary you can use. I chose something because it's good for my career. I chose maths because it's good for my career. I've always been interested in, so it seemed logical to choose. So, I've always been interested in maths, so it seemed logical to choose applied mathematics at university. I've always been good at something, so I decided to choose, and then whatever your job or your course is. So, I've always been good at maths, so I decided to choose software engineering, for example. I've always liked, and then you can say what the subject or the topic that you've always liked.
Hello, and welcome to the speaking test. My name is Kieran. Can you please tell me your name? In part 1, I would like to ask you some questions about yourself. We'll first talk about your neighbourhood. Is your neighbourhood a nice place to live in? Do you know many people who live in your neighborhood? What would improve your neighborhood? Thank you. Let's move on to talk about living in a foreign country. Have you ever lived in a foreign country? What kind of people like to live in a foreign country? What can make living in a foreign country exciting? What can make it difficult to form close relationships in a foreign country? Thank you. Let's talk about playing board games. Are there any board games that are especially popular in your country? Did you play many board games when you were younger? Do you think that people will continue to play board games in the future? What do you think makes a board game enjoyable? Thank you. Now we're going to do part 2 of the test. In this part, I will give you a topic and I would like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. You'll have 1 minute to prepare your answer and you can write some notes to help you. Do you understand? Here is some paper and a pencil. And here is your topic. Okay, I would like you to speak for 1 to 2 minutes. I will tell you when to stop. You may start now. Thank you. Do you think that you will always remember this lesson? Thank you. In part 3, I'm going to ask you some more questions related to your topic. Let's first talk about teachers. What makes someone a particularly good teacher? Do you think that anyone can be a good teacher? What do you think can make it hard for teachers to teach well? Do you think that it is essential for teachers to use technology in their classes? Thank you. Let's now move on to talk about access to education. Why does the level of education differ so greatly between different countries? Do you think that access to education is a basic human right? How can governments work together to improve access to education across the world? I'm sorry, we've run out of time. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Goodbye.
Tip number 1 is this: practice your concentration skills. You only get to listen once in the IELTS listening test, so if you get distracted or let your mind wander, you don't get another opportunity to hear the answer. Remember, the IELTS listening test is 30 minutes long, so you need to be concentrating for a long period of time. It's also the first test that you do. So you have the listening test, then the reading test, and afterwards you do the writing test. The speaking test is usually on a different day, before or after these tests. As a result, before you go to do your IELTS test, it's important to activate your English. So there are some ways that we can do that. Perhaps we can listen to a podcast. So on the way to do your test, just listen to a podcast on your headphones. Perhaps you can have a conversation with someone else that's doing the test. The purpose of this is to just get you to start thinking in English. Now, one thing that I like is to watch a video in English. Now, Keith has got a wonderful meditation that you can do before you go to do your IELTS speaking test. However, I would recommend that you do this meditation before you go to do your listening test, because meditation has been proven to help a lot of people concentrate for longer periods of time, as well as help them relax. Now, helping you to relax is also very important. Part of doing well in the listening test is dealing with stress and distraction. So here are some tips to help you with that. First of all, feel prepared. In your preparation, make sure you've done a lot of practice listening tests and make sure that you know the kind of questions that appear. By feeling prepared, you're going to feel a lot more relaxed before you do your test. It's also important to sleep well, not just the night before your test, but in the run-up to your test. In fact, a lot of people say they find it difficult to sleep the night before their test. So around 3 days before your test, make sure you're sleeping well. That way, if you don't sleep well before the test, at least you've got a good foundation of rest before your test. Now, this is also important. You should be willing and able to repeat the test. Don't give yourself, for example, just one opportunity to do the IELTS test before you need to migrate to another country or start a university course. Make sure that you've given yourself enough time so that if you have to repeat the IELTS test, you've got time to do that. Even knowing that you can repeat the IELTS test will make you feel more relaxed. Also, be surrounded by supportive people. I'd never really thought that this was important, but I recently spoke to some students that did very well in the IELTS test, and they said that one of the things that helped them most was to be surrounded by their family, and their family encouraging them and reminding them that they can do well in the test. So make sure you're surrounded by supportive people. Finally, some people find it easier to concentrate for long periods of time if they've had a coffee in the morning or perhaps meditated. So if you're inclined to drink coffee or try meditation, then that would be a great way to help you concentrate. Okay, the final tip for practicing your concentration skills is to do full practice tests before your real IELTS listening test. Now, when you're doing these, notice when you lose concentration. So for example, every time your mind starts to wander or you start thinking, what am I going to have for dinner tonight? Make a note of that and train yourself to stay focused for a long period of time. Remember, the IELTS listening test is a test of concentration. Okay, tip number 2. Read and underline the questions between the recordings. So there'll be different sections of the IELTS listening test and they'll be introduced, so you'll hear instructions. Don't spend your time listening to those instructions. Instead, spend that time looking at the questions and underlining words that are going to help you identify what the answer is. So underline words that help you to fully understand the question. Okay, tip number 3. Pay attention to the written instructions. Okay, written instructions will often say something like this. Write no more than one word and or a number. So in this, if it says no more than one word and or a number, it means that you can have one word or one word and a number, or just one number. But what is one word or one number? So hyphenated words count as one word. So for example, words like full-time or mother-in-law are counted as just one word. Similarly, numbers with symbols are counted as one number. So 7 a.m., one number. 20%, one number. 19th, for example, 19th of September. 19th is one number. $20.10, one number. Okay, compound nouns are counted as one word. So words like bedroom or boyfriend, these are two words put together to become compound nouns, and they are counted as one word. Tip number 4, spelling is important. If you spell the word incorrectly, you don't get the point. So to help you with that, I've created a little PDF that will help you look at some of the words that appear regularly in the IELTS listening test and some activities that you can do in your class or with a partner before you do your IELTS listening test. I'll put that in the description below this video. Tip number 5, get familiar with different accents. Now, in the IELTS listening test, you'll hear a range of different accents, perhaps an Australian accent, an American accent, a British accent, a Scottish accent even. So, depending on where you've learnt English or how you've learnt English, you might find some accents easier to understand than others. However, for the IELTS listening test, you should be able to understand all of the accents. Now, I used to recommend people to go onto YouTube and watch accent videos, but I've actually found the most effective way to get familiar with different accents is actually just to do the Cambridge past paper books. And by doing these official practice tests, you'll get used to different accents that appear in the speaking test. In fact, sometimes they even use the same actors, so you might hear the same voice in your real IELTS test. Okay, tip number 6. I recommend that you focus on 2 questions at a time. Okay, I'll show you what I mean. Say you've got a question like this. This is a multiple choice question. Now, you'll know that the answers come in order. However, you don't want to miss one and then as a result miss the next question. So as a result, I recommend that you focus, for example, on question 12 and 13 at the same time. Then, once you've heard the answer for question 12, start looking at question 13 and 14 at the same time. Remember, the answers do come in order, however, they're not evenly spaced. So as a result, you might be waiting a very long time to hear an answer, and you're getting worried. You're thinking, well, where is the answer? And then all of a sudden, you'll hear the answer for 2 questions in a very short period of time. Be prepared for that. Another thing you need to be prepared for is, tip number 7, there are lots of distractors. So distractors are little tricks that IELTS examiners play, so you start hearing one answer, but it turns out it's the other answer. So for example, if someone's giving their telephone number, they might start giving their telephone number and then they say, oh wait, sorry, it's not 7, it's 8. Now, you need to be prepared for those distractors. So don't necessarily choose the first answer you hear. Listen to the response and make sure it's the real answer. Okay, tip number 8, build your vocabulary and listening skills. So you can do this at home. One of the most effective ways is actually just to watch television with subtitles. In fact, I've interviewed a lot of high-scoring IELTS candidates, and the one thing they seem to have in common is that they watch television regularly with subtitles. So improve your IELTS score by watching television with subtitles. What a wonderful way to study. You can also listen to podcasts or the radio, and also newspaper articles like the BBC, and you'll often find podcasts and short news clips from the BBC that will help you improve your listening skills. The final tip, and probably the most important tip, is to practice a lot. Now, I recommend 3 different stages of your practice. In stage 1, now this is going to be way before you go to do your IELTS test, I would recommend that you do 1 question at a time. So do your IELTS listening test, but just focus on 1 question at a time. Now, when I say 1 question, I don't mean question 1, I mean 1 question type. So for example, multiple choice questions or short answer questions. Now, what you're going to do is to try it and then read and listen to the tape script. So first of all, just try and listen to the recording and choose the answer. If you get it wrong, then read and listen to the tape script to make sure you understand why you got that question wrong. So really focus on the questions you got wrong. At that stage, it's important to work on your weaknesses. So find out, why did you find that question difficult? Was it because there was a distractor, or was it a difficult question type? Or maybe because there are 2 people speaking. You need to find out what your weaknesses are and work on them. Also, a good idea is to keep a record of the new words. So when you're reading the tape script, see the words that you didn't know and maybe write them in your vocabulary book. What you'll find is that a lot of these words get repeated. In stage 2, and this is what you're going to do maybe 1 or 2 months before your IELTS test, you're going to change it slightly. Instead of focusing on one question type at a time, you're going to do full IELTS listening tests. So try the test and then afterwards do the same as before. Read and listen to the tape script at the same time. Again, focus on the questions you got wrong. It's not just about doing the test and seeing what your score is, it's about learning from your experience of doing the test. Again, keep a record of those new words. You're building up your vocabulary before your IELTS listening test. Finally, in stage 3. Now, stage 3 is what we're going to be doing when we've got less than a month before our IELTS listening test. And at this stage, we're going to be doing full IELTS tests. So not just the listening test, but we're going to be doing the listening test, the reading test, and the writing test in the same day. This is going to help us build up our stamina, which is very important because doing a listening test and a reading test and a writing test in the same day is exhausting. I really recommend that you practice this before your real IELTS test. You and I are going to sit down and do a full IELTS listening test. I'll be doing the test with you, I'll be giving you some tips to improve, and I'll be telling you the answers.
You will hear a number of different recordings, and you will have to answer questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 parts. Now turn to Part 1. Part 1. You will hear a conversation between a man and a woman as the woman checks into a hotel. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 5.
Alright, so in part 1, which is the easiest part, you're going to hear 2 people speaking, usually a man and a woman, and you'll need to complete a form. Now, what I'd recommend to you is look through the first questions and predict what kind of information you're going to hear. So let's do that together. So number 1, we've got the guest's name and we've got Eva and then something else. So we're looking for a surname, a family name. Okay, so we're going to be listening out for when she says what her name is, and she's most likely going to spell it as well. Number 2, okay, we're looking for a postcode. So that's an area code. Now, area codes in the UK and US often have a series of letters and numbers. So we're looking out for when she gives her address and we're paying attention to the letters and numbers that she has. Number 3 is easy. We're going to be looking out for her mobile number. So be careful about those tricky numbers like 15 and 50. Number 4, okay, we are looking for a checkout date. And we've got the preposition on. So it could be something like on Monday or on Tuesday, but it could also be a date, like on the 9th of September. Anyway, we know what we're going to be looking out for, either a day or a date. Finally, number 5, payment method, bank transfer, problem with something payment. Okay, so we're looking for a collocation with payment, something like online payment, mobile payment. I can't think of any other examples. Okay, let's have a go.
Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 5.
Welcome to the Park Central Hotel. My name is David. Are you checking in?
Yes, that's right. I've got a booking here.
Great. Could you please tell me the reservation number?
It's FH74.
Just a moment, please. My apologies, ma'am. The reservation is confirmed, but your personal details are gone. Can I have your information on the file?
No problem.
Well, what's your full name, please?
It's Eva Clarke.
How do you spell your surname?
It's Clarke.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And your postcode, please?
It's SWA632.
Okay then. Could you please tell me your address?
Of course. It's 40 Brick Lane.
So that's in the borough of Tower Hamlets.
Exactly.
And is there a phone number where you can be contacted?
Sure. It's 05034 689 427.
Excellent. And when is your checkout date?
Well, I'm going to stay here for 4 nights. Today's August 16th, so I will check out on August 20th.
Now, just one more question. I'll need your payment information. Could you please tell me how you paid for the booking?
Sure. I tried to pay online, but that didn't go through, so I had to pay by bank transfer. The reference number is 8794231.
Thanks a lot. I apologize for the inconvenience.
That's all right.
Hey there, if you're enjoying this activity, then check out EnglishProTips.com, where you'll get help for all parts of the IELTS test, the listening test, the reading test, the writing test, the speaking test. You can start for free at EnglishProTips.com. See you inside. Alright, how did you get on? Let's go through the answers together. So number 1 was Clarke, C-L-A-R-K-E. Now, if you forgot the E or spelt it wrong, you don't get the point. Spelling is important in the IELTS listening test. Number 2 was the postcode SWA632. Now, I heard 6WA632. However, I almost put SW8632, and that's because I'm used to hearing postcodes that have letter, number, so SW8. Don't let your knowledge of the real world confuse you. If you hear A, write A. Okay, number 3 is the telephone number, 689427. Okay, you're often going to hear numbers in the IELTS listening test, so practice them. And be careful about some of the tricky numbers like 15 and 50, so they sound kind of similar. Also, in English, sometimes we say O and sometimes we say 0. In the case of numbers, both O and 0 mean 0. So, O11, for example, means 011. Oh, and that's another one. If you hear double 1, so that means 2 times 1, so 1, 1. Or you might hear treble 4, which means 4, 4, 4. We don't usually say quadruple, so quadruple 5, but that just means 5, 5, 5, 5. Okay, so be careful about O and 0, and double and triple, or treble. Number 4 is August 20th. Now you can put this in a different format. You can say things like 20th August, or August 20, or 20 August. The important thing is you look at the instructions and it will tell you how many numbers and or words you can put into the answers. And finally, number 5 was online, so online payment. Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 6 to 10.
Right, questions 6 to 10. So in questions 6 to 10 we have a new task. This is a sentence completion task, and here we have to choose a word or words or a number to make a grammatically correct sentence. Now the first thing you should do is to look at the instructions. It says write no more than 2 words and or a number. So if you were to write 3 words in the space, you would get an incorrect answer. There are no more than 2 words. So 2 words is okay, but no more than 2 words and or a number. Okay, what I'd recommend to you is use the time before the listening starts to underline keywords and think about what the sentence needs to have to be grammatically correct.
Now listen and answer questions 6 to 10.
Now, if it's possible, I need to get some information.
Oh, certainly.
Could you tell me if breakfast is included in the price of the room? And if so, when and where it is served?
Of course, the breakfast buffet is included in your reservation. Hot breakfast is served from 6 a.m. until 10 a.m., and cold snacks are available until midday. It is served in the main dining room, which is located on the first floor. You can take the elevator or the stairs to get there.
That's great. So I'll have time to exercise before eating breakfast. By the way, is there a gym available here?
Certainly, the hotel has a health club and a swimming pool. But if you like to use the pool and the steam room, you must have appropriate swimwear, which you can buy at the pool reception. And please don't forget to deposit all valuables in the pool lockers.
I will definitely try the pool tonight. Oh, I completely forgot. Tonight there's a football match on TV. Is it possible to watch it in the hotel?
Well, our hotel is known for its unique sports lounge. However, I'm sorry to say that it's been reserved for a private party tonight, so maybe you can enjoy it on the other nights.
No, the game is tonight. Can I watch it in my room?
Sorry, the football channel is not available there, but I can suggest watching it on the televisions at the gym. The screens are quite large and the chairs are really comfortable.
Thank you for the suggestion. I'm also planning to see some of the city's tourist attractions. This is my first time in the city, and I was wondering if I would need a tour guide.
Well, there's a tour office nearby and they can help you with whatever you'd like to know about the city attractions. When you leave the hotel, go straight and turn left at the corner. The tour office is in front of the Capital Bank. The city map they provide is not for free, but you can get a free one at the front desk.
I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Is there anything else I can help you with?
One more thing, please. Can I have a wake-up call for tomorrow?
Of course. What time would you like to have it?
Well, I need to get ready 2 hours before a meeting, which is at 9 a.m. So that would be great if I could get the call at 7 a.m. This way I won't be in a hurry.
Certainly, ma'am. One of our employees will give you a wake-up call.
Thanks for being so helpful.
All right, then let's go through the answers. Number 6 was first floor. If you put the main dining room or dining room, then you were wrong because we have on the, so we can't say on the dining room. The preposition on means we need to use a different word like floor. Okay, so remember these sentences do have to be grammatically correct. Number 7, all guests are required to have suitable swimwear. Okay, so swimwear is one word. If you wrote it as 2 words, you are wrong. Remember, spelling is important in the IELTS test. And number 7, Eva can watch the football game at the gym since the sports, okay, the answer was lounge. So the sports lounge is booked. So a lounge is basically a relaxing place, a public place, usually in a hotel. So the sports lounge is booked. Number 9, Eva should visit the front desk. So Eva should visit the front desk to get a free city map. I hope you didn't put tour office. It sounded like it was going to be tour office, but in the end they said something about go to the front desk to get a free map. So the key word here is free. And finally, number 10, Eva needs to wake up at 7 in the morning. So 7 a.m. in the morning or 7 in the morning. And remember, you can put that as a number or you can spell it. So S-E-V-E-N. Okay, let's continue now and move on to part 2 of the listening test.
Now turn to part 2. Part 2. You will hear a woman on a radio program giving some information about the reopening of a recreation centre. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15.
Alright then, we're moving on to part 2. And part 2 is slightly different to part 1 in that we're only listening to one person speaking. So it's a monologue. And what you'll find is that person tends to speak a little bit more quickly compared to the 2 people in part 1. Now, in questions 11 to 15, we have multiple choice questions, which means we need to look at the question and see how many different options there are, usually 3 that we have to choose between. Again, I would recommend that you quickly look through the questions and the options if you have time and just underline these keywords that help you understand them before the listening starts. When the listening does start, then really focus in on the question you're trying to answer and don't get distracted. Remember, this question type gives you a lot more information and you need to constantly be looking at why it's one option or why it's not the other option. So make sure that you don't let your mind wander, which is very typical in multiple choice questions, and really make an effort to pay attention. Okay, let's try it.
Now listen carefully to the radio program and answer questions 11 to 15.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Christina Jones, and I'm here to inform you that Retford Recreation Centre will soon reopen its doors to the public after undergoing extensive refurbishment. So please follow me if you want to know what's new in the centre. As most of you dear listeners will remember, the centre has been closed for 8 months to address several safety and security problems with the building that made it unsuitable for the general public and especially for children. Since the centre plays a vital role in the local community, it was decided that Retford residents deserve to have a recreation centre with a new modern look, improved safety features and updated facilities. The work began by installing fire detectors in every room and adding emergency exits to each floor. The next significant change that you will notice is that the cultural centre has been moved to the back of the building, where there is more natural light. This was done to create a brighter, more vibrant area for cultural activities. The Town Council hopes that these refurbishments make the centre more attractive to the local community. As it was expected, the costs of the refurbishment were very high. The council paid a fourth of the costs, but we owe a literacy organisation a huge debt of gratitude for supporting most of the expenses. We are also delighted to thank the generous people of Retford who contributed to the project with their donations. We expect the work to be completed by August 24th, so the centre will reopen on that day at 9:30 a.m. The new operating times of the centre are Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Sundays from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. So it is closed on Sunday afternoons, all-day Saturdays and also on public holidays. The centre's loan service is a new facility through which you can request any books, magazines, movies and audio-visual materials that are not currently available in the centre. We borrow the requested materials from other centres on your behalf and inform you by email or phone as soon as we receive them. We will deliver them to you through our complimentary delivery service within a week.
Okay then, did you manage to stay focused or did you let your mind wander? If you managed to stay focused, then well done. So number 11 was A, because it had become dangerous. Number 12 was B, it didn't get enough sunlight. Number 13 was B. They said that the largest contributor was a literary organization. So we needed to take the word organization and instead put literary institute. So organization and institute are synonyms. And we need to know that in order to get the question right. Number 14, the answer was Sunday morning. So they said from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Sundays. So that means in the morning. And then they also said how on Saturdays and public holidays, the place is shut. Finally, for number 15, if you request a book from the centre's new loan service, the answer is B. You'll be contacted when it arrives. So they mentioned how they'll contact you through email or by phone. Right, I hope you got those right. Let's move on to the next part.
You now have some time to look at questions 16 to 20.
Alright, next we have some labelling questions. So we need to look at the map and choose which of these letters corresponds to which room. So what I'd recommend to you is look at the fixed objects on the map. So in this case we can see the entrance down at the bottom, and we can also see the locker room on the right. So just put a circle around these points on the map. This is going to help you to understand and to get the answers for some of the other questions. Now, there are some things that cause confusion when it comes to this question. Often in the listening, they'll say something like, it used to be on the left, but now it's on the right. So you need to be very careful for when they describe where something used to be and where it is now. Or they might say, it's behind the reception area, or to the left of the reception area. So you need to know the answer to one in order to get the next one correct. So pay attention and remember, all of these will come in order. So we'll have the reception area first, and then the community meeting room, the culture centre, and then so on. Right, let's get into it.
Now listen to the rest of the radio programme and answer questions 16 to 20.
Now, let me tell you more details about the centre's new design. Where space was formerly crammed with small rooms, the centre now has fewer rooms in an open plan layout to allow for various group activities. If you remember, the old reception area was located on the left, but now it can be seen right in front of you as you enter the centre. The receptionists there will give visitors a brochure which shows all the new programs and activities that will be offered in the centre. Among the changes are a new community meeting room on the ground floor that is located right behind the reception area, and the conversion of some storage spaces into a workspace for the staff. Distinctive signage and floor directories now help visitors to easily find their ways. As I mentioned earlier, an important advantage of this renovation is that we have moved the Culture Centre to the back of the building, directly opposite the main entrance. This new area provides a relaxing space for both adults and children to enjoy cultural activities. On either side of this cultural centre are restrooms that are open to the general public. The children's area is now bigger and more colourful and provides enough space for several activities for children up to 10 years old. This area has been expanded by 40% to include an indoor playground, which can be seen right over in the far left-hand corner when you are standing at the reception. An assortment of playground equipment has been installed there with strict safety measures. The centre now offers over 10 public computers for adults to use for free, which are up against the wall just to the left of the main entrance door. The computers are available on a first-come, first-served basis during the centre's working hours. All computers have access to high-speed internet, and some useful software is already installed on them. A selection of lockers can be found against the wall on the right. You can use them to store your belongings while you are inside the centre. The lockers are free of charge, but there are no locks on them, so you may want to bring a padlock yourself if you wish to use them. As a final point, Retford Recreation Centre now has a study zone, which is located next to the locker room on the same side of the building. This is to support a wide range of activities inside the centre, such as independent research, collaborative study, and also to provide a quiet place for those students who have said they can't study appropriately at their homes. This area is equipped with Wi-Fi, but a subscription is required if you plan on using the internet.
That is the end of part 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Hey there, if you're enjoying this activity, then check out EnglishProTips.com, where you'll get help for all parts of the IELTS test, the listening test, the reading test, the writing test, the speaking test. You can start for free at EnglishProTips.com. See you inside. Right then, the answers. So the reception area was in position C. The community meeting room was in E. They said right behind the reception area. So you needed to get the reception area in C in order to know that the answer was E for the community meeting room. The culture centre was in I. They said at the back opposite the main entrance. The indoor playground was F, so on the far left-hand corner, and the student study zone was G, which was next to the locker room and on the same side of the building. So if you find this activity difficult, take some time to revise prepositions of place, so words like behind, in front of, next to, because that's basically what this activity is testing. It's your ability to understand prepositions of place. Right, let's continue with the test.
Now turn to Part 3. Part 3. You will hear a student and his teacher discussing a topic that the student has chosen for his presentation. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25.
Okay then, we're now in part 3. And in part 3, typically you hear a recording of multiple people in an educational context. And you'll find that it's quite a bit more difficult than part 2. So in this question, we have to complete somebody's notes. And one idea for note completion is to think about what kind of words fit in the space. So if we look at number 21, it says a combination of chemicals was used to remove the something to light. So we're looking for a noun that's going to fit into this space. So was used to remove the exposure to light, or, well, that's all I can think of really. So we're looking for a noun that's going to fit into this space. What about in 22? Hill claimed his photographs were something coloured. So we're going to look for an adverb that fits into this space, something like brightly coloured. What about number 23? Hill was accused of being a something since he didn't make the details public. Okay, so we're looking for a noun that's going to fit into this space. So something like accused of being a copycat, or a thief, or a crook. Maybe something negative, but basically we're just looking for a noun here. 24, after 156 years, it was finally proved that Hill was a something. Okay, so again, we're looking for a noun like crook, or phony, or thief. And 25, research shows that some of Hill's pictures were something with fake colours. So we're looking for a verb here because we've got were something with fake colours. So we're looking for a past participle verb. So were infused with fake colours, or were made with fake colours. Okay, right, let's have a go.
Now, listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25. Hello, Brian. Come in and take a seat.
Good morning, Dr. Benson. I appreciate your time.
What we are going to discuss today is the topic that you have chosen for your presentation.
Exactly.
First of all, please clarify the reasons that you selected Hill's contribution to the development of colour photography as the subject of your presentation.
Well, ever since I was young, I was fascinated by photography. While we were discussing the chapter in the class, I found Levi Hill's invention of colour photography process quite interesting.
Do you think Hill's invention is an adaptation of what Daguerre invented earlier in France?
Well, the daguerreotype was the first commercially successful photographic process in the early 1840s, named after the inventor Daguerre. Each daguerreotype is a unique image on a silvered copper plate. Daguerre exposed the plate to light and fumed it with mercury vapour. The sensitivity to light was removed with a mixture of chemicals, and the result of this process was black and white photographs. Later, in 1851, Hill worked out his own very different version of the process.
Therefore, we can't find remarkable similarities between these two inventions, right?
Not particularly. They are usually compared because Hill eventually changes the name of his process from heliochromy to holotypes, by analogy to the daguerreotype process, stemmed from Daguerre's name.
What is the characteristic feature of holotype?
Well, as I said, Levi Hill claimed to have found a way to create naturally coloured photographs, which he called holotype.
What do you mean by claimed?
Was it not true?
Well, it has remained a mystery for many years. When he refused to release the details of his process until a patent was filed, professional photographers denounced him as a fraud. In 156 years, no definitive evidence was presented to suggest that Hill's invention was or was not innovative. Later, the examination of 62 holotypes using advanced technologies revealed that he was indeed a genius. Hill died in 1865 at the age of 48, possibly a victim of his long and incautious exposure to the poisonous chemicals involved in his experiments.
Are there any other conflicting findings in these researches?
Well, although he discovered a method to create natural colours in photographs, the research results suggest that Hill enhanced some of the pictures by adding fake colours to the plates manually so that they looked more multi-hued than they actually were.
Alright then, let's look at the answers. So 21 was sensitivity, and you need to get the right spelling. Sensitivity. Number 22 was naturally. Number 23 was fraud. Okay, so if someone is a fraud, it means that they are like an imposter, or they make up their results. They're not genuine, they're a fraud. However, it was found out that he was a genius, so someone very smart. And again, the spelling matters. So if you got genius, but you spelled it incorrectly, you don't get the point. And finally, number 25 was enhanced. Okay, definitely getting a bit more tricky now. Let's move on to the next part.
You now have some time to look at questions 26 to 30.
Alright then, so now you've got another sentence completion task. So look at the instructions to find out how many words you have to write, and remember, you have to write grammatically correct sentences. So if you want, pause the video and try and go through these questions by yourself. When you're ready, hit play and begin the recording.
Now listen to the rest of the discussion and answer questions 26 to 30.
Do you have any particular views on the presentation, Dr. Benson?
I believe that you were great. It was clear and concise, and you conveyed the most important points without overwhelming your audience with irrelevant details. However, you can consider some tips to improve your next performance. Avoid putting paragraphs and long sentences on your slides. Limit the slides to 5 lines of text and use only words and phrases to make your key points. This way, the audience will be able to digest and retain the main ideas more easily. Don't limit your presentation to what's included in your slides, and try to paraphrase key points in a narrative.
Excellent points. Thanks a lot.
I'm quite sure you exactly know that conducting historical research is a key step in gathering accurate information and authentic statistics.
Definitely. The guidelines were clear in this regard.
However, I noticed that you only partially mentioned the sources of your study. This is not a professional approach to include citations.
You are right. I would appreciate if you could help me.
You can cite your references within your presentation slides, using the same format as in-text citations. Another possibility for citing sources is to create a separate slide. Remember to cite sources for direct quotations, paraphrased materials, and sources of facts. If you use images such as photographs on your slides, you should also credit the source of the image. Don't forget that creating a references handout is also recommended.
Great, I will definitely do that. Dr. Benson, did you grade my presentation?
Absolutely, I did. The grades will be available within 5 days of the due date for the assignment. This time you will be able to see the grades on the department's notice board before they are uploaded to your online portal.
So when will be the due date?
It will be on the 15th of September. Therefore, the grades will be available by the 20th of September.
Thank you so much, Dr. Benson.
You're welcome, Brian.
That is the end of part 3. You will now have half a minute to check your answers.
Okay, let's go through the answers together. So 26 was audience. Audience. 27 was digest. So to digest and remember the main points. digest. 28 was statistics. Statistics. Okay, 29 was sources. Sources. And you need to have correct spelling. Number 30 was notice board, which is one word. Notice board. All right, let's move on to the next one.
Now turn to Part 4. Part 4. You will hear part of a lecture on the use of the global positioning system in today's agricultural industry. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40.
Did you hear that? This time we're answering questions 31 to 40. So, just because we were answering questions in groups of 5 before, doesn't mean it'll be this way throughout the whole test. You need to listen to the instructions. Okay, so part 4 is the most difficult part of the listening test. And in this part 4, we've got 2 activities. We've got a sentence completion and a diagram completion task. Okay, remember you can pause this video, look through all the questions, and then when you're ready, hit play and have a go.
Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this lecture on agriculture. My name is John Miller, and I'm delighted to be here today to talk about the significant role of the global positioning system in precision agriculture. Integrating the global positioning system, known as GPS, and geographic information systems, known as GIS, has made it possible to develop and implement precise agriculture or site-specific farming. These technologies have allowed real-time data to be combined with precise location information and have contributed to the successful aggregation and analysis of large amounts of geospatial data. GPS-based applications in precision agriculture are employed for farm planning, field mapping, soil sampling, tractor guidance, crop scouting, and yield mapping. During dust, rain, fog, darkness, or other low visibility conditions, GPS plays an essential role in helping farmers to work more efficiently. It was hard for farmers in the past to determine the effects of production techniques and features of the land on agricultural productivity. This hindered their ability to harness the most effective strategies for the treatment of soil or plants that could have increased their production rate. But now, precision agriculture allows more precise dosing of pesticides, herbicides, and chemical fertilizers, as well as more efficient dispersion of these substances on the land. This contributes to higher yields, lower expenditures, and a more environmentally friendly farm. Precision agriculture is rapidly growing in popularity, mainly due to the introduction of more precise, cost-effective, and user-friendly equipment into the agricultural industry. Many of the breakthroughs in this field are results of incorporation of onboard processors, data collection sensors, and real-time monitoring systems. Many assume that the potential benefits of precision agriculture can be achieved only on large farmlands and requires considerable capital investment and IT knowledge. This is not the case. There are inexpensive, convenient, and easy-to-operate tools and equipment that can be put to use by all farmers. I would like to introduce 3 applications that are bringing low-cost precision agriculture to farms of any size. The first case is a smartphone app, which is still under development. This app gives total acreage, divides up land by crop type, and gives advice about the optimal amount of inputs to use, such as seeds and fertilizers. This means that farmers are not using more products than the soil can handle. This technology is at a stage now where it is easy to prototype and will be available to the public in 2 years. The second tool is a moisture sensor that gives farmers real-time feedback and allows them to adjust their irrigation schedule manually. This solar-powered sensor can help farmers to analyze farmland more accurately, assessing soil type, drainage rate, and weather patterns. The third equipment is a GPS-based weed management system. A simple greenness sensor looks for plants, and when a plant is detected, its coordinates will be compared with the coordinates of plant on the plant map. If there is no corresponding plant on the plant map, then it can be assumed to be a weed, and the system applies an appropriate herbicide to kill it. Besides these low-cost solutions, many farmers employ more advanced GPS-based technologies to focus on boosting their agricultural production. These GPS receivers obtain position information for mapping field borders, routes, irrigation systems, and trouble spots, including pests or disease in crops. Many of these applications need on-the-go adjustments, so very high GPS accuracy is required. A straightforward manner of accomplishing this in a farm is to use two GPS receivers that track same satellites so that higher accuracy can be obtained in real time. One of the receivers is a fixed base station, which is located on the farm, and the other one is a rover station that can be installed on a tractor. Since the position of the base station is known accurately, the error in estimating the location of the base station using satellite signals can be determined. This differential location can be communicated to the field GPS receiver in the rover by a radio link, and this information can be used to increase its accuracy. To sum up, precision agriculture holds the promise in boosting yields and saving money. The use of imagery and sensors, robots, drones, automation, digitalization, and software technologies are opening a new chapter in agriculture.
That is the end of part 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Yes, part 4 was certainly the most difficult. So let's have a look at the answers. 31 is real time, so real-time. Remember, words with a hyphen are counted as one word in the IELTS exam. So real time, real-time. 32 was visibility, visibility. 33 is yields, yields. 34, breakthroughs, breakthroughs. So remember, breakthrough is one word. 35 is development, development. 36 is 2 years. Remember, we're allowed one word and or a number. So 2 years is one number and a word. 37 is solar, so solar energy. 38 is coordinates. 39 is base station. Now I put capital letters for the B and the S, but that's not essential. I just did that because I saw that rover station had a capital R and a capital S, but you don't need to put the capital letters here. And finally, 40 was radio link. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this listening test. And like I mentioned, this is from a website called Practical, which do IELTS mock tests. So if you want more help identifying what level you have in your IELTS, then have a look at Practical and try one of their mock tests. I highly recommend them. Okay, best of luck with all of your studies, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye then. You have 1 hour to do the test. In the test, you'll find that there are 3 sections, so 3 passages or 3 texts that you have to read, and in those 3 sections, you'll find 40 questions in total. Now, each question is worth 1 mark, and you don't lose marks for incorrect answers. So it's always worth guessing if you don't know the answer. You can write the entire test in capital letters if you want. Remember, you don't have extra time to transfer your answers at the end. When the test finishes, the test finishes. Now, you also need to know that there's a different reading test for the academic and general IELTS. This mainly has to do with the kinds of texts that you'll find in the test. The general IELTS tends to have say things like articles on choosing the best builder, or articles that you will find in everyday reading. However, in the academic IELTS, the passages tend to be longer and slightly more complex, and they tend to be on academic topics, although you don't really need to have any academic understanding in order to read and understand these texts. There's also a difference in what score you need to get your desired band score. For example, in the academic IELTS score, you would only need to get 30 out of 40 in order to get band 7. In the general IELTS, you'd need to get 34 out of 40 in order to get band 7. So you can see that here and also here. Okay, let's get stuck in. Let's look at some of the tips to get band 9 in the IELTS reading test. The first tip is to structure your approach. I'll show you what I mean. So as I mentioned, there's 3 sections to the IELTS reading test. In each section, there's a certain order that I would do things in. First of all, I would glance at the questions. So glance means just to look quickly at the questions. Don't get stuck into them. When you glance at the questions, just identify the question type. After that, read the text quickly. This is also referred to as skimming. While you're reading the text quickly, you're going to highlight or underline things like names, dates, names of theories or location, things that help you to understand the layout of the text. This is also going to help you answer the questions later on. You also want to make a note, whether it's on the piece of paper, the question paper, or a mental note on the layout of the text, so what you find in each paragraph. The purpose of this skimming is to help you know what part of the text you're going to read in detail when you answer the questions. Now, the final part is to actually tackle the questions themselves. So, when you're reading through the questions, underline words in those questions that help you to understand what the question is asking you to do, or what the difference between the different options is. We'll be able to practice that together. Okay, so number 1, structure your approach, and I recommend this 3-part structure. Tip number 2 is, well, if you don't know the answer, skip it. I'll show you what I mean. Remember, for most question types, the answers will come in order. So for example, look at this question. We need to find a word from the text to complete this summary. So what you'll find is that the answer to question 21 will be more or less at the top of the text. Below that, you'll find 22, 23, and 24. So the answers come in order. Now, as a result, if you don't know what the answer to question 22 is, just skip it and move on to 23. By answering questions 21 and 23, you'll have a better idea of where in the text the answer for question 22 is. You can always go back and look for the answer afterwards. Now, I did say that most question types have the answers in order, but that's not always the case. So there are certain question types that have the answers in order, so things like multiple choice, true, false, not given, or also yes, no, not given. Sentence completion, summary completion, match sentence endings, short answers, and labeling questions. However, there are still some questions that don't have the information in order. For example, matching headings, or matching information, or matching features questions. As a result, it's important that you understand which questions you'll find in order in the text and which ones you will not. Now, question number 3 is to understand these question types. So all of the question types that I mention here, you should have practiced before. Now, the best way to practice this is actually just to do past paper questions and make a note of which question type you are answering when you're doing your practice reading tests. That way you're going to become more familiar with those question types. A good idea is also to identify which question types you struggle with and spend more time on those question types. As a little clue, it's usually true, false, not given, and matching headings that most students struggle with, but it might be different for you. So practice and find out which ones you find easier and which ones you find more difficult. Tip number 4 is to work on your speed reading. Okay, so how can we do that? Well, first of all, we can read the question first. Now, when we're reading in our first language, we always have a purpose for reading. For example, if we're reading a dictionary, we're going to have a different approach when compared to reading a novel. For example, when we're reading a dictionary, we're just going to scan all the words to try and find out what it is we're looking for. When we're reading a novel, we're going to take our time so that we can imagine the scenery and what's happening to the characters. The IELTS test is no different. You should read the questions first to identify how you're going to tackle the text. Are you going to scan through the text quickly to look for names, or are you going to work out which part of the text has the answer and read that part in detail? So by knowing this, we're going to be able to read more quickly. The second thing is, don't try to understand everything you read. Remember, the purpose of the IELTS reading test is to get a high score, not to understand everything in the text. So even if there's parts of the text that you don't understand, if there aren't questions related to that text, it doesn't matter. Don't spend time rereading parts of the text just to fully understand it. Spend time answering the questions. Another thing that you shouldn't do is to sub-vocalize, unless you're reading for detail. Now, sub-vocalizing is when you read and you're speaking the words out in your head. So for example, you might notice small movements with your tongue. Now, people have found that when we sub-vocalize while reading, we don't read as quickly. So only sub-vocalize if you're trying to concentrate on a particular part of the text that you think has the answer. Otherwise, don't sub-vocalize. Practice this before your test. Number 4, don't reread sentences. Okay, so remember when I said to skim read the text before you answer the questions, don't find yourself rereading sentences that you don't understand. The purpose is just to get a general understanding of the text. However, when we're reading for detail, which is when we've identified the question and we're looking for the answer for a specific question, at that point, yes, reread sentences to try and make sure that you fully understand the text and you're getting the right answer. The final tip is to do a lot of practice tests. You can't avoid this. If you want to get a high score and you want to be able to read quickly in the IELTS reading tests, you need to do lots of tests. You need to be familiar with the types of text and the type of questions that appear in this test. Okay, tip number 5. Try different time allocations. I'll tell you what I mean. So, as you'll know, there's 3 sections in the reading test and you have 1 hour. So it would seem logical that you spend 20 minutes on section 1, 20 minutes on section 2, and 20 minutes on section 3, right? Wrong. Section 3 is the most difficult, section 1 is the easiest. So as a result, some students try to spend only 15 minutes on section 1, 20 minutes on section 2, and then they give themselves 25 minutes on section 3. And in that way, they are giving themselves more time for the tricky passages and the tricky questions. In fact, some students even do section 3 first. They know it's the most difficult, so they go straight to section 3 and afterwards they do section 2 and 1. You can choose the order that works for you. The important thing is that you decide on this before your IELTS test. Don't decide this on the day. Do lots of practice and find out what works for you. Now, throughout this lesson, I've emphasized the importance of skim reading, which is what we do before we start focusing in on the questions. I would recommend that you can skim read passage 1, so section 1, in 2 minutes, passage 2 in 3 minutes, and passage 3 in 3 to 4 minutes. Practice this before your real test. Maybe even use a phone or a clock to time yourself to make sure that you are skim reading and not reading for detail. Tip number 6, be careful of spelling mistakes. Now, some people who do the IELTS test on a computer do this. They copy and paste the answer from the text into the questions, and in that way they're not going to have a spelling mistake. However, if you're doing the paper-based IELTS reading test, make sure that you don't make any spelling mistakes in the test. You'll lose marks, and this is a silly way to lose marks in the test, although it happens all the time. Number 7, if you really don't know, guess. You can just guess the answer. You're not going to lose any points if you get them wrong. In fact, I would suggest that you consider leaving the multiple choice and true, false, not given questions till last, and I'll explain. So this is a multiple choice question. This is a question where you have to find a word in the text, and this is a true, false, not given question. So if you guess the answer for a multiple choice question, well, you have 4 options, sometimes just 3, and in that case you have a 25% chance of getting the answer right just by guessing. Similarly, in true, false, not given, there's 3 different options. It's either true, false, or not given. So by guessing, you have a 33.333% chance of getting it right. However, if you guess in the sentence completion or summary completion task, you have less than 1% chance of getting it right, because there's so many different words that it could possibly be in the text. So if you know that you struggle with completing an IELTS reading test on time, and many of you do, consider leaving the multiple choice and true, false, not given, also yes, no, not given, till last. Okay. Number 8, practice at home. Probably the most important tip in today's lesson. In fact, this is Yash, who got a band 9 in the IELTS listening test. And when I spoke to him, I said, "How did you get such a high score in the IELTS listening test?" And he said this: "I did the Cambridge practice tests so many times that I knew all the answers by heart." Now, bearing in mind there's 16 tests, or 16 books of Cambridge practice tests, and each book has 4 tests. And I know he also did some extra tests on YouTube as well. So that gives you an idea of how many tests Yash did in order to get band 9 in the IELTS listening test. So how can we practice at home? Okay, well, I recommend 3 different stages of your practice. Stage 1 is all about skill development, and this is what we're going to focus on when we have, say, 3 months before, or more than 3 months before our IELTS reading test. In this stage, we're going to take one passage at a time, so one section at a time, and we're not going to give ourselves a time limit. The purpose of this is to become familiar with the kinds of texts and kinds of questions that appear in the test. So we're going to do passage 1, and then we're going to look at the answers and focus on which questions we got wrong and why. We're trying to learn from this experience. We're also going to look holistically, so on a whole, about which question types we find most difficult. So do we struggle most with yes, no, not given, or matching headings, or summary completion? The whole point is we become more analytical and more conscious about our learning process. We're also going to record any new words that we learn. So for example, in our vocabulary book, we're going to write down any new words that we learn. Okay, in stage 2 of our learning, and this is going to be when we have, for example, 2 months, or maybe between 1 and 2 months left. In this stage, we're going to do one whole test at a time, and we're going to time ourselves. So we're going to give ourselves 1 hour, and we're going to do the full IELTS reading test in its entirety. We're going to track our progression. So what did we do? What did we get when we did Cambridge IELTS Book 16 Test 1? What did we do when we did Cambridge IELTS Book 16 Test 2? And we're going to map our progress, and hopefully it will be progress. Hopefully we'll start to see higher scores coming out. Again, we're going to be analytical. Which questions did we get wrong and why? And we're going to continue to record new words. Okay, stage 3 is right before we have our IELTS test. So for example, 1 week to 1 month before our test, we're going to focus on doing all of the tests in the same day. So we're going to be doing the listening test, the reading test, and the writing test at the same time. The purpose of this is to build our stamina. And of course, we're also going to be checking that we get the answers right or wrong and why we're getting some of them wrong. Okay. For this, I suggest that you use the official Cambridge IELTS books. So remember, if you're doing the academic or general IELTS test, there's going to be a different book that you need to buy. So work out which one you're doing and get all of those official Cambridge books. They are invaluable practice. Finally, tip number 9 is to read extensively. Now, most of you or some of you will know that there's a difference between extensive reading and intensive reading. Okay, so extensive reading is when we read a large amount of material for a general understanding. So we're not consulting the dictionary, we're reading lots of different texts with the purpose of getting a general understanding of those texts. Intensive reading, on the other hand, is when we have shorter texts, but we want to fully understand everything in those passages. So for example, we can answer lots of different types of questions about the passages. So the IELTS test is more similar to intensive reading. We're tested on our understanding. But when we read for pleasure, for example, when we read all of the Harry Potter books because we want to find out what happens to Dumbledore, we're extensively reading. Now, I recommend extensively reading books or novels or articles that you're interested in. Things like all of the Harry Potter books, or perhaps reading The Economist to find out what's going on in your country or in the world. Okay, now another student that got a band 9 is this guy. This is Ahmed. He's from Syria, and he also got band 9 in the IELTS reading test. He said this: I read articles every day. I read the articles I wanted to read, extensive reading, and I read for enjoyment first. Good extensive reading. After that, I would read again to learn the new vocabulary. So he reads extensively and then he afterwards reads intensively for the purpose of learning language. Okay, so the important thing is that we create a habit of reading in English. So for example, I like to read last thing at night before I go to bed. I also like reading very early in the morning. Find the times that you like to read and get into a habit of reading English regularly. Important is to find books and articles that you want to read. So articles or books that you're interested in. You're not just reading just to learn the language. This is very important. As a result, you'll probably read novels. For example, I was recently speaking to a student that liked to watch the film first and then afterwards to read the book, because they found that if they already knew roughly what happened and the rough storyline, they could understand the book better and they actually enjoyed it more. Similarly, read news articles that you're interested in. For example, I was speaking to a nutritionist that likes to read nutrition articles in science journals in English. Great. Okay, the final thing is read graded readers. Now, graded readers are readers that have been or novels that have been changed slightly so that people without a fully proficient level of English can understand them. Now, this is a great website that you can find graded readers in. What you can do is divide by, filter the books by level. So for example, if you've got a beginner level, an intermediate level, an advanced level, or a proficiency level. And you can also browse through the books to find the books that interest you most. So for example, you can find things like Animal Farm by George Orwell, or maybe Elon Musk's biography. The idea is you find the books that interest you most and you make a habit of reading these books regularly. All right, I hope you've enjoyed this lesson, and I'm looking forward to hearing all about your approach to reading. Remember, we always have discussions in the Facebook group as well. And this week we've really been talking a lot about what kind of methods we have for reading, what we find difficult about reading, and what we also like to read in English. So come and join the Facebook group if you haven't already. The first thing we're going to do is look at the different question types. Okay, so in questions 1 to 7, we have a matching question, and in questions 8 to 13, we have a sentence completion question. So what I would recommend to you is look first at the matching question and underline keywords that help you understand the question even before you read the text. You're also going to do the same with the sentence completion task. Now, you can do this by downloading the PDF below this lesson, or you can continue watching and we're going to do it together. Anyway, once that's done, we're going to turn to the text. And like I mentioned, the first thing we do before we start to try and answer the questions is to read the passage quickly and pay attention to what is in each paragraph. So if you want, you can pause the video and take just a short period of time and read this passage as quickly as you can, paying attention to what is in each paragraph. Right, okay. You can either pause the video or you can download the PDF below this lesson. Let's complete it together. So we've got our 2 question types. We're going to first look at questions 1 to 7, which is the matching question. So what is our strategy? Well, first of all, we need to scan the text for the names. So the names are these. We've got Ernest Adams, Riley Morgan, Mila Martin, etc. So the first thing we do is scan the text for the names. Let's do that together. Again, you can pause the video or you can look at the PDF. Quickly scan the text for the names. Let's do that together now. Okay, here we see Nicole Clark. Great. Are there any other names? Okay, well here's Ernest Adams. Here's Stefan Fletcher and Mila Martin. What else is there? We've also got Daisy Richards over here. Here's Riley Morgan. And here's Stella Walker. Okay, so we've scanned the text for all the names, and that means we know which section we're going to read in detail to find the answer. Okay, what's the second stage? Well, the next thing is we locate the answer and read for detail. Okay, so first of all, we're going to look at Nicole Clark because she is at the beginning. So I would recommend that you do this in the order that the names appear in the text. The reason for that is it's going to help you to get a better understanding of how this passage is organized. Okay, let's take our text about Nicole Clark and find the answer. Okay, take a second, pause the video if you want, read through this text and see if you can work out what the answer is. I'll be here when you finish. Right, so we're looking at Nicole Clark, and what I'd like you to do is to look at the different options and decide whether or not they are the correct answer. So number 1, meditation can help people get a better night's sleep. No, it doesn't mention anything about sleep. Number 2, further research is needed to verify the efficacy of meditation. It doesn't mention anything about research or efficacy. Number 3, okay, meditation may have been discovered by chance. Have a look at this section here. Societies may have unknowingly come upon meditation and experience an altered state of mind while staring at their fires. Okay, so the answer is this one. Meditation may have been discovered by chance. Okay, it says may have unknowingly, so unknowingly and by chance are synonyms, come upon meditation and experience an altered state of mind while staring at their fires. Okay, so we've got our answer for Nicole Clark. Hey there, if you're enjoying this activity, then check out EnglishProTips.com, where you'll get help for all parts of the IELTS test, the listening test, the reading test, the writing test, the speaking test. You can start for free at EnglishProTips.com. See you inside. Let's go back to the text, and now we're going to look at Ernest Adams, which is the next name in the text. So let's take our text about Ernest Adams. Again, pause the video and see if you can choose which is the correct name for the statement. Okay, what about number 1? Meditation can help people get a better night's sleep. It doesn't mention anything about sleep. Number 2, further research is needed to verify the efficacy of meditation. No. Number 3, we know it's not number 3 because number 3 is Nicole Clark. Number 4, properly conducted meditation can contribute to better health. Interesting. It's not that one. Number 5, meditation has many different forms around the world. Have a look at this last sentence here. It says, countries and cultures adopted different forms of meditation and created their own unique way of practicing it. So that's the answer. So number 5, meditation has many different forms around the world, is Ernest Adams. Next, we're going to go to the next name, which is Stephen Fletcher, or Stefan Fletcher. Okay, let's take the text, and again, try and work out which is the correct option for Stefan Fletcher. Pause the video or look at the text from the PDF download and see if you can identify the answer. And then we'll look at it together. Okay, hopefully you've had a chance to look at it yourself. The answer in this case is number 1. Meditation can help people get a better night's sleep. Now, how do we know that? Well, if we look over here, it says, meditation helps me fight insomnia. So insomnia is the state of not being able to sleep. But if Stephen Fletcher meditates, it helps him fight insomnia. So it helps him to sleep. Great. Next we have Mila Martin. So let's take that text and find the answer. Again, pause the video and see if you can find the answer yourself. Okay, in this case, the answer is number 4. Properly conducted meditation can contribute to better health. Now, how do we know this? Well, it says here, well-performed meditation can improve different neurological mechanisms in the human body that are linked with mental and physical well-being. So we've got well-performed meditation is a synonym for properly conducted meditation, and then we've got improve different neurological mechanisms in the body that are linked with mental and physical well-being. And that's paraphrasing the idea that meditation can contribute to better health. I hope you got that one right. Let's continue. Okay, next we have Daisy Richards. So let's take Daisy Richards. Here's the text. See if you can find out which is the correct option. Again, pause the video and have a go yourself. When you're ready, hit play and we'll go through the answers together. Okay, let's go through the answers. The answer is number 7. Without meditation, busy lifestyle may lead to permanent stress. Now, how do we know that? Well, have a look at the last sentence. People should be able to cope with the unnecessary stresses with the help of meditation, especially if these stresses are beyond their control. Otherwise, they would end up with chronic stress. So chronic stress is a synonym of permanent stress. So that helps us to find the answer. And then we're talking about how without meditation, people would have that chronic stress. So we know that the answer for Daisy Richards is 7. Without meditation, busy lifestyle may lead to permanent stress or chronic stress. Basically, the reading test is often a vocabulary test. You need to know that words mean other words, or you need to be able to identify paraphrasing. This is a perfect example. If you don't know what chronic stress is, you might find it difficult to identify that the answer is number 7, because chronic stress and permanent stress are synonyms in this context. Let's continue. So next we've got the information for Riley Morgan. So what does it say about Riley Morgan? Take a second, find the answer, and then hit play, and we'll look at the answers together. In this case, the answer is number 2. Further research is needed to verify the efficacy of meditation. And we know that from the last sentence. It says, however, to validate our short-term findings, future studies should focus on the long-term effects of meditation on hypertension and stress. So we need more studies to focus on the efficacy of meditation. That was a bit more tricky, that one. Okay, now the final one we have is Stella Walker. So let's take that text and see if you can find out the answer. Now there's only one option left, so hopefully you should get that right. It is indeed number 6. Meditation has increased school attendance. Have a look at the last part of this text, and reduction in absenteeism. So absenteeism is the noun form of to be absent. So when students are not in school, they are absent. This is absenteeism. So this is related to school attendance. Do you see the way that having a vast vocabulary is very important for the reading test? If you don't know what absenteeism is, it's much more difficult to get the answer for question 6. Okay, let's move on now to the sentence completion. So we're going to look at questions 8 to 13. What is our strategy? Now, the first thing we need to do is to check how many words you need to write. And you can find that here. It says, write no more than one word and or a number. Okay, what exactly is one word or one number? That's a difficult question, and a lot of people need to know this in order to do well in the IELTS reading test and listening test. So hyphenated words count as one word. So for example, full-time or mother-in-law, these are both counted as one word. What about these? Numbers with symbols are counted as one number. So for example, 7 a.m., one number, 20th, or 20%, one number, 19th, one number, $20.10, one number. Okay, finally, compound nouns are also considered to be one word. So, bedroom, boyfriend. These are two words put together and they count as one word. Okay, so we've checked how many words we need to write. The next thing to note is that the answers come in order. This is very important because it's going to help us to find the answers. Now, what we're going to do is to underline the key words in the sentence that help us to understand what it is we're looking for. So let's do this with number 8. Meditation became common in the West only in the something. Okay, so meditation became common in the West. Okay, so we've got common and West as key words that are going to help us to look through the text, to scan the text or skim the text and find the answer. The final thing we're going to do is to think about what kind of word it is that we're looking for in the text. So in this case, meditation became common in the West only in the, okay, well, we need a date. Something like only in the 11th century, for example. Okay, with that in mind, let's skim the passage and look for the answer. Now again, pause the video and see if you can find the answer. If you're feeling lazy, don't worry, I'm going to find it for you. It's over here. You see the sentence that starts with in the West, so in one of our key words. Let's see if we can find out the answer. In the West, however, meditation was first practiced in the 17th century. Okay, so we've got a date here. However, look at the next part. Still, it didn't gain popularity until the 20th century. So the answer isn't 17th century, it's late 20th century. But wait, late 20th century is 3 words, and our instructions tell us no more than one word and or a number. So what are we going to write? Are we going to write late 20th century or 20th century or 20th century with a number and a word? Read the instructions. Which one are we going to choose? We're going to choose the third. We're going to have 20th century, number and a word. Very important. Don't lose marks because you didn't read the instructions carefully. Always read the instructions. Okay, let's now look at the second, so question number 9. We're going to look at the key words to help us to understand what it is we're looking for. Our evolutionary something is the underlying reason for the stress that we have in our daily lives. Okay, evolutionary something. We need something that collocates with evolutionary. Let's see if we can find it. Again, you can pause the video, skim read this, and try and find the answer. Again, if you're feeling lazy, I'll show you. It's just over here. So let's take this text and find the answer for ourselves. Okay, pause the video and see what one word and a number fits into this space to make a grammatically correct sentence. Here's a clue. The answer is here. Okay, the answer is adaptation. Our evolutionary adaptation is the underlying reason for the stress that we have in our daily lives. Okay, so in the text it says, human adaptation over time as a result of evolution is to blame, and in the question it says, is the underlying reason. So is to blame is a kind of informal way of saying that something is the reason. A tricky question, that one. Let's move on. So we're now going to look at question 10, and the first thing again we're going to do is to underline keywords that help us understand what it is we're looking for. So college students who were placed in the something group, so we're looking for a collocation with group, were not enrolled in the 5-step course. So again, 5-step course is something useful to find. And we're looking for a collocation with group. Let's have a look at the text. Again, take a second, skim read, find the answer, and then hit play when you found it. The answer is here. Let's have a look at the text. Okay, take a second, hit pause, find the answer. Remember, choose one word and or a number to make a grammatically correct sentence. The answer is around here. Now this is a particularly tricky one, so if you haven't found the answer yet, see if you can use my clues to find which group it is. In this case, it is the control group, and I'll explain why. This text talks about a meditation group and a control group, and also a high-risk subgroup. The thing is, this high-risk subgroup contained people from the meditation group and the control group. Now, it says at the very bottom, it says the meditation group was enrolled in a 5-step meditation course. Now, we're looking for the group that was not in the 5-step meditation group. So it's got to be the control group. It's the only group left because people are either in the meditation group or they're in the control group, and the high-risk subgroup contain people from either group. So if it's all the people from the meditation group that do this 5-step meditation course, then it's the control group that doesn't do the 5-step meditation course. That one was a tricky one, so don't worry if you got it wrong. Let's move on to number 11. Okay, keywords. The study of the effects of meditation on college students ran for something. Okay, ran for, we're looking for a time period here. See if you can find the answer. Remember, the answers come in order, so we're really only looking at the final part of the passage. Now, the answer, in fact, is here. It's just below the previous answer. So don't feel like the answers are equally spaced out throughout the text. You might have one answer on one line, and then the next line below will have the next answer, and then maybe you'll have 2 paragraphs without an answer. They're not evenly distributed throughout the text. Let's see if we can find out the answer. So, how long was the meditation course run for? What's the answer? Pause the video and see if you can find out. The answer is here. It says procedure was repeated after 3 months when the study ended. So we know the answer is 3 months, and we're going to write it as 3 and then months to comply with write no more than one word and a number. Remember, instructions are important. If you take anything away from this lesson, it's that instructions are important and you need to read them carefully. Number 12. The increased size of the something can imply continuous meditation practice. Okay, so we need to find something that can increase in size. Let's look at the text, see if you can find out what the answer is. So the answer is here. Let's take the text and see if we can extract the answer. So again, we're looking for something that can increase in size. The answer is here. They also develop a larger hippocampus. Now, it doesn't matter if you know or you don't know what a hippocampus is. This question is testing your ability to understand the words around the answer and to realize that this word hippocampus is the answer, even if we don't know what hippocampus means, which in my case, I didn't. Number 13. Okay. Meditation will be more frequently practiced as more supporting something becomes available. Okay, we're looking for a collocation with supporting, so supporting something. Look through the text and just the final 2 paragraphs now and see if you can find the answer. Hit pause, and when you're ready, hit play and we'll look at the answers together. Okay, the answer is here at the very bottom of the text. With more clinical data in its favor, it is expected that meditation will become a widely recommended therapy in the future. So, the answer is data. Meditation will be more frequently prescribed as more supporting data becomes available. So, supporting data is a synonym for data in its favor, which is what we find in the text. Right, next we're going to move on to passage 2, so section 2. Now, this one gets a little bit more difficult. Remember, before we start reading the text itself, we're going to look at the questions. So here are the 3 sets of questions we're going to be asked. We've got a matching headings question, we've got a list selection question, and we've also got a labeling question. So let's now look at the text. And what we're going to do again is to quickly read all of the text. This is called skimming, and we're going to get a mental idea of where information is in the text. So pause now and see if you can quickly read the text. When you're ready, hit play and we'll continue. Okay, so we're going to first of all focus on questions 14 to 20. So this is the matching headings question. What's our strategy? Okay, the first thing to notice is that there are more headings than paragraphs. So we've got 10 headings in total, and we've only got 7 paragraphs. So there's going to be 3 headings that we do not use. This is one of these kind of cheeky or irritating things that IELTS examiners do just to test you that little bit more. Next, we're going to read through all the headings and underline keywords. So let's do that together. Here are the headings. Let's find out what are the keywords in each one. Okay. An extraction method explained. Importance of salt in battlegrounds. an innovation that transformed manufacturing. The first record. Role of salt in revolutions. Salt and supernatural beliefs. Controversial salt policies throughout history. Salt and food chemistry. Contribution to the industry. Salt's historical importance. Okay, so we've underlined all the keywords. The next thing is, it's important that you know that the paragraphs are in order. So we're going to do paragraph A first, then B, then C, then D. So here is paragraph A, and let's look at it in a little bit more detail. So look at paragraph A and decide which of these headings is suitable for paragraph A. So imagine, for example, that you're the writer of this text. Which of these headings do you think you would choose for the reader to get a general idea of the content of this paragraph? Okay, well, this paragraph, wait, pause now. If you haven't, we're going to continue. So this paragraph is talking about the importance of salt in different places at different times in history. Okay, how do we know that? Well, here, there's lots about, things like its discovery thousands of years ago. Social, financial, mythology, and religious realms. So we're talking about the history of salt. So when we try and think about which heading we're going to use for paragraph A, we want to get a general understanding of what is in this paragraph. So with that in mind, which heading would you choose? Well, I would choose heading 10, salt's historical importance, because this paragraph is all about salt in history. So an appropriate heading would be salt's historical importance. Let's move on to paragraph B. Again, read through paragraph B and choose which of these headings would you put as a summation, as a summary of B. Okay, to help you, here are some of the words that I've highlighted that I think give you an indication of the answer. In this case, this paragraph is talking about the first time salt was described in literature. We're talking about when salt was described by a Chinese author and when he wrote a paper about salt. So what would be an appropriate heading to choose? Again, look through the list and see what you would choose. Pause the video now. The answer is 1, 2, 3, 4. Question heading number 4, which is the first record. So here we're talking about the first paper that was written about salt. So it is the first record. Next, paragraph C. Pause the video, choose the appropriate heading. When you've done that, hit play. We're going to go through the answers together. Okay, hopefully you've had a go yourself. Here are some clues to help you. In this case, the paragraph is talking about all the industrial uses of salt. So in that case, it's going to be number 9, contribution to the industry. Okay. Paragraph D. Read the text, choose the heading, and when you're ready, hit play, and we'll go through the answer. Here's some text that help you identify the answer. In this case, the paragraph is talking about supernatural beliefs around salt. So we've got things like keep away the devil, or ruined by witches and evil spirits. And finally at the end, this is supposed to blind the devil, which could be standing behind, so standing behind you. In this case, the answer is 6. Salt and supernatural beliefs, because we've got words like the devil, witches, and evil spirits. Okay, paragraph E. Pause the video, choose the heading, hit play. We're going to go through it together. Right, here's some text to help you. In this case, the paragraph is talking about the role of salt in various wars. So as a result, the answer must be 2. The importance of salt in battlegrounds. So battlegrounds are places where wars are fought. Places that have battles. Battlegrounds. On to paragraph F. Here's some text that's going to help you. Pause the video, see if you can find the answer. Okay, hopefully you've tried it yourself. In this case, the paragraph is talking about various unfair policies around salt throughout history. So in this case, the answer is 7. Controversial salt policies throughout history. So we're talking about things like heavy salt taxes, governments or French kings controlling its production and sales, and also the fact that Mahatma Gandhi challenged British salt rules that completely controlled India's salt market. These are all controversial salt policies throughout history. G. Read the paragraph, choose the heading, hit play, we'll go through it together. Okay, here is some text to help you identify the answer. In this case, the paragraph is talking about how Bournemouth produced salt. So the answer is number 1, an extraction method explained. So here we're talking about how the extraction method in Bournemouth works. Right, let's move on now to question 21 to 23, and this is a list selection question. So what's our strategy here? Number 1, find out how many you have to choose. It's usually 3, and yes, in this case it is 3. It says choose 3 letters, A to G. Okay, which of the following sentences below are accurate descriptions of present or past uses of salt based on passage 2? Okay, so we're going to read through the list and underline keywords. So A, salt has been used in road construction. Salt has been used to pay individuals for their work. Salt has been used in paper production. Salt is used in farming. Salt has been used to encourage soldiers during the war. Salt is added to water to make it clean. Salt is used in beer production. Okay, now this is a difficult one because only 3 of these are correct. The other ones are false. They don't appear, or they're not accurate descriptions of salt based on the past or the present. So what you're going to do is to skim read the text and try and find information that helps you decide whether or not this is a use of salt. So what I recommend is to try and focus on 3 at a time. So for example, I would look at A, B and C. Salt has been used in road construction, salt has been used to pay individuals for their work, and salt has been used in paper production. So I would focus on these 3 at the beginning and then look for the piece of text that will tell us whether or not this is true. Okay, so here is our text, and we're going to scan the passage for the first 3 list items. Okay, the first list item, salt has been used in road construction, can be found in paragraph A. Look at this part here. It says, salt roads were constructed in Europe, Asia and Africa by which salt was transported to regions where it was not produced. Okay, so salt has been used in road constructions, yes or no? The answer is no. The roads were not made with salt. The roads were made so that salt could be transported. So it's a subtle difference. The question is asking you, was salt used in the construction of roads? The answer is no. The roads were made, for example, with concrete or with tarmac in order to transport salt. So it's a slightly different meaning. Next, we've got whether or not B is true or false. So salt has been used to pay individuals for their work. Look at this text and choose yes or no. Okay, it says Roman soldiers who worked for the Roman Empire were given a handful of salt as their payment for each day. So B, yes or no? The answer is yes. Roman soldiers were paid in salt. So for example, when they worked, instead of getting money or food, they were given salt. Okay, next, C. Salt has been used in paper production. Read the text and find out yes or no. Okay, this is the part that talks about paper. However, is it saying that salt was used to make paper? Well, no, it's not. When we're talking about paper here, we're talking about an academic paper. We're talking about literature. We're not saying that salt was used to make paper. We're saying that there was a paper, so literature about salt. A subtle difference. Okay, letter D. Salt is used in farming. Okay, read this part of the text and choose, is this a yes or is this a no? Okay, have a look at this one word, fertilizers. Now, we know that fertilizers are used in farming, and it says it is also used in the manufacturing of thousands of other commodities such as glass, rubber, and fertilizers. So if salt is used in fertilizers and fertilizers are used in farming, then yes, salt is therefore used in farming. So the answer is yes. Okay, so we've got 2 so far. We need to find 3. Let's look at E. Now you'll find the answer in this text. Pause the video and choose yes or no. Okay. Salt has been used to encourage soldiers during the war. Okay, well it says here, President Jefferson Davis decided to waive military service to those willing to provide the South Army with coastal salt kettles. Okay, the answer is no. Salt was not used to encourage soldiers during the war. It was used to waive military services. So for example, if you had salt, then you could give that to the government and you didn't have to go to war. The government would waive, so it means not include you in military service. F. Read the text, choose yes or no, and then hit play and we'll go through it together. Okay, salt is added to water to make it clean. Well, it says here, water softening systems. Now, is softening and making something clean the same? No, it's not. So F is no. Salt was used to soften water, but not to make it clean. Which means that G must be right. Let's check though, just to make sure. Salt has been used in beer production. And then the text says, in the past, salt was also added to beer during its manufacturing process in ancient Scotland. So, was it added to beer? Yes, it was. Salt was added to beer in Scotland. So, we've got our 3 correct answers. B, D, and G. Let's move on now to the labeling question. What's our strategy for a labeling question? It says, fill in the blanks with components of the production plant. Write no more than 2 words from the text for each answer. So it's important that we identify how many words we need to write, and that is here. Write no more than 2 words from the text for each answer. Now the next thing we need to do is make sure that we understand the graphic. So just look through the graphic and just make circles on it and draw on the question paper just to make sure that you fully understand the graphic, even before you start reading the text. Now typically, when we're doing a labeling question, all of the answers are in one paragraph, and we can find that in paragraph G. So take a second and see if you can complete this labeling question. We'll look at the answers together in a second. Right, I hope you've paused the video and looked through it by yourself. Let's look through the answers together. 24 is artificial lake, and we can see that in the text. Seawater was captured at high tide in an artificial lake, and we can see that in the graphic on the left. The next one, we've got some sort of pool here. Well, if we look below, we have shallow pond. It says wind and sun caused some water to evaporate before it was fed into a shallow pond. And we can see the lines in the diagram showing the evaporation of the water. So the answer is shallow pond. 2 words. Remember, no more than 2 words. So 2 words is fine. Next we have 26, and we really need to look at the graphic here. We've got some fires, and then on top of the fires we've got these kind of strange shapes that go like this. What is the answer? Well, we can find that here. They are metal pans. So number 26 is metal pans, 2 words, which is fine because it's no more than 2 words. Great. Okay, we're now moving on to passage 3, the most difficult. And just to make that extra difficult, we've got what most people consider to be the most difficult question type, which is the yes, no, not given question type. So we've got question 27 to 33, 34 to 37, and 38 to 40. So 3 different question types in passage 3. So not only is passage 3 usually the most difficult, you often get quite a lot of questions to do with passage 3. So make sure that you've done passage 1 and passage 2 quickly in order to give yourself enough time for passage 3. So first of all, let's identify what are the question types. We've got a yes, no, not given, we've got a summary completion, and we've got a match sentence endings question. Now, remember, we're going to look through the text and we're going to skim it, which means to read it quickly and pay attention to what is in each paragraph. Pause now, and then when you've finished, we'll look at it together. Okay, so what is our strategy for yes, no, not given questions? Well, first of all, as always, we read the instructions. So we can find these here. Do the following sentences agree with the information given in the passage 3? Choose yes if the statement agrees with the views of the writer. So if the statement agrees with the views of the writer, that's important. Choose no if the statement contradicts the view of the writer. So if something contradicts it, it means it does not agree with it. And choose not given if it is impossible to know what the writer's point of view is. Okay. Now remember, you're always going to find some that are yes, some that are no, and some that are not given. The same as true, false, and not given. Okay, next we're going to underline keywords in the sentence. So things like corporal punishment is effective in making a child compliant. It is difficult to compare the benefits and shortcomings of corporal punishment. Parents should discourage their children from questioning their authority. People usually don't realize the difference between discipline and punishment. Corporal punishment is not part of what is considered as discipline. Supporters of corporal punishment claim that it can alleviate parents' anger. Today's corporal punishment is illegal all over the world. Okay, so by underlining these words, it's going to help us to identify what information we need to find in the text. Now remember, the answers do come in order. So we're going to find the answer to number 27, and then 28, and then 29. They come in order in the passage. Okay, so the answer to number 27 is in this piece of text. Read it and see if you can find whether the answer is yes, no, or not given. Pause now and then continue. Okay, so the answer is here. Studies have shown that corporal punishment can result in immediate child obedience. Now, immediate child obedience. So the answer is yes, because obedience and compliance are synonyms. Number 28. It is difficult to compare the benefits and shortcomings of corporal punishment. Yes, no, not given. Read through the text and then we'll look through the answers together. Okay, the answer is here at the very bottom. Would you choose yes, no, or not given? If you haven't chosen yet, pause the video and choose. The answer is not given. So they say that the shortcomings outweigh its advantages. However, it doesn't mention whether or not this was easy or difficult. The writer's opinion, it's impossible to know the writer's opinion from this piece of text. So the answer is not given. Number 29. Read the text, find the answer, and then we'll have a look together. Right, in this case the answer is here. While this behaviour, which is considered an integral part of children's development process, should not be discouraged, it should not be allowed without consequences either. Okay, the answer must be no, because it should not be discouraged. Okay, on to number 30. Pause the video, read the text, choose yes, no, not given. We'll look through it together in a second. Right, the answer is here, although these two terms are usually used interchangeably. So because the terms are used interchangeably, it means that people don't realize the difference between discipline and punishment. So the answer is yes. These terms are used interchangeably. Therefore, people don't know what the difference is between them. Number 31. Read the text, choose yes, no, not given, hit play, we'll look at the answers together. Okay, the answer is at the bottom here. Corporal punishment as one discipline technique might be physical or psychological, rejection, separation from others, or deprivation of rights. Okay, so we're saying that it is not part of what is considered as discipline. So it says, the text mentions that corporal punishment is one discipline technique. So actually the answer is yes. Oh, sorry, the answer must be no, do you see? Because it's a double negative. It says, corporal punishment is not part of what is considered as discipline. And in the text, it shows that corporal punishment is discipline. So in this case, the answer is no. So it's a very tricky question there. And in fact, I actually had to reread that in order to see why the answer was no. Very, very slimy. Number 32. Read the text, find the answer, and we'll go through it together. Okay, the answer is here. So supporters of corporal punishment claim that it can alleviate parents' anger. So the text says they believe that corporal punishment can reinforce parental authority and then diffuse the tension between parent and child and reduce the parent's fury if the child's behavior is exasperating. So the answer is yes, because fury and anger are synonyms. So does corporal punishment alleviate parents' anger? Yes, it does, because it reduces the parent's fury. Number 33. So a smaller passage, see if you can find the answer. Hit pause, find the answer, then hit play. We'll go through it together. The answer is here. It is currently prohibited in several countries, therefore parents do not have the right to use it unless they dare to face charges. So it says it is currently prohibited in several countries, but that doesn't mean that it is illegal in all countries across the world, because it is only illegal in several countries. So the answer must be no. Let's move on. Now at this point you're probably getting a little bit tired, and that's because kind of the reading test is a test of stamina as well. You've got to really be paying attention for a long period of time and constantly finding a word or rereading passages of the text or working out why one thing is the answer and not the other answer. So that's why it's so important to practice doing IELTS reading tests before you go to do your real reading test. So let's move on to 34 to 37. So this is a summary completion strategy. We're going to first read the instructions, and that says we need to complete the summary below with only one word in each gap. Okay, next, think about what kind of word is needed in each of the spaces, and I'll let you take a second to do that. Thirdly, we need to locate the answer. So the answer is in one paragraph. And that's often the case. When we have a summary completion, often we'll find all of the answers in just one paragraph. So take a second, read through this paragraph and see if you can answer questions 34, 35, 36, and 37. Right. I hope you paused the video. I hope you've tried. If not, well, we're going to do this together anyway. First of all, we have consequences. So 34 is consequences. 35. They fear that corporal punishment might deflect the something. Here we have shifts the blame. So deflects the and shifts the are synonyms. So the answer for 35 is blame. Number 36, we've got aggression. So children subjected to corporal punishment might think that it is acceptable to use aggression. And in the text we have another drawback of corporal punishment is that it can lead to a child seeing punishment as an endorsement of aggression. So endorsement and something being acceptable are synonyms. Finally, number 37. If you haven't done it, just pause the video and try it yourself. It will make finding the answer just a little bit more satisfying. Now we know it comes in order, so we're expecting an answer at the bottom of the paragraph, and indeed we can find that here. We're talking about domestic violence in the text, and in the question it says domestic abuse. Right, now we've only got the last three questions, 38, 39, 40, and this is a match sentence ending strategy. So remember, there are more options than you need. So we've got, how many options do we have? We've got A, B, C, D, E, and F. So we've got 6 options and we only have 3 questions. So very cruel. We use 3 and we don't use 3. The next thing I would recommend when you get this kind of question is to look for the answer based on your understanding of the text. So by this point, we've read the text a few times looking for the questions before, and maybe we can get rid of some ideas just from our own knowledge of the text already. So verbal justification for punishment teaches children that misconduct will not be tolerated. Well, yes, it could teach that. Role models demonstrate the right behavior. Okay, probably not. They should take responsibility for their behavior. Certainly, it could be that. They should not rely solely on their parents. Okay, probably not that. Rules are entirely fair. So yes, that might be something that happens from verbal justification for punishment. They can be reasonable individuals. So okay, that doesn't make sense in this sentence. Now, so just by looking at what the answer could be, we've managed to get rid of certain options, and that's going to make it slightly easier to answer this question. So you can do the same for the second. Try and do this by yourself. Pause the video and think, which answers do you think it is unlikely to be? Okay, I think it's unlikely to be C, and I also think it's unlikely to be D, and I also think it's unlikely to be F. So we've got rid of 3 answers just by our understanding of the text. Finally, 40. Ultimately, children will behave well because... Okay, which options do you think it is unlikely to be? Well, I think it's unlikely to be B, unlikely to be C, and unlikely to be D as well. Oh, I think it's unlikely to be E. So in this case, it's probably going to be A or F. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's definitely going to be A or F, but this technique does help you to just make it a little bit easier to answer the question. Now, the final thing we're going to do is to locate the answer. So we've got our text and we can find the answer here in one of the final paragraphs. So, see if you can find the answer for 38. Pause the video, try and find the answer, and then hit play when you're ready. Okay, I think the answer is here. Explaining to children why their misbehavior is not tolerated allows them to reflect on their improper behaviors and prepares them to be accountable for their actions. So the answer is C. Verbal justification for punishment teaches children that they should take responsibility for their behavior. It prepares them to be accountable for their actions. Number 39. Okay, read the text and see if you can find the answer. Then we'll look at it together. There is no need for children to accept that. I think it's at the bottom of this passage. Okay, there is no need for children to accept that. E. Rules are entirely fair. A child does not need to agree that parental directives are justified. So justified and fair are synonyms. And finally, number 40. Take a second and see if you can find out the answer. I think the answer is here. Ultimately, children will behave well because B. Role models demonstrate the right behavior. They adopt a standard presented by their parents and other caregivers. So their parents and other caregivers are role models. Okay, so you'll probably agree with me that 38 to 40 were particularly difficult questions. Now, if you did get them right, well done. Now, the final thing we're going to look at is what kind of score you got and what band score that allocates to. So if you get 39 or even 40 right out of 40, you're going to get band 9. 37 to 38, band 8.5, an amazing score. 35 to 36 is band 8. Now, most of you are looking for band 7 or above. So in that case, you need to be getting 30 or above in your reading test. I would say that this was a particularly hard reading test. However, I think it's good to do hard reading tests before your real IELTS test so that you're overly prepared. This is a sample of General Task 1. At the top we have this. It says you should spend about 20 minutes on this task. So remember, in IELTS writing you have 1 hour to do 2 tasks. Now, task 1 is worth 1/3 of your score and task 2 is worth 2/3 of your writing score. So the British Council and IDP recommend that you spend 20 minutes on task 1 and 40 minutes on task 2. Now, below that you have the prompt. So the prompt basically gives you the context of the letter that you're writing. So you should read this very carefully and underline key words to help you understand what the context of the letter is and to give you an idea and an indication about what you're going to be writing in your letter. Now, below that we have who we're writing the letter to. So in this case, we're writing a letter to an accommodation officer at our college. So depending on who we're writing the letter to will determine whether we're going to write a formal, informal, or even a semi-formal letter. And we're going to be getting into that a little bit later. But let's move on. So below that we have the 3 bullet points, and there are always 3 bullet points that you need to mention. Now, it's incredibly important that you mention all of the bullet points and also everything contained in these bullet points. And that's something we're going to touch on later as well, because that's often a problem for many students that stops them from getting a band 7. So we're going to look at that a little bit later too. Below that it says you should write at least 150 words. So remember, that is at least 150 words. So you really want to be writing quite a bit beyond 150 words if you can in 20 minutes. Below it says you do not need to write any addresses, so that's fine. Don't write an address on in your letter. You would just be wasting your time. And then below that, it says, begin your letter as follows. And in this case, it says, dear sir or madam, but it might have dear and then ... in which case you might want to put a name. So again, we're going to be looking at that because that will depend on whether we're writing a formal, semi-formal or informal letter. Let's look at that now. So first of all, we have formal letters. Now, we're going to be writing a formal letter to people that we do not know. For example, we might have to complain about a product that has arrived broken, or we might have left something in a hotel. So in this type of context, we would be writing a formal letter because we don't know who we're writing to. Now, the opposite of that is to have an informal letter. Now, we typically write these to people that we know, and it's usually a friend, although it could actually be a family member as well. So again, the style that we write our letter will change hugely depending on whether we're writing a formal or informal letter. Now, lastly, we also have semi-formal letters. So again, we're going to change our style of writing if we're going to write a semi-formal letter. And we write these semi-formal letters when we're writing to someone that we know, but we don't have a close relationship with. So for example, we might be writing to our university professor. There is also another strange semi-formal letter type that appears again and again, which is when you are writing to your friend. So it would suggest that it's going to be informal. However, you're asking your friend for a job or some sort of professional favor, or you might be asking a work colleague something about work or some sort of favor or request. So in that case, you would be wanting to write a semi-formal letter. Okay, now, regardless of whether you're writing a formal, informal, or semi-formal letter, your structure is always going to be the same. And let's have a look at how we're going to do that. Well, we start with the greeting. So the greeting is something like, dear sir or madam. Now, after the greeting, we have the opener. So this is the purpose of the letter, and it appears in a separate paragraph. And it's usually just 1 or 2 sentences long. So an example would be, I am writing this letter to let you know about... Okay, now below that we answer the 3 bullet points. Now ideally these would be in separate paragraphs. However, sometimes bullet point 1 will be asking about, or the hint for bullet point 1 will be the same as the purpose of the letter, in which case you would combine bullet point 1 with the purpose above. But that's quite rare. Okay, after we've done the 3 bullet points, we're going to have the closer. So that's going to be something like this. Please consider my situation and let me know something else. And then after the closer, we finish with the sign-off. So the sign-off will be something like, yours faithfully, and then remember to write your name. It's very important that you write your name because you want this letter to accurately resemble a real letter that you would write in the real world if you write letters anymore. Okay, so let's summarize. We're going to start with the greeting. We're then going to have the opener. We're going to have our 3 bullet points. After that, we have our closer, and then we finish with the sign-off. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to focus on the greeting and the sign-off. Now, we mentioned we have formal, informal, and semi-formal letters, and our greeting and sign-off will change depending on whether we have a formal, informal, or semi-formal letter. Let's have a look. So if we have a formal letter, we're going to have something like, dear sir or madam, or dear sir/madam, and then a comma afterwards. It's always important to remember the comma. Now, how do we sign off when we say dear sir or madam? We sign off with yours faithfully, comma, and then our full name below. So yours faithfully, comma, John Doe, for example. Now, in semi-formal letters, it's slightly different. In this case, we know the name of the person we're writing to, but we don't have a close relationship with them. So we're going to say something like this. Dear Miss, Mrs. or Mr. Lewis. So Lewis being the surname, the family name, and then the comma. Don't forget the comma. Or we could even have Dear Ben Lewis. For example, if we have a closer relationship with that person. We could also have Dear Professor Lewis. I mentioned that often we're writing semi-formal letters to teachers or to university professors. So in that case, we might want to say Dear Professor Lewis instead of Dear Mr. Lewis. Now, how would we sign off? Usually we'll have yours sincerely and then the name. However, depending, again, if we have a closer relationship with that person, we could have something like kind regards and then the name, or best wishes and then the name. However, the most common for semi-formal letters is to have yours sincerely. But again, if you were writing a semi-formal letter to a friend but asking about a job, you wouldn't really say yours sincerely. You would say something like best wishes instead. Okay, so what about informal letters? Well, with informal letters, we're going to use the first name. So we'd say something like Dear Ben and then the comma. And then as for the sign-off, we'd say something like take care and then our first name, or speak soon, first name, or see you soon and then our first name. Right, so let's think about what the greeting and sign-off we would use in our task 1 question. So have a look at this question and think, what greeting and sign-off would you use? Right, so the information is here. We're writing a letter to an accommodation officer at our college. So it's going to be a formal letter. So as a result, we need to say, Dear Sir or Madam, with our comma. And to sign off, we would say, yours faithfully. Okay then, now we've covered the greeting and the sign off, it's time to look at the opener and closer. Now this will depend on 2 things. It depends on the formality, so we said whether it's formal, informal or semi-formal, and also the purpose of our letter. Let's have a look at our example general task 1 again. So we know we're writing a formal letter, and now we look for the purpose in the prompt and also from the 3 bullet points. Now in this case, we're trying to make a suggestion that we can change our accommodation at college. So our opener might look something like this. I'm seeking your support in changing my college accommodation. And our closer might look something like this. Please consider my suggestion. However, here is a top tip for the closer. In your closer, try to reference something from your letter. So instead of this, we might want to say, please consider my request to be in a quieter dormitory. So by referencing my request to be in a quieter dormitory, the examiner knows that you're not just memorizing phrases for the test, and this is going to get us a better score in IELTS writing. Okay, so we've looked at the greeting, we've looked at the sign-off, we've looked at the opener, we've looked at the closer. It's time to look in a bit more detail to the bullet points. So how do we extend the bullet points? So we've got our task 1 question, and we're going to look at one bullet point in particular because it's quite a tricky one. Have a look here. It says, explain your problems and why it is difficult to work. Okay, now this is a really tricky one because we're not just explaining one problem, it says explain your problems. So it suggests that we have many problems. So a student that just wrote one problem wouldn't be able to get a high score in general task 1. Similarly, if you didn't mention why it is difficult to work, you wouldn't be able to get a high score in general task 1, for task achievement that is. So for example, a band 5 student might say this, my roommate is very noisy. Okay, so yes, they've got one problem, they have a noisy flatmate, a noisy roommate, but that's not enough to get a high score for general task 1. a band 6 student might say something like this. My roommate invites friends over and plays rap music. This makes it very difficult to focus. Okay, so this time they've mentioned two problems. They have their flatmate who invites friends over, although that's not really a problem unless you frame it as a problem, and they say plays rap music. Again, not so problematic, but if you frame it as a problem, then it can be a problem. Then finally they say, this makes it very difficult to focus. So yes, they are saying that this is a problem, and they are saying why it is difficult to work. However, we're not interested in band 6, we're looking for band 7 and above. So this is what a band 7 student would say. My roommate is constantly inviting friends over and has been playing obnoxious rap music deep into the night. This makes it very difficult to focus on my work. So this is very similar to what a band 6 student would say, but they've elaborated. It's not just inviting friends over, it's constantly inviting friends over. And it's not just rap music, it's obnoxious rap music deep into the night. Okay, so do you see the difference between band 6 and band 7? It's all about that elaboration on the bullet points. Now, what about a band 7 plus student? So a band 7 plus answer would really want to be elaborating on the bullet points, and this is what they might say. So the same as before, then they say, I was able to tolerate this in the first semester. College was a new experience and I felt that some distraction and inconvenience was to be expected. However, now in the second semester, the workload is piling up and I feel that I need to be in a quiet environment to be able to do well in my studies. I have tried to explain this to my flatmate, but she seems reluctant to change her behavior. Okay, so see how a band 7 plus student is going to take their idea and they're going to use their imagination and elaborate on the bullet points, and that is really what you need to be doing. A little side note is, yes, you need to elaborate on the bullet points, but they have to be realistic. One thing that we see pretty regularly is students trying to elaborate on the bullet points but in an unrealistic way. So for example, they might say to the college officer, you should come to my room and spend the night here to see how loud the rap music is. So you're not going to invite a college officer to spend the night in your room. It's very unrealistic anyway. So avoid unrealistic elaborations on your bullet points. Stick to what's feasible and imaginable. Okay, now we're going to move on to a very important question, which is, how are you assessed? So how are you assessed for General Task 1? Well, it comes down to 4 different criteria. Task achievement, coherence and cohesion, lexical resource, and grammatical range and accuracy. And what we're going to do is look at each of these individually and work out what we need to do to get a high score in IELTS Task 1. So first, task achievement. So this refers to your ideas and the content of your answer and the content of your ideas. So first of all, we need to cover all parts of the task. So yes, we need to cover all of the bullet points, but we also need to be looking at those bullet points and giving all of the information that the bullet point contains. So for example, before we saw the bullet point where we need to give problems as well as saying why it's difficult to work. So you need to answer all of these questions to get a high score for task achievement. You also need to have a clear purpose, and we looked at how to address that by having our purpose in our letter as the second thing that we do after our opener. After that, we have extends the bullet point. So again, we've looked at that. We need to elaborate on what the bullet points say. We can't just write the bare minimum and move straight on to the next bullet point. Finally, we need to have the appropriate tone and use that tone consistently. So the tone is whether it's an informal, semi-formal or formal letter, and depending on whether we're writing one of these types of letters, our language should change. For example, in informal letters, we might use more phrasal verbs or more contractions, whereas we would expect our language to be more polite in formal letters. Now, we're not going to cover that in detail in this video because it's too big a topic, but we're definitely going to be covering that in future videos, so stay tuned. Okay, the next thing is coherence and cohesion. So what do we need to consider for coherence and cohesion? Well, first of all, we need to logically organize our ideas and information. So having our bullet points in separate paragraphs and having our opener and our closer, our greetings and our sign-off in a logical order. We also need to use linking words between sentences. So for example, in task 2, you might use words like however, nevertheless, first and foremost. We also need to use linking words that are appropriate for letters. So maybe if it's an informal letter, you might use a linking word like also or one other thing, or I can't believe I forgot to say last time we spoke. Those kind of linkers. We also need to use linking words within sentences. So words like and, so, and but that can connect our ideas. We also need to use referencing words correctly, so words like this or that refer to previous nouns. Again, this is something that we'll cover in detail in future videos, but something to be aware of. Okay, what about for lexical resource? Well, use a wide range of vocabulary to convey precise meaning. Okay, so the precise meaning is pretty important here. Notice earlier we said our flatmate or my roommate is always playing rap music. And then we said, well, we can improve that by saying obnoxious rap music deep into the night. So again, we're conveying precise meaning here by using adjectives and adverbs to emphasize our ideas. We also need to be careful with our spelling. So we want answers that have very few spelling mistakes. And yes, examiners are very good at spotting spelling mistakes. Okay, after lexical resource, the final thing that you're assessed on is grammatical range and accuracy. So for grammatical range and accuracy, you want to be using a range of structures. Now, a range of structures doesn't necessarily mean long, complex sentences in General Task 1 because, well, we don't usually write long, complicated sentences in letters. But here is some advanced grammar and useful structures that you can use in letters. So we could use continuous forms like I am waiting, or perfect forms like I have been living in London for 2 months now. So I have been living in. So that's a perfect continuous form. And these verb structures will help us to get a higher score. We should also be using modal verbs like can, could, will, would, may, might. The passive form is also very useful for letters. And reported speech is also very good, useful and often causes problems for students. And that's where we're reporting what somebody has said to you. For example, in a letter you might have to report on what managers from your company said about a cooking class. And they would say this, they would say, we are very happy with the service. Now, you want to report what they're saying, and you don't want to say, they said they are very happy. You would say, they said they were very happy. So are becomes were in reported speech. So again, this is something that you should be practicing before you go to do your General Task 1 answer, and it is something that we're going to be covering in future videos. Okay, next, accurate use of grammar. So it doesn't matter if you have a large range of grammar, if you're making lots and lots of mistakes, you need to be accurate too. And that's why we think it is essential that you have someone with a higher level of English, ideally an IELTS teacher, look over your writing and to point out your mistakes and point out how you can improve your writing. And then finally, we have accurate punctuation. So especially the use of commas is very important in General Task 1. Okay, so now we've covered what we need to do to get a high score in General Task 1. We're going to answer some frequently asked questions about the general test. So the first one is, how much is writing task 1 worth? Well, it's 1/3 of your writing score, so 33% of your writing score. And task 2 is worth 2/3 of your writing score, so 66% of your writing score. Okay, the next question. What score will I get if I don't finish in time? Okay, so if you don't finish in time, so you don't finish general task 1 in time, you're going to get a much lower score for your writing. So it's really, really, really important that you finish both tasks within the hour. It's very important. Okay, next question. Which task should I do first? So remember, you have task 1 and task 2. And students often ask us, which task should we do first? Now, we have 2 methods for this. The first method is to open your question paper, read task 2 first, and then start answering task 1 first. And the reason for that is, when you read task 2 first, you begin to think of ideas for your essay topic. And so you're saving yourself some time, because while you're writing your task 1 answer, you're already beginning to think of the ideas that you can write when it comes to writing your essay. So that's one method, and that is actually the favorite method of most of our students. However, we also have a different method, which is to write task 2 first, and to try and finish it within 35 minutes, and then to write task 1 second. And the reason you want to do that is because in task 1, you can get a substantially higher score by writing in a lot more details. We saw how if you expand on the bullet points, you can get a much better score. So if you know that you've finished task 2 first and you feel confident that you've done well in that, then you can take more time to write a longer answer for task 1. However, most people prefer method 1, but the best thing is you practice both of these methods before you go to do your IELTS writing test. Okay, next question. Can I take more than 20 minutes to write task 1? Yes, but just make sure you finish both tasks within the hour. Should I use contractions in my letters? So contractions are words like I'm instead of I am, or I've instead of I have. And we would use those in informal letters, but not formal or semi-formal letters. So yes, use contractions in informal letters. No, don't use contractions in formal or semi-formal letters. Should I write more than 150 words? Yes, definitely write more than 150 words. In fact, write a lot more than 150 words as long as what you're writing is relevant and is accurate. Should I count the number of words I have written? No, you don't need to do that. However, what we suggest is that you write some practice answers on the official IELTS Task 1 question paper, and by doing that you'll know what 150 words looks like, and so you'll know that you've written more than 150 words in your writing test. Can I have extra paper for planning and making notes? Yes, you can. You just need to put up your hand and someone will come over and give you extra paper for planning or making notes. However, you can also use the question paper. You can write on it and you can put a plan on that question paper. It's just going to be thrown away afterwards, or recycled, hopefully. And finally, should I write my name at the end of the letter? Yes, you should. Just do it. It's much easier just to write your name and to be sure that you're using the correct format for a letter. For this video, we're going to be using this. It's an academic task 1 question, and the rubric says, the table below shows the population in millions of 8 countries in 2008 and 2018. It also shows the percentage of growth in population between these 2 dates. And as always, the question would say, summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. So the first thing we would do is spend 2 to 4 minutes analyzing the graphic, and that's what we're going to do now. So we can see that we have the percentage growth between 2008 and 2018, and we have 8 different countries. So looking at Angola, we can see that between 2008 and 2018, their population increased. Likewise with Brazil, also Canada. In Japan, the population decreased between 2008 and 2018. In Nigeria, it increased. In Pakistan, it increased. In Romania, it decreased. And in Russia, the population stayed the same. So we have 5 countries that increased in population, 2 countries that decreased in population, and 1 country that stayed the same. And we're going to be using this kind of information to help explain the 5 common mistakes that students make when answering these questions. The next thing we would do when we're analyzing the graphic is to look for extremes, to look for superlatives. So if we look at 2008, we can see that the largest population was in Brazil, and the lowest population was in Romania. Afterwards, if we look at 2018, we can see the highest population in Pakistan, so there's been a change there, and the lowest population is still in Romania. And finally, if we look at the next column, or the last column, percentage growth, we can see that the largest growth was in Angola, and the smallest growth, or rather the largest negative growth, was in Romania. So, now that we've analysed the graphic, it's time to look at some of the common mistakes that students make when answering academic Task 1 questions. And the first one is the wrong overview. Okay, I'm going to show you 2 overviews, and I want you to decide which one do you think is the correct overview. Here's overview 1. Overall, in 2008, Brazil had the largest population, followed by Pakistan and Nigeria. However, by 2018, Pakistan had overtaken Brazil to become the country with the largest number of inhabitants. Okay, let's have a look at overview 2. Overall, 5 countries experienced an increase in population growth: Angola, Brazil, Canada, Nigeria, and Pakistan. 1 country, Russia, did not change, and 2 countries saw a reduction in their population figures: Romania and Japan. Now take a second. Which of these 2 overviews would you write? Which one do you think is correct? Okay, so the answer is overview 2. If you look at overview 1, which is not correct, we can see that it focuses too much on specific countries. It focuses on Brazil, Pakistan, and Nigeria, and as a result, it misses out a lot of countries. It doesn't mention Russia, or Romania, or Nigeria, for example. In overview 2, we give a general description of the trends, a general description of what happens to all of the categories, so all of the countries. We know that, for example, there are 5 countries that increased in population, and we mention these countries. There are 2 countries that saw a decrease in population, Romania and Japan. And then we also mention that Russia does not change. So we're giving a general description of all of the categories, a general description of all of the countries. Okay. We could also, in fact, improve the overview 2 by mentioning that the highest growth was in Angola, and the highest, or the country that shrunk the most in terms of population, was Romania. So this overview could be improved. But in general, overview 2 is a good overview, and overview 1 focuses too much on specific countries. Now, writing the correct overview is very important. According to the public band descriptors, at band 6 it says presents an overview with information appropriately selected. And at band 7 it says presents a clear overview of main trends, differences, or stages. So if we're looking to get a band 7, 8, or 9, we really need to have a clear overview. So how do we get better at writing the overview? Well, the most important thing to do is to practice, practice, practice. So one thing I would suggest is look at practice IELTS Task 1 questions And you can find these either online or in the Cambridge practice test series. And you don't have to write the full answer for all of the questions, but just write the overview for as many questions as you possibly can. And then compare these with other students, or show your teacher and see if you're getting a good idea of how to report the overview. You can also do our online course, and our online course is a premium IELTS course which focuses on what you need to do to be ready in all parts of the academic IELTS test. And in that course we have a full section on how to write an overview with quizzes, practice activities, videos, and we specifically look at each of the question types. So all of the graphic types that you can get in academic task 1. So process diagrams, map diagrams, pie charts, all of these. And then we look at how to write an overview for all of them. But here are some quick tips. First of all, spend 2 to 4 minutes analyzing the graphic before you start writing. And that's what we did at the beginning of this video. Before we would even write the introduction or the overview, we already have a clear idea of what information is in the graphic. Put your overview at the beginning of your answer after the introduction. So we would have introduction, overview, and then the body paragraphs below. Some people also like to put the overview at the end of their answer, and that's also fine, but we generally recommend putting it before your body paragraphs. And that's because what you identify in your overview often changes the order of your body paragraphs. So for example, in this overview we identified countries that increase, countries that stay the same, and countries that decrease in population. Now, because we identified that in our overview, we would also have our body paragraphs reflecting that. So we would have one paragraph about the countries that increase, another paragraph about the countries that stay the same, or Russia, and then a final paragraph which talks about the countries that have decreased in population. Okay, the third tip. Start your overview with overall. And that's because you make it incredibly easy for the examiner to see that you have an overview in your answer. And that's something that it's likely that they're going to be looking for when it comes to grading your answer. Next, focus on the general trend in all of the different categories. So remember, when we looked at the 2 overviews, the first one focused specifically on the highest populations in both years, whereas the second overview gave a general description of all of the categories. So a general description of all of the countries in this case. So that's one tip. And finally, it's important that you learn to write, or learn what to write for your overview for different graphic types, and you need to practice these before you go into the exam. So for example, in map diagrams, where you have one map, for example, in the past and another in the present, what are you going to do when you write an overview for this? Likewise with a process diagram. A process diagram, for example, is the process of making something, like the process of making wine or the process of making cement, and it's a popular graphic type in task 1. So when you get one of these process diagrams, what are you going to do for your overview? Similarly, if you have a prediction, you need to make sure that you're mentioning this in your overview. So it's important that you practice all of the different graphic types before you go to do your IELTS writing test. Okay, let's move on to mistake number 2, and that is missing out one of the categories. So we have 8 countries. We've got Angola, Brazil, Canada, Japan, Nigeria, Pakistan, Romania, and Russia. Now, in our answer, we need to mention all 8 countries. If we miss out one of these countries, then we're not fully reporting the graphic. For example, if your answer fails to mention Russia, then you're not going to get a high score because you're missing out some of the information. Let's look at some quick tips. So when you're analyzing the graphic, look, how many categories are there? In this case, there are 8 countries that we need to mention. look for superlatives. So we saw that Angola experienced the largest population growth over the period. Think about how we can group the categories. So for example, in this case, we have countries that increase in population between 2008 and 2018, and we can group those together. Also, check if there are any predictions, and if there are, make sure that you mention this in your overview, but also in the rest of your answer. If it's a process diagram, well, how many stages are there? And if it's a map diagram, how many differences are there? This is the kind of thing that you should be looking at when you're analyzing the graphic and making sure to mention in your answers. Okay, mistake number 3. Not using logical paragraphs. So I'm going to show you 2 different plans, and I want you to think about which plan you think is more appropriate for this task. Plan number 1, we have the introduction first, the overview, and then BP1 stands for body paragraph 1. So in body paragraph 1 we would have the countries that increased in population. In body paragraph 2 we would have countries that stayed the same, and then in body paragraph 3 we would have countries that decreased in population. So in total we have 5 paragraphs. Now look at paragraph 2. Look at plan 2. We have an introduction, an overview, so far the same. Now in body paragraph 1 we look at the first 4 countries, so Angola, Brazil, Canada and Japan. And in body paragraph 2 we look at the last 4 countries, so Nigeria, Pakistan, Romania and Russia. In this plan we only have 4 paragraphs. Now which one would you choose? The answer is you should choose plan 1. It's more logical when we group categories together into paragraphs. And not only would we get a higher score for coherence and cohesion, we're also likely to get a higher score for all of the other categories. So task, response, lexical resource, which is vocabulary, and grammatical range and accuracy. And that's because when we group information together, we can use more advanced grammar. So we can say, for example, things like, similar to Japan, Romania also experienced a decrease between 2008 and 2018. So by putting or grouping categories into the same paragraphs, we're likely to use more advanced grammar and more advanced vocabulary, which will help us to get a higher score in task 1. Okay, so some quick tips. Make sure you have at least 2 body paragraphs in your answer. It's fine to have 3 or 4 body paragraphs if that is logical, but you should have at least 2 body paragraphs. When you're analyzing the graphic, look for ways to group categories into paragraphs. Avoid body paragraphs with only 1 sentence. So for example, in the plan that we just looked at, we had 1 body paragraph just about countries that stayed the same. So in this case, we only had Russia. Now, even though we're only looking at Russia, it's important to have 2 sentences about Russia so that we don't have 1 paragraph with just 1 sentence. Okay, mistake number 4, and that is repeating the same sentence structure. Look at all of these sentences. The population of Angola grew by 43%. The population of Brazil grew by 7%. The population of Canada grew by 12%. The population of Nigeria grew by 28%. The population of Russia stayed the same. The population of Japan shrunk by 2%. So these are all correct. They're grammatically correct, but they're the exact same sentence structure. Now, this is quite typical for low-level students. When low-level students tend to simply repeat the same sentence structure over and over again, while high-level students are able to come up with different grammatical structures to talk about the data. And this is something that you really need to be doing in your Task 1 answers. Let's have a look at some examples. So here are the repetitive sentences, and here are some other sentence structures that we can use. The largest growth in population can be seen in Angola, which registered a 43% increase over the period. Brazil experienced a 7% increase in population. Canada's population grew by 12%. An increase in population can also be seen in Nigeria, which grew by 28% between 2008 and 2018. Russia was the only country that registered the same number of inhabitants in 2008 and 2018. Japan's population decreased, reducing by 2% between 2008 and 2018. A good idea is when you're writing your practice answers, your practice essays, make sure to use a variety of different grammar structures and really make a point of changing the grammar structure that you're going to use to make sure that it's not repetitive. And by doing this in your practice answers, when it comes to writing your exam, you'll have a larger variety of grammatical structures that you can use in your answers. If you would like to see a video on different grammar structures that we can use in Task 1, then leave a comment below and we'll get onto it. Okay, finally we have mistake number 5. Now, have a look at the sentence. Romania's population decrease is likely to have come about as a result of low fertility rates and emigration to countries such as Germany, the United Kingdom, and Italy. Now, is this a good sentence? Well, it's grammatically correct, and there's lots of good vocabulary, and it makes sense, but this isn't the right kind of sentence to put in to academic task 1. In academic task 1, you're asked to simply summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. Now, this sentence attempts to explain the data, or it attempts to explain the data in the graphic, and that is the final mistake. Don't explain the data. You simply need to report it and make comparisons. Tip number 1. Know which structure you are going to use for the different IELTS questions. Right, in IELTS Task 2, there's basically 5 different essay question types. You can have the agree-disagree questions, advantage-disadvantage questions, discussion questions, double questions, or direct questions. We're going to be covering all of these different question types in my Task 2 writing course. Now, for all of these different question types, the most common that you'll find in Task 2 are the agree-disagree questions. In fact, 38% of the time we've noticed agree-disagree questions coming up in IELTS Task 2. However, you could get an advantage-disadvantage question, a discussion question, a double question, or even, although it's unlikely, a direct question in Task 2. So the important thing is you know which structure you're going to use when you get these different question types. That's going to help you write confidently and quickly during the IELTS test. So for example, if you get an agree-disagree question, you go, okay, I'm going to use the simple structure where I completely agree or I completely disagree. Now, you also need to know what the simple structure looks like for you. So if I were to write it, I would have an introduction, a body paragraph 1 where I have my first idea, body paragraph 2 where I have my second idea, and then a conclusion. And I also know what I'm going to write in each of these paragraphs. So in the introduction, I'm going to introduce the topic, and then I'm going to respond to the question. In body paragraph 1, I'm going to have the topic sentence for my first idea. I'm going to develop that idea, probably with an example, and then I'm going to have a linking sentence to relate my idea to the question. I'm going to do the same in body paragraph 2. I'll have a topic sentence with my idea, usually a shorter sentence that is. Then I'll have a longer development, and then possibly a link at the end. And then in the conclusion, I'm going to restate my position and summarize my ideas. And the important thing for you is that you practice this before you go to do your IELTS test. So you need to practice the different structures and know which structure you're going to use for an agree-disagree question, an advantage-disadvantage question, a discussion question, a double question, or a direct question. Okay, so learn the different structures and know which structure you're going to use for each question type before you go to do your IELTS writing test. Tip number 2 is write your opinion in the introduction and conclusion. Now, if we look at the public band descriptors, so this is freely available on the internet and helps you to get an idea of how you're assessed in your IELTS writing. Now, we're going to look at the first one, which is task response, and sometimes referred to as task achievement. And if we look here at band 7, it says presents a clear position throughout the response. So what does a clear position throughout the response mean? Okay, well, it means we're going to have our position in the introduction and conclusion of our essay as well. Okay, so imagine we get a question like this. Teenagers should have regular exams at secondary school as this will prepare them better for life after leaving school. And then the question, to what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? Okay, quick question. What kind of question is this? To what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? It's an agree-disagree question, which I said is the most common question you'll get asked in the IELTS writing test. Now, it's important that we give our position, our opinion, in the introduction and conclusion. So you can see the introduction here, and in pink, we have our position. I believe that teenagers should be given regular exams because Okay, we're also going to have our position in the conclusion as well. In conclusion, and then in pink, I would argue that teenagers should be given regular exams at secondary school because Okay, so have your position in the introduction and conclusion of your essay. Now, there's something else we can learn from the public band descriptors, and that's if we look here. At band A, it says presents a well-developed response to the question with relevant, extended, and supported ideas. So my third tip would be develop your ideas. Let me show you. Let's take our question again about teenagers and doing regular exams. And we're going to have this idea. We're going to say something like, teenagers should have regular exams because they will learn useful skills. Now, that's a relevant idea. However, it's not developed. We need to develop all of our ideas in order to get band 7, 8, and 9 in the IELTS writing test. So what could we write as our development? Well, I personally think the best way to develop an idea is to have an example. So we could say something like this. For example, they will learn time management skills and how to deliver under pressure. However, there are other ways that we could develop our ideas. We could say something like a contrast. If students don't have regular exams that they are required to pass, they might be less likely to develop the ability to push through difficulty in order to reach their goals. So we can also use a contrasting statement to develop our ideas. We could also have a sentence like this. Skill development often comes from repetition of tasks. Through having regular exams, students might be more likely to learn the skills that help them to achieve. Okay, so one of the things I'd like you to take away from this is that it's a good idea to write at least 2 sentences for each idea. So the first sentence introduces the idea, and then the second, and possibly third, and maybe even fourth sentence is going to develop that idea. Don't just write one sentence and then move on to the next idea. Develop all of your ideas. Okay, tip number 4. Work on the accuracy of your grammar. Okay, so Of all the public banned descriptors, we've got task response, coherence and cohesion, lexical resource, and grammatical range and accuracy. I'd say that it's grammatical range and accuracy that stops people from getting their desired band score. And in particular, I would say it's not the range of accuracy or range of grammar, but actually the accuracy of their grammar. So I think a good idea is to work on the accuracy of your grammar. Now, to help you do this, you can use online writing tools like Grammarly. So in Grammarly, basically you can type in your practice essays and it will identify where you're missing a comma or a spelling mistake, or maybe a mistake in the grammar that you use, for example, the tense that you use. So you can use Grammarly, and they've got a free punctuation checker. And there's another one called writer.com and then /punctuation checker. And this again helps you to identify missing commas, incorrect spelling, and incorrect grammar. Now, I want to tell you a little bit about a guy called Yash who went from band 6 to band 7.5 in his IELTS writing. So a huge improvement in his writing score. And when I asked him about how he improved so much in his writing, he said this: I kept a record of all of my mistakes in a Word document, so a Microsoft Word document. And when I asked him about this Microsoft Word document, he said it was, I think, between 30 and 40 pages. So imagine that. All of the mistakes that he makes in his practice essays, he writes down the sentence where he made a mistake, and then he also writes down the correct version. And then he would regularly look through those mistakes and have a very analytical approach to try and improve upon those mistakes. So thank you, Yash, for such a great idea. Now, something else that Yash and I spoke about is this. Into Google or any search engine, you can type in common mistakes for, and then in his case, Hindi speakers learning English. So common mistakes for Hindi speakers learning English, or for Italian speakers learning English, or Spanish speakers learning English. And that's going to show you a lot of websites that present the common mistakes for people who are learning English with your first language. So for example, if you're a Russian speaker, you're likely to struggle with articles. Now, you should research what are the common mistakes for people with your first language learning English. You're likely to be making a lot of those same mistakes. Tip number 5. Okay, learn the common topics and learn the common questions. So the common topics in IELTS Writing Task 2 are things like the environment, buildings and cities, travel, nature and wildlife, education, skills and learning, work, economy, technology, upbringing, health and happiness, describing people, roles and responsibilities, and also crime as well. So you can see that there are a lot of common topics and a lot of themes that appear in IELTS writing. In fact, the best way to get familiar with these themes and also the common questions that appear in IELTS are basically to do the Cambridge official past paper practice tests. So you can look at the Task 2 essays and do those questions. And by doing those, you'll become familiar with the types of questions, the common questions, and the types of themes that appear in Task 2. I've also got a vocabulary course that I think will help a lot of students to learn words related to these common themes, typically advanced words that you can use in your essays. And each lesson will have between 20 and 30 words related to this theme. And then below that, you'll find some useful quizzes where you have to use these words and identify which of these words fits into the correct space. You'll also find some personalization activities to help you remember the words, and then also some model essays related to the topics. So for example, model essays related to the environment. So that's going to help you learn about the common themes and topics that appear in IELTS Task 2. Tip number 6 is to read model essays. So my website, englishprotips.com, has a lot of model essays to help you with your IELTS writing. And what I would suggest is look through the model essay, do the gap fill, so choose the correct word, think about which word would fit in the space and then choose the correct word. Below that, have a look at the useful vocabulary. Look at how that useful vocabulary is used in this essay, and if you like the vocabulary and you find it useful for you, keep a record of that vocabulary, maybe in your own vocabulary book. The next thing that I would recommend that you do is to write your own answer for this question. So you can write your essay, and you can choose whether to write it with a time limit or just to give yourself plenty of time to write the essay. After you've finished that, compare your answers. So look at the model answer and look at your answer and compare. Are your ideas the same? Have you communicated your ideas in the same way? Have you written your position in the same way? Have you put it in the same places? Where do you agree? Where do you disagree? What vocabulary is the same? What vocabulary is different? Just try and make your approach to writing more structured and analytical. Now, one student even had extended on this approach, and what she did, and by the way, she went from band 6.5 to band 7.5 in less than a month, is she would read these model essays before she went to sleep. So during the day, she would study from them, and then before she went to sleep, she would read through the model essays again. And she said that it just helped her to understand more about high-level IELTS writing. Okay, tip number 7 is to read extensively and research topics. Now, I recently spoke to a student called Huda, and she was able to get band 8 in the writing test, which is incredibly impressive. And when I asked her about her approach to her studies, she said something that was very interesting. She said, in order to become a great writer, you have to be a great reader. So her approach to IELTS writing was definitely writing a lot of practice essays, but it also involved a lot of reading. So she did things like went to websites like procon.org. And in procon.org, you're going to find lots of common themes and common topics and common questions that appear in IELTS. And you can go into these, so things like the benefits of wearing school uniforms, and you can look at all of the ideas for wearing school uniforms and all of the ideas against wearing school uniforms as well. And they're ordered in a very, or rather the layout is very well ordered. So you can look at the brief idea at the top and then a bit of a development below that. So it's going to help you come up with ideas in your IELTS essays. Now, Huda would also Google the essay question. So if she was going to write a question on should teenagers have regular exams at secondary school, she would type that into Google and actively research that question before she went to write her exam or write her practice essay. And it definitely paid off. She was able to get band 8 in the writing test, which is incredible. Okay, tip number 8, something that nobody can avoid. You need to be writing lots and lots of practice essays. In fact, everybody that I've spoken to that's got band 7 or above, or rather band 7.5 and above, has written a tremendous amount of practice essays. You really do need to write lots in order to get familiar with the style and theme and the common topics of IELTS writing. Now, I suggest 3 stages. In the first stage, and this is going to be way before your real IELTS writing test, you're going to choose an essay question, ideally with a model answer. Okay, first, read the model answer. So read how a teacher or a high-level student would answer this particular question. make a record of the vocabulary that you like. So maybe some new vocabulary or vocabulary that you feel really makes this essay a good essay. Then copy the ideas, so write about the same ideas that appear in this model essay, and then write your own essay and take as long as you like. For example, if it takes 2 hours to write the essay, that's fine. If it takes 3 hours, even better. Take as long as you like to write this essay. After you've finished, compare the essays. So we mentioned before, look at the vocabulary you used and the model essay used, the grammar you used and the model essay used, and how you communicate these ideas in different ways. Now, in stage 2, and this is going to be 1 to 2 months before your IELTS test, you need to be a bit stricter on yourself. Choose an essay with a model answer again. This time, research the topic and record any useful vocabulary. So a bit like Huda, you can go on websites like procon.org or Google the essay question and try and find articles about that theme. Next, write your essay. Okay, so you're going to be writing your essay with your own ideas, not copying the ideas from the model essay. Now, at this stage, you really look at the model essay and you compare your ideas and their ideas and the way that you've structured your essay. Okay, so that's going to be in stage 2. Now, in stage 3, you're going to be even harsher with yourself because your exam is coming up. So this is what we would be doing when we've got less than 4 weeks before the IELTS test. Now we're going to be focusing on doing timed writing. So we're going to be trying to finish task 2 essays in 40 minutes, ideally 35 minutes, and maybe even 30 minutes with 5 minutes to check over our writing. Remember, it's always a good idea to check our writing. We're going to try doing task 1 and task 2 together. So giving ourselves 20 to 25 minutes for task 1 and 35 minutes to 40 minutes for task 2. So we're going to put those together. And we're also going to be doing all of the tests in the same day. So we're going to start with a listening test, then we'll do the reading test, and then we'll do the writing test. And we're going to be trying to develop our stamina, which is what we need to be able to do the IELTS writing test. Okay. Tip number 9, evaluate your writing. Now there's 2 ways you can do this. You can do it by yourself or you can do it with a teacher. Okay, if you're going to do it by yourself, then download the public band descriptors and make a point of really trying to learn and analyze these public band descriptors because you want to be trying to get into the head of an examiner and really understanding what it is that an examiner is looking for. Again, like Yash, who we mentioned earlier, keep a record of your mistakes. So if you know you struggle with articles, then write down when you've missed an article and then write down the corrected version and really be strict with yourself. Okay, if you've only written an idea with 1 sentence and you haven't developed it, well, don't give yourself band 7 for task achievement or task response. Be strict with yourself. Now, alternatively, you can get a teacher. And if you do have a teacher who's going to evaluate your writing, I really suggest that you ask them to correct your essay. So they show you which mistakes you're making, and they show you the correct version of your essay. It's also important that they give you a band score for each of the criteria, so task achievement or task response, coherence and cohesion, lexical resource, and grammatical range and accuracy. And ideally, you'll be getting a separate score for each of these criteria to know which one you find easy and which one you find more difficult. It's also important that they give you some advice for getting to the next level. So if you're constantly getting band 6, then what do you need to do to be getting band 6.5? Hopefully they'll be giving you some concrete advice for how to get to the next stage. And then also, I think it's a good idea if they can send you resources to help you self-study. So if they know that you're struggling with articles, then ask them to maybe send you some worksheets or to send you some online YouTube videos to help you understand articles better. Agree-Disagree essay is going to look something like this. Teenagers should have regular exams at secondary school as this will prepare them better for life after leaving school. Okay, and then you're going to get a task a bit like this. To what extent do you agree or disagree? Or, to what extent do you agree or disagree with this statement? Or, do you agree or disagree with this opinion? Or simply, do you agree or disagree? So, it's very easy to identify whether you get an agree-disagree question, and as I mentioned, they are the most common question type that you're going to get in the IELTS writing test. So let's look at how we can write an answer. Now, for most of you, the best structure to use is going to be the simple structure, and that's where you either completely agree or completely disagree. And we are going to look at some other useful structures for agree-disagree questions in future lessons. But for now, let's focus on the simple structure where we either completely agree or completely disagree. Now, we're going to have 4 paragraphs. We're going to start with the introduction, then we're going to have body paragraph 1, body paragraph 2, and then the conclusion. So, our introduction, as we know, needs to do 2 things. It's going to introduce the topic and respond to the question. So, in this case, it's going to say, we completely agree, or I completely agree, or I completely disagree with whatever the statement is. Then in body paragraph 1, we're going to have the first reason why we completely agree or completely disagree. So we're going to have the topic sentence, the development, and then finally maybe a link, if it doesn't sound too repetitive. Similarly, in body paragraph 2, we're going to look at the second reason why we completely agree or disagree, and for that reason we're also going to have the topic sentence, the development, and then maybe a link. Finally, the conclusion is simply going to restate our position, so it's going to remind the examiner that we completely agree or we completely disagree, and it's also going to summarize our ideas. So the ideas that we mention in body paragraph 1 and body paragraph 2. Okay, let's have a look at an example. So imagine we get this question. Teenagers should have regular exams at secondary school as this will prepare them better for life after leaving school. Do you agree or disagree? Now, the first thing we're going to do is underline keywords that help us understand this question. So that's going to be words like teenagers, regular exams at secondary school, prepare them, so them being teenagers, and life after leaving school. Okay, so we're going to underline these words on the question paper so that we fully understand the question and we know not to miss anything out. Okay, next we're going to either write down or imagine a plan. So the plan that we're going to use for this particular essay. Now, most of the time you don't have enough time to write a detailed plan. Simply writing maybe 3 or 4 words might be enough for your plan. Otherwise, I would recommend that you learn to be able to plan your essays in your head. So in this case, we're going to completely agree. So why? We need 2 reasons why we completely agree. So why do you think that teenagers should have regular exams at secondary school? Okay, well, let's say, first of all, it provides good practice before these teenagers go to university. So for example, in university they have to do lots of exams, and if they haven't done the exams at high school, they're going to find those exams more challenging. Okay, that's idea number 1. What about idea number 2? We're going to say helps the teenagers develop useful skills that they're going to use later in life when they start work. So for example, when teenagers have to prepare for an exam, they need to learn to work towards a particular deadline, or when they need to do the exam, they need to learn how to work under pressure. And these are very useful skills for when they start work. So that's going to be our second point. Okay, we're going to write the essay for this question. And we're going to start with the introduction. So our introduction needs to do 2 things. It needs to introduce the topic and respond to the question. So first of all, let's introduce the topic. We're going to say something like this. Exams are an important feature of secondary education. However, there is contention over whether frequent exams prepare students for post-school life. So what we've done here when we've introduced the topic is we've taken the question and we've introduced that idea in our own words. So we've paraphrased and we've used synonyms. The next thing we do is to respond to the question. Now the question is, do you agree or disagree? So we're going to say, I believe that teenagers should be given regular exams as this will provide useful practice before they go on to be assessed in university and also help develop a range of skills which are essential in the world of work. Okay, so we've introduced the topic and then we've responded to the question, and when we've responded to the question, we've already given an indication as to why we believe or why we completely agree that teenagers should be given regular exams. So we've mentioned the ideas in our introduction that we're going to write about in body paragraph 1 and body paragraph 2. Right, let's have a look at body paragraph 1 then. So we have the topic sentence, development and link, and in this paragraph we're going to look at the argument that that regular exams give teenagers good practice before they go to do university exams. So we're going to start with a topic sentence, and the topic sentence is going to show the examiner what our idea is. It's going to introduce our idea. Having frequent exams at high school ensures that teenagers have had ample examination practice before continuing to higher levels of education. Okay, so we've written our topic sentence, we now move on to the development. Now when we write a development, we sometimes give a result, a reason, or we give an example, which is a very strong way of developing our ideas. Let's see what we write. In further education, it is almost certain that students will be tested in one way or another. This may be practical. For example, a vocational course will require students to pass practical exams. Or academic. University students are evaluated on coursework type tests, formal end-of-year exams, or a combination of both. Okay, so now we've given an example of when students finish high school and then they go to either college or they go to university, and then the practice that they've done in high school helps them in university or college exams. Finally, we're going to have a link. Now this is optional. We don't usually include a link if it sounds too repetitive. But in this case, we do have a link, and it's going to look like this. Hence, exams at secondary school provide a foundation of experience which prepares teenagers for the tests they will encounter in further education. Okay, let's look at body paragraph 2. And in this body paragraph, we're going to look at our second idea, that it helps teenagers develop useful skills for the world of work. Okay, let's start with our topic sentence. Regular exams also push teenagers to develop a range of skills that are useful in the world of work. Next, we need our development. Let's put an example in. For example, taking the exam requires the student to plan, prepare and perform in the test, thus developing time management capability, resiliency, and the ability to deliver under pressure. These skills are invaluable in a professional setting where it is essential to be able to organize the workload and meet deadlines. Okay, let's finish with a link. The more exams that teenagers have in high school, the greater the opportunity to develop such skills. Okay, so we've written our introduction and our 2 body paragraphs. The final paragraph left is the conclusion. Now, you must write a conclusion for your IELTS essays. In fact, if you don't, it's very unlikely that you're going to get band 6. So you must write a conclusion. Now, our conclusion needs to do 2 things. It needs to restate the position and summarize the ideas. And it's usually going to be 1 sentence to 4 sentences long. In this case, it's just 1 sentence. Let's have a look. In conclusion, I would argue that teenagers should be given regular exams at secondary school because they provide useful practice for future tests in further education and develop a range of skills that help teenagers when they start work. So, do we restate the position? Yes, we do. We say, I would argue that teenagers should be given regular exams at secondary school. So we make our position very clear in the conclusion. Also, we summarize our ideas. So we had 2 body paragraphs with 2 ideas, and that's what we're going to mention in our conclusion as well. So we say, because they provide useful practice for future tests in further education and develop a range of skills that help teenagers when they start work. The first task that you have is to write a letter, something like this. You recently bought some new furniture for your living room online. You were told that the furniture would arrive within 5 working days, but it has been 2 weeks and it still has not arrived. You phoned the shop but no action was taken. Write a letter to the shop manager. In your letter, explain that the furniture has not arrived. Describe what happened when you phoned the shop. Say what you would like the manager to do. Okay, so this is the task that we're given, and the instructions are always going to be the same. We're going to be told that we need to write at least 150 words, and we do not need to write an address. Remember that. We don't write an address in task 1. We do start our letter with dear and then a name. Okay. So let's focus on how we would analyze this question, and that's the first thing you want to be doing when you start your IELTS writing test. Okay, so when we're analyzing the question, a good idea is to find out what are the key words. So these are the words that are going to help us to understand what we're writing. So let's do this together. You recently bought some new furniture. Okay, so you bought some new furniture for your living room online. Okay, so you bought it online. You didn't go to a physical store to buy this furniture. You were told that the furniture would arrive within 5 working days, but it has been 2 weeks and it still has not arrived. Okay, so you ordered the furniture, you were told it would arrive in 5 days, but 2 weeks later it still hasn't arrived. You phoned the shop, but no action was taken. Okay, so that's something that you might want to mention in your letter as well. Say, hey, I phoned you guys, but you didn't take any action. I'm still waiting for my furniture. Write a letter to the shop manager. Now, you'll always be told who you're writing the letter to, and this is important to pay attention to because it helps you decide whether you're going to write a formal, informal, or even a semi-formal letter. In your letter, explain that the furniture has not arrived, describe what happened when you phoned the shop, and say what you would like the manager to do. Okay, so we've underlined the key words that help us to understand our task. Next, when we're analysing the question, is to question or to look at, are we going to write a formal or informal letter, or even a semi-formal letter? So when we're deciding this, we look at who we're writing the letter to. In this case, we're writing a letter to a shop manager. So we don't personally know the person who we're writing the letter to, in which case we're going to write a formal letter. Okay, next. What do I have to write? Well, we have these 3 bullet points and we need to mention all of these 3 bullet points. The next thing is, what is the purpose of the letter? Okay, so usually you'll find this in the instructions at the beginning or in one of the bullet points, and it will show you why you are writing this letter. In this case, I think it's here. Say what you would like the manager to do. Now, it's very important to identify the purpose because that's something that we're going to write about in our opener, which we'll get to in a second. Now, the last thing you need to think about is how will you structure your letter? Okay, let's look at a typical structure. We're going to start with our greeting, and our greeting is going to be something like Dear Sir or Madam, because we don't know the name of the person we're writing the letter to. Next, we're going to have the opener of the letter. And I told you earlier, this is where we write the purpose. So we maybe have 1 or 2 sentences that briefly explain to the manager why we are writing this letter. In this case, it's going to be something like this. I'm writing this letter to request a refund for some furniture I bought 2 weeks ago. Okay, we're going to have separate paragraphs for all the 3 bullet points. Then we're going to have a closer, so something like, please reply to confirm the refund at your earliest convenience. And then finally, we're going to end with a sign-off, which is going to be something like, yours faithfully, and then we put in a name at the end. Okay, so that's the structure of our letter. We have the greeting, we have the opener, which has the purpose of our letter, our 3 bullet points, the closer, and then ending with the sign-off. So your letter is going to look something like this. Okay, now don't worry, you're going to have a chance to read this letter because I'm going to put a link to this letter in the description below this video. But I want to show you the letter here so that you get a general understanding of what the layout of your letter should look like. So as you can see, we start with the greeting, then afterwards we have the opener, we have the 3 bullet points are in separate paragraphs, then we have the closer, and we finally end with the sign-off. Okay. Now, before you go on to write your letter, let's look at some useful vocabulary that you can use. Okay, here's one. I'm writing to request a refund. So a nice short sentence that you might want to use in the opener of your letter. I bought this item from your website. Okay, so remember, we bought the furniture online. So we can say, I bought this item from your website. I was informed that it would be arriving within 5 working days. Okay, remember, you thought it was going to arrive in 5 working days, but it's been 2 weeks and it still hasn't arrived. It was supposed to arrive last week. It has been 2 weeks and I am still waiting. So, a useful grammar in this sentence. It has been 2 weeks and I am still waiting. I called your store last week and spoke to one of your customer assistants. So, a customer assistant is someone who, or shop assistant, is someone who works in the shop and helps customers. So you can say, I called the store and I spoke to one of your customer assistants or your shop assistants. I was told that my chair had already been shipped. So it has already been sent out. I find this service to be far below the standards that your store claims in its advertisements. Okay, so you can see the writer is rather angry now. I would like to express my dissatisfaction with the service I have received. I would appreciate a full refund. Please reply to confirm the cancellation and refund at your earliest convenience. So it's a very passive-aggressive sentence. We're saying, please could you just refund the furniture and cancel it at your earliest convenience. Okay, now that we've looked at some useful language and we've looked at the letter, it's time for you to write your answer to this letter. Now remember, in task 1 you've got 20 minutes, so you're going to have 20 minutes now. Good luck. Hey there, welcome back. So now we're going to look at task 2, and we're going to be writing an advantage-disadvantage question. So, due to low-cost airlines, many more people can travel abroad than ever before. Do the advantages that tourists bring to the countries they visit outweigh the disadvantages? Now remember, your instructions are always going to be the same. They're going to say, give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. And the word count is 250 words. So you need to write at least 250 words. And you're probably going to write quite a lot more if you're aiming for band 7, 8 or 9. Okay, first things first, let's analyze the question. So what kind of question is it? Well, we can find that here. It's an advantage-disadvantage question. Next, what are the key words? Okay, so due to low-cost airlines, many more people can travel abroad than ever before. Do the advantages that tourists bring to the countries they visit outweigh the disadvantages? Okay, remember the key words are just words that help you understand the question. Next, how should I structure my essay? Okay, so we're writing advantage-disadvantage essay. This is the structure that I would recommend. So we're going to use a 70-30 structure, which is when you say, I 70% agree with the advantages and 30% agree, and here are some disadvantages or a disadvantage as well. So 70% advantages, 30% disadvantage. So this is the 70-30 structure. And it will look like this. We're going to have our introduction, body paragraph 1, which outlines one disadvantage, and then body paragraph 2, which shows 2 advantages, and then finally we end with a conclusion. So in this structure, we're going to have the 70% agreeing with the advantages and 30% agreeing with the disadvantages. Okay, now in our introduction, we're always going to do the same thing. We simply introduce the topic and then we respond to the question. Now in this case, we're going to explain to the reader, so to the examiner, that we think the advantages are greater than disadvantages. But when you're writing your essay, you might think the opposite, in which case you would write 1 advantage in body paragraph 1 and 2 disadvantages in body paragraph 2. Okay, but in this case, we're going to say the advantages are greater than the disadvantages. Now, in body paragraph 1, we're going to start with a topic sentence which outlines the first or the only disadvantage that we're going to mention in our essay. Now, in order to be getting band 7+, we need to make sure that that idea has a development as well. So we're not simply listing our idea, we're also developing it. So, for example, with an example. Then we have, or we might want to have a link. And if you're unsure about what a topic sentence, a development, or a link is, then I suggest you go back and you watch my lesson on body paragraphs. Okay, next in body paragraph 2, we're going to have 2 advantages. So we're going to outline the first advantage with a topic sentence. We're going to develop that idea and we might possibly have a link as well. And then we're going to have a topic sentence for the second advantage. We're going to have a development and a link as well. Finally, in the conclusion, we're going to restate our position and we're going to summarize our ideas. So we'll summarize our advantages and our disadvantage as well. Okay, let's brainstorm some ideas that we could write about in this essay. So first of all, what are the disadvantages that tourists bring to the countries they visit? Well, to begin with, first of all, there's environmental damage. When there's lots and lots of tourists visiting an area, there's inevitably going to be some environmental damage as people go into national parks or to historical sites. It could also be the case that public funds, so for example government spending, will go towards promoting tourism and catering towards tourists rather than helping the domestic population. We could also have increased prices for accommodation and local services. If any of you live in a very touristy area, you'll know that because there are so many tourists, often house prices increase dramatically. There could be an increased crime rate as a result of tourism. It's very common in cities such as Barcelona, where there's a lot of tourists, and as a result, there's an ever-growing crime rate as well. And finally, there's likely to be more traffic congestion as a result of more tourism, more tour buses, taxis, and public transport for tourists in general, resulting in more traffic congestion. However, even though we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ideas, we only need one. So we're going to talk about environmental damage. Okay, what about the advantages? Well, tourism creates jobs and business opportunities for local people. Tourists also spend more money than local people, which is good for the economy. Local citizens can also benefit from better infrastructure. So even though infrastructure is built for tourists, it can also benefit the local citizens as well. There's also opportunities to teach tourists about culture and tradition. So again, kind of relating to the idea that there's a lot of job creation when there's more tourism. However, again, in this case, we only need 2 advantages, so we can get rid of 2. Okay. Last thing we're going to do is look at some useful vocabulary for this essay before you go on to write yours. Okay, here's some useful language. Tourism has become an important industry for many countries. Tourism creates jobs and can contribute greatly to a country's economy. Ancient historical areas are being worn down by the thousands of visiting tourists. Tourism is a negative, destructive force. As millions of visitors flood into tourist attractions, locals are employed in droves by restaurants, hotels, and retail services. So again, relating to the idea that more tourists results in more jobs, especially in services such as restaurants, hotel, and retail. The more tourists that come, the more jobs that can be created. Tourists spend a lot of money on travel, accommodation, food, entertainment, and so on. Many countries in the world rely on tourism to boost their economies. So here are some useful phrases that you can use in your essay. Speaking of which, you're going to have 40 minutes to write your essay. Remember, you can write it in the comment section below this lesson. Your time starts now. So we're going to be using this graphic for task 1. It's a process diagram describing how to make a bottle of wine. Now, the rubric says the diagram below shows the stages involved in producing one bottle of wine, and the instructions, which will always be the same, are going to say, summarize the information by selecting and reporting the main features and make comparisons where relevant. You're also going to have the word count, which is going to have a minimum of 150 words. So it says write at least 150 words. Remember, you can definitely write more than 150 words, but you shouldn't write less than 150 words. Okay, so imagine we get a graphic like this. The first thing we're going to do is analyze the graphic. So if we have a process diagram like this, what I suggest you do, first of all, is think to yourself, how many stages are there? Okay, in this graphic, so describing how to make a bottle of wine, we have 8 stages. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The next thing you're going to look at is, what is the first stage? So you can see that here. The first stage is picking grapes. What is the last stage? So the last stage is here. It's when the wine bottles are sent to the supermarket to be sold. Now the next question is a little bit more difficult. Are there any logical ways to divide the stages? Now we're looking for logical ways to divide the stages because that's what we're going to use when we choose how to break up our paragraphs. Now a good idea for process diagrams is to look for a stage or between stages when there's a lot of time that passes. So for example, here we can see that just after in the fermentation process, there's a 2-week gap. So this might be where we decide to start a new paragraph. Or maybe here as well, after the wine is left in barrels for a longer period. Okay, next question. What other key features are there? So we're going to look at this graphic. We've identified the first and last step, and we've identified that there are 8 stages. Now, another key feature of this graphic is this. At 3 of the stages, waste is sent to be composted, and an examiner is going to be looking out to see whether you identify that and put that in your overview and in your body paragraphs as well. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is look at some useful language for writing this answer. So this is a process diagram. The whole thing is just called a process diagram. So we can refer to this graphic as a process diagram when we write our introduction. Next, a single bottle of wine. So instead of saying one bottle of wine, we can say a single bottle of wine. So that's a synonym. An 8-stage process. So that's a nice noun phrase. We can say this is an 8-stage process, or the process diagram shows an 8-stage process of making a bottle of wine. Okay, so we can see there's the final stage. The grapes are picked. So we can see that in stage 1, or in step 1. Stage and step are useful synonyms. So in step 1, the grapes are picked. Now you'll notice that's the passive form, and we often use the passive form when we're writing an answer for a process diagram. We don't say someone picks the grapes because we don't know who picks the grapes. So we say the grapes are picked in the passive. Next, waste is produced at 3 stages. So we can see that here, here, and here. The waste is produced at 3 stages. Again, this is the passive form. The waste is sent to be composted. So again, a passive form is sent to be composted. This is all vocabulary and language that you can use when you're writing your answer, which you're going to be doing soon. Next, the juice is left to ferment for 2 weeks. So you can see that here in stage 3. The juice is left to ferment for 2 weeks. So as you can see below, ferment just means when fruit is left for a period of time and turns into alcohol. This is called fermentation. Next, sent through a filtration process. So we can see that here in stage 5. We can say the wine or the juice is sent through a filtration process, or the liquid is sent through a filtration process. Okay, so that's a way that we can take a word like filter and then change it slightly, which is ultimately what we want to do. So instead of saying the juice is filtered, we can say the juice is sent through a filtration process. Next, produces residual waste. Again, that you can see that at the 3 stages, in stage 2, after stage 4, and just after stage 5. So the stage 2, 4, and 5 produce residual waste. And residual just means extra, so extra waste. Is sent to be stored in barrels. So that's step number 6. In step number 6, it says leave in barrels. So we're going to slightly change that language. We can say it is sent to be stored in barrels. Next, the wine is ready to be bottled. So we can see that in stage 7. It is ready to be bottled. Okay, again, a passive form. We don't know who bottles the wine. We just say it is ready to be bottled, or it is bottled. Finally, ready to be sent to supermarkets to be sold, and we can see that in stage 8. So you can use this useful vocabulary when you're writing your answer. Now, what you're going to do is write your answer for this task, and you're going to do that under timed conditions. So the British Council and IDP suggest that you spend 20 minutes on this task. And remember, you need to write over 150 words. So your time for this task starts now. Good luck. Hey there, welcome back. So now we're going to be writing our answer for task 2. So let's have a look at it. Electric vehicles are considered to be less harmful to the environment than petrol and diesel vehicles. What prevents individuals from choosing electric vehicles? Discuss some ways to encourage people to buy electric vehicles. Okay, so this is our task, and the instructions are going to be always the same. Give reasons for your answer and include any relevant examples from your own knowledge or experience. And how many words do you have to write for task 2? You need to write at least 250 words. So remember, yes, you can write over 250 words, but don't write less than 250 words. Okay, like task 1, the first thing we're going to do is analyze the question. And the first thing that I'd like you to consider is, what kind of question is it? So remember, there are different IELTS questions that appear. So for example, it could be an agree-disagree essay, advantage-disadvantage questions, a discussion question, a direct question, or in this case, it's a double question. So it's a problem-solution question. We have to identify the problems that stop people from choosing electric vehicles and then identify some solutions to encourage them to buy electric vehicles. Okay, so the first thing you want to be doing is identifying what kind of question you've got in your IELTS writing test. Next, what are the key words? So the key words are going to be words that help you to understand the question. Things like electric vehicles, petrol and diesel vehicles. What prevents individuals from choosing electric vehicles? Discuss some ways to encourage people to buy electric vehicles. Now, the key words are just words that will help you to answer the question and understand what the question is asking you to do. The next thing that we need to do when we're thinking about this question is think, how should I structure my essay? Now, you don't really have a lot of time to write a full plan in the actual IELTS test, but what I suggest is that you become familiar with the different question types and learn some structures that work for you. So here's a structure that we could use for this particular essay. We're going to use a simple structure which has an introduction, body paragraph 1, which answers question 1, body paragraph 2, which answers question 2, and then finally the conclusion. Remember, your essay must always have a conclusion. Okay, in the introduction we're going to introduce the topic and we're potentially going to introduce the problems and solutions. So we're going to introduce the topic in the sense that we paraphrase the question, and then we might want to introduce the problems and solutions that we're going to mention in our body paragraphs as well. In body paragraph 1, we're answering question 1. So we need the first problem that we're going to write about, and then a development, and ideally a link as well. And then a second problem that we identify, and then a development for that as well. In body paragraph 2, we're answering question 2. So in this paragraph, we're going to be looking at the solutions. Now remember, it says discuss some ways to encourage people to buy electric vehicles. So not just one way, we're looking for ways. So let's give the examiner 2 solutions. So we're going to have solution 1 and its development, and solution 2 and its development. Finally, in the conclusion, we're just going to summarize the problems and solutions. And remember, if you're running short of time, don't bother summarizing the problems, just summarize the solutions that you've mentioned in your answer. Okay, let's plan in a little bit more detail and brainstorm some ideas. So question 1 asks us what prevents individuals from choosing electric vehicles, and question 2 asks us to discuss some ways to encourage people to buy electric vehicles. So first of all, let's look at question 1. What prevents individuals from choosing electric vehicles? So we need to brainstorm some ideas that we can mention in our essay. So what are the reasons that people don't buy electric vehicles? Well, some people think they are too expensive. Other people think they're too complicated to use. They're kind of opaque compared to using diesel or petrol vehicles. They're not easy to charge. There might not be charging stations around where you live, but there's always going to be lots of petrol stations. If you want to make a long distance trip, then maybe an electric vehicle isn't right for you. Or maybe some people worry that they are unreliable. So we've already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 problems or 5 reasons why people don't choose to buy electric vehicles. But we don't need 5, we only need 2. So let's get rid of 3. So we're left with 2 ideas. We've got too expensive and too complicated to use. Now what we're going to do is when we write about the solutions, we're going to think of solutions that refer exactly to these 2 problems that we've identified. So in terms of electric vehicles being too expensive, well, how can we solve this problem? Maybe the government can provide grants, loans, and subsidies to electric car drivers. So a grant is when the government gives you money. You typically don't have to pay it back. A loan is when the government gives you money or an organization gives you money, but you do need to pay it back. And subsidies is when the government or a different organization will give money to the producer of something so that they can keep the costs down. So this solution directly resolves the problem with electric cars being too expensive. However, we need 2 solutions. So we're also going to come up with a solution for this problem. They're too complicated to use. So how about this solution? Maybe we can give clear instructions on how to use electric cars. It's not rocket science, it's a very easy solution to mention. Remember, you don't have to think of the cleverest idea for IELTS essays. Ultimately, having a simple idea that's easy for you to explain and easy for you to conceptually think of is a much better idea. Okay, so now we've got our problems and we've got our solutions. Next, let's look at some useful language for writing this essay. So how about this? Many people are discouraged from making the shift to electric cars because... Okay, this is a useful phrase that we can use in our introduction. These obstacles can be overcome by... Okay, so a good way to identify what our solutions are. Electric vehicles tend to be much more expensive. So I like that, tend to be much more expensive, instead of saying they are much more expensive. We like this kind of hedging language, like tend to be much more expensive. Electric vehicles are less straightforward. So instead of saying they are complicated to use, we can say that they are less straightforward. So straightforward means easy to use. Get their car serviced. Okay, so every so often people need to take their car and get it serviced, so make sure that everything is working properly. Maybe people don't know how to get their car serviced if they have an electric car. I would suggest 2 ways to encourage people to choose electric cars. Okay, so this is a useful phrase for introducing our solutions in the second body paragraph. Incentivize people to choose electric vehicles. So incentivize is a useful verb for problem and solution essays. Grants, loans, and subsidies. So we've already mentioned what these are. Grants are when you give somebody money and they don't necessarily have to pay it back. Loans are when you do have to pay back the money, and some subsidies are when you give money to the producer so that the producer can keep their costs low. Okay, now that we've analysed the question and we've looked at some useful vocabulary for this essay, you've got 40 minutes to write your answer. You can write it in the comment section below. Best of luck. Good morning. My name is Eli Howes. Can you please tell me your full name?
Oh, gladly. My name is Roy Fode.
And what shall I call you?
Oh, just Roy.
This is Roy. He's from Lebanon and has achieved the best IELTS score I've ever seen. Check this out. Listening, band 9. Reading, 9. Writing, 9. And speaking, 9 as well. He's the first person that I've ever seen get band 9 in the IELTS writing test, and I've certainly not heard of anyone getting straight 9s in all parts of the test. Crazy. By the way, stick around until the end because after our mock speaking test, I'll be asking him how he got band 9 in IELTS writing. Spoiler alert, he wrote almost 700 words for his Task 2 essay. Okay, let's watch Roy. Okay, Roy, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
No, I'm afraid my student days are behind me. I'm a teacher. I teach the SAT and the IELTS exams, and I'm currently working full-time.
Right, it's easy to see from the start that Roy has got an exceptionally high level of English. I asked Roy, do you work or study? By the way, that's the most common question in the IELTS test. He answered, I'm afraid my student days are behind me. This is a brilliant phrase. It means he used to be a student, but not anymore. His time as a student has passed. Let's break it down. We often use I'm afraid when we want to show regret for something. So, for example, if someone wants your help and you can't help them, you might say, I'm afraid I can't help you. Or if someone invites you to a party, you might say, I'm afraid I can't come to your party. Now, Roy says, I'm afraid my student days are behind me. If something is behind you, it means that those times have passed. So someone who has retired might say, my days of waking up at 6 a.m. to get to work are behind me. By the way, this is a C2 level idiom, so that's band 8/9 vocabulary. Okay, you're about to listen to why Roy chose his job. See if you can answer this question. Which subjects did Roy do well in at school? Listen to find out. And why did you choose this type of job?
Well, you know what they say, you don't choose the force or whatever it is, the force chooses you. Interestingly, I was looking at my old report cards, and it says Roy is doing well academically, especially English and history. And those ended up being my degrees. So it was just my strengths, they just guided me towards this profession.
Okay, so which subjects did Roy do well in at school? The answer is English and history. Listen again.
Interestingly, I was looking at my old report cards, and it says Roy is doing well academically, especially English and history.
Now, I also asked Roy, why did you choose this type of job? This is a very common question in part 1. You might get asked, why did you choose this type of job? Or if you're a student, you'll be asked, why did you choose this subject? The problem is, it can be very difficult to answer this question on the spot. So have a think about how you would answer this question before you go to do your IELTS test. Here's some vocabulary to help you. I always wanted to be a... For example, I always wanted to be a lawyer ever since I was a child. Or you could say, I wanted to follow in my parents' footsteps. I wanted to follow in my parents' footsteps means you've chosen the same profession as your parents. So you could say, I wanted to follow in my mother's footsteps and become a doctor. You could also have an answer like Roy. You could say something like, well, I was always good at English, so it seemed natural that I would become a teacher. Okay, for this next part, answer the question, why does Roy miss being a student? Have a watch to find out. And do you miss being a student?
Yes, I do. Some of my happiest days were as a university student. I definitely miss those. I miss feeding off the energy of the professor, the students, all of it.
Roy says he misses feeding off the energy of the professor and the students. To feed off something means to gain strength, energy, or support from something. So you can say, the singer fed off the crowd's enthusiasm and applause. Now, here's the next question. Would Roy like to become a student again? Watch to find out. Do you think you'll ever return to be a student and study something new?
I think so. I think so. Currently, I'm considering expanding my, honing my skills and expanding my current knowledge base. So perhaps taking a CELTA is, it's on the horizon. I'm thinking about it. Yeah.
So, would Roy like to be a student again? Yes, Roy would like to be a student again. He said he would like to do a CELTA, which is a language teaching certificate. Do you remember what he said? He said, doing a CELTA is on the horizon. So the horizon is this part here. It's the line at the furthest place that you can see. Now, imagine if you were on a boat and you saw land on the horizon. It would mean that land was coming. So on the horizon means likely to happen in the future. You can say something like, my IELTS test is on the horizon, so I need to work diligently. Now, for this next part, answer the question, which languages does Roy speak? Let's move on. Let's talk about languages. What languages do you speak?
I speak English and Arabic, and I also speak a bit of French. My French is intermediate at best.
Okay, Roy speaks English, Arabic, and a bit of French. Okay, next question. Which languages were taught at Roy's school? Have you ever learned any foreign languages at school?
No, not really. Apart from these, no.
Well, why not?
Good question. I don't think the schools I went to, I don't remember if they were even offered. It's not like I could have taken a Spanish class or an Italian class or whatever, and it was, was my choice. It wasn't. I think it was just the curriculum was just not designed for that.
Right, that was a trick question. He wasn't taught any languages at school. He said, I don't know if they were even offered. Do you see the part were offered? This is an example of the passive form. You take the verb to be and then add the past participle. It means that you don't need to say the subject of the sentence. So instead of my school didn't offer language classes, you can say language classes weren't offered. Instead of saying my parents didn't buy me presents, you can say I wasn't bought presents. Okay, now when you watch the next part, answer this question. Is it harder for children or adults to learn a foreign language? Let's see what Roy has got to say. Do you think it's difficult to learn a new language?
Oh yeah, definitely. Regardless of who you are, but especially if you're an adult, it's especially challenging. I think physiologically it's challenging, right? As your mind is, your brain actually is no longer growing. So it's very hard to assimilate all that new knowledge, even if you have time and no stress. But let's be honest here. Which adult does not have, a lot of time and no stress? So add all of those together, right? Little time, life stress, and physiological changes, right? And there's, in my mind, there's no doubt it's an uphill battle for sure.
Okay, Roy thinks it's harder for adults to learn English because of physiological factors, that adults' brains aren't growing, and also because they have less time and more stress. Now, because of all of these factors, Roy describes learning a new language as an uphill battle. If something is an uphill battle, it is very difficult and a complete struggle. So you could say starting her own business was proving to be an uphill battle. Or preparing for the IELTS test alone is an uphill battle. By the way, if you want some help with your IELTS test, check out all of my IELTS courses. I have 8 different IELTS courses, loads of model essays, and a ton of PDFs to help you get your desired score. Members of English Pro Tips have been able to achieve way beyond their desired band score and are now working in countries like Canada, Australia, and the UK. You can start for free at EnglishProTips.com. Anyway, on with the lesson. In the next part, find out why doesn't Roy want to learn a new language? And would you like to learn any new languages in the future?
No.
Why not?
I mean, 3 languages under my belt, I feel is enough. I already speak the world's, for better or worse, the world's lingua franca, which is English, obviously. So for me, I can read almost any book. I can research online. I can go to any website. I can watch any movie, play any video game, communicate with almost anyone using this language. For me, again, for better or worse, there's no incentive for me to, go out of my way and learn a new language.
Roy said he doesn't want to learn any new languages because he already has 3 languages under his belt, which means he has already learned 3 languages. If something is under your belt, then you have already achieved, learned, or obtained something. So, for example, you could say, basic computer skills are a good thing to have under your belt, meaning it's a good thing to learn basic computer skills. By the way, that's also C2 level vocabulary, so band 8/9. Now, Roy also mentions that he already speaks the world's lingua franca. Lingua franca describes a language used for communication between groups. So, for example, if there is a Spanish person that speaks Spanish and English, and an Indian person who speaks Hindi and English, then they will have to communicate in English. It's their shared language that they both speak. This shared language is called a lingua franca. Roy says, I already speak the world's lingua franca, which is English, obviously. Okay, so for the next part, try to answer this question. Which classes did Roy find easy to stay focused in? Let's move on. Let's talk about concentration. When you were a child, could you stay focused in class at school?
Well, the short answer to that is it depends, right? Or let's say it depended. Some teachers were great. Some teachers sucked. And there were some, some subjects I absolutely loved. Like, as I've mentioned, before, English and history, I have always been, near and dear to my heart. Math, physics, chemistry, regardless of the teacher, you can bribe me with 20 lollipops to stay focused in those, right? I was just lost. I mean, I don't care how Pythagoras has proved that 2 isosceles triangles are the same. Just get a damn protractor and put it there, and you'll know if the angles are equal or not. Just leave me alone, So yeah, the short answer is, again, it just depended.
So Roy found it easy to stay focused in English and history classes. He says, English and history have always been near and dear to my heart. Now, if something is near and dear to your heart, it means that it's very personally and emotionally important. So you could say, music has always been near and dear to my heart, or my children's paintings are near and dear to my heart. Now, when it came to math, physics, and chemistry, Roy says, you couldn't bribe me with 20 lollipops to stay focused in those classes. So even if you gave Roy, well, when he was a child that is, even if you gave him 20 lollipops, he wouldn't stay focused in those classes. He just didn't like them. Now, for the next part, answer this question. What does Roy do to stop himself from getting distracted by his phone? And what do you do nowadays to help you concentrate?
That's a good question. What do I do now to help me concentrate? Mostly remove distractions. So if I have something serious, I put my phones on silent and put them out of arm's reach. Doesn't have to be in the next room or something, but just so I can't grab them easily and quickly. So that's basically it. Otherwise, if I really have something I need to do, just another thing I suppose is leaving it till the very end. I'm not encouraging procrastination here, but by procrastinating and having a deadline loom over you, that alone is motivation enough.
Roy said I put my phones on silent and put them out of arm's reach. Now, if something is within arm's reach, it means that you can easily reach it without moving too much. So if it's out of arm's reach, it means it can't be easily reached. So for example, when my baby niece comes to visit, I make sure that all the sharp items in the apartment are out of arm's reach. Okay, for the next question, answer this. What kinds of tasks does Roy prioritize? Let's have a look. And when is it that you find that you need to be focused?
Urgent things, right? Unfortunately, I'm not going to claim I have the discipline to focus on things that are important but not urgent, right? So urgent and important or urgent usually get the lion's share of the focus.
Roy says urgent and important or urgent tasks usually get the lion's share of the focus. Have you heard this idiom before? To have or to get the lion's share? It means to have the largest part or most of something. For example, you could say, I spend the lion's share of my salary on traveling, which means that traveling is your biggest expense. Or, I spend the lion's share of my time with my children, which means that you spend most of your time with your kids. We'll now listen to Roy's part 2. In this part, you have to speak about a topic for 2 minutes. Now, Roy will be talking about a book that he read recently. Listen carefully and find out, why would some people be discouraged from reading this book? All right, we're going to move on to part 2, and in this part I'm going to give you a topic and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you'll have 1 minute to think about what you're going to say, and you can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, remember you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I'll tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Yes. So the book I recently read is called, fittingly, How to Read a Book. And it was about the title is pretty self-explanatory, okay? Who wrote the book? It was a philosopher named Mortimer J. Adler. He's was an American philosopher, and he was the editor of the famous Britannica encyclopedia in the 50s and 60s, I believe. So the book is divided into 4 parts, right? The basic part, the second part is how to sort of get an idea of the book before you actually delve into it. The third part is how to analyze the book. And the fourth part is about going beyond the book and comparing 2 books, right? So these 2 authors spoke about the same topic. Where do they differ? Where do they agree? Where do you come in? That's like the ultimate, the ultimate reading method. Why do I want to read it a second time? I want to read it a second time because it's a pretty dense book, right? It's not one of those books you read once, you put away, right? You have to read it, you have to chew it, you have to, regurgitate it, you have to summarize it, you have to think first, make sure that, the bedrock is there. And then, and most importantly, you actually have to put it in practice. It's not one of those books that you read, go, okay, yeah, I get it. Okay. No, you have to actually, get those 2 books and try that exercise, right? See, okay, what do I think? Where do they agree? Where do they disagree? And go on this wonderful intellectual journey. It's a difficult book. It was written first in 1940, then revised in 1972. So it was written in very formal English, which put a lot of people off, unfortunately. But otherwise, it's a good. Yes.
Thank you. Well, that was a very impressive part 2. Did you see that Roy just kept on talking until I asked him to stop? That's a great thing to do. In part 2, you don't have a clock or anything, so you should just keep on speaking until the examiner asks you to stop. Now, did you hear why Roy thinks that some people would be discouraged from reading this book? It was quite tricky. He said, "It was written in very formal English, which put a lot of people off." So the language in the book is very formal and potentially difficult to read. Now, the phrasal verb put off is very useful. It means to discourage someone from doing something. So you could say, "I wanted to do the IELTS test, but I was put off by the price." Or, "I wanted to study in Scotland, but I'm put off by the weather." By the way, it rains a lot here in Scotland. Now, at the end of part 2, the examiner might ask you a follow-up question. This will be a simple question with a yes or no answer. If the examiner asks you one of these questions in your IELTS test, just give a short answer. Now, I asked Roy whether he would recommend this book. Listen and find out who Roy has recommended the book to. Have you recommended this book to other people?
I've recommended it to anyone who would listen. Yeah.
Okay, so Roy would recommend this book to anyone who would listen. So basically anyone. We're now going to move on to part 3. In this part, the examiner will ask you questions about your opinions on topics related to, well, whatever your topic was in part 2. Listen to this part and answer the question: why are humans the dominant species and not lions? This is a tricky question, so listen carefully to what Roy has got to say. Good luck. So we've been talking about a book that you would like to read for a second time, and I'd like to discuss with you several more questions related to this. Let's consider, first of all, children and reading. Do you think that we should encourage children to read?
Oh, absolutely. I think we should encourage children to do anything that gets them off of those damn screens. But, definitely. I mean, reading for me is it's for me, it's what makes us humans, right? It's what makes us human, period. We got to where we were because we can build on previous knowledge, right? A lion who gets shot by a hunter cannot teach the next generation of lions to hide in the grass and not attack someone with a rifle, right? And that's why they're not in control of the planet, for better or worse, right? But we are in control because we can build this knowledge and get our imagination running, right? And have conversations with long dead people, one-sided conversations, but conversations nonetheless.
All right, this was a tricky question. Why are humans the dominant species and not lions? Well, Roy said, we got to where we were because we can build on previous knowledge. So because we can learn from the past through books, for example, we're able to make better decisions in the present, and that's what makes us the dominant species. Roy used the example of how a lion can't teach other lions not to attack someone with a rifle, and that's why they can't make the same, or rather that's why they can make the same mistake again and again. Right, for the next part, answer this question. Why is reading better than other modes of communication for spreading information? Another tricky question. Good luck.
So
but also, there are other ways to give that information, for example, through spoken word or visually through things like documentaries. What makes books so important in this regard?
True. I would not disagree with that, right? I would not disagree with that. And as we know, most of our information giving, right, for lack of a better term, was done orally, right? I mean, writing is it's like 7,000-year-old invention, right? Mm-hmm. So definitely nothing against the spoken word, right? Definitely nothing against the visual word, the visual representation of knowledge, right? Via theater or plays or YouTube videos or documentaries or any of that. Nothing against that. Why reading specifically? I would say because you are in control of the pace, right? If someone is speaking, you're under their mercy, for lack of a better term, right? When you're watching a documentary, you can pause, right? And fast forward and all that, but it's different. When you have a book, you're in control of the pace. So If something is easy or you've seen it before, they're talking about an experiment, right, that you've seen before, you can read it quickly. Then they talk about something new, you can go back to reading it slowly. You can take notes, right in the page. You can look up vocab words that you don't know, right? You don't have that option, those options when you're watching a video.
Okay, so Roy thinks that reading is especially good for spreading information because with reading, you are in control of the pace. So pace means the speed. As Roy mentions, you can always stop reading to analyze information or reread sections of a book again and again. So that's why Roy thinks books are especially useful. Now for the next part, answer this question. Why is it important to read to children? So, but if the primary reason for books to be read is so we can gather and digest new information, why is it important to read to children? Because a lot of children's books don't necessarily have knowledge to be digested, or perhaps they do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it depends on the book. For me, there is usually always a lesson somewhere, right? At least the books I was reading, or nobody used to read to me, but I started reading from an early age. There was always a moral, right, somewhere hidden. And for children, I think forget about the lessons per se. For me, it's about building the habit, right? If you read to them at night, they will associate reading with love, care, you name it, right? So it's about that habit building. And again, in the case of children, just by learning new words, even if there's no, moral or lesson behind them, because they're young, any new word for them is a plus.
So why is it important to read to children? Well, Roy says if you read to them at night, they will associate reading with love and care. So children will connect love and care with reading if their parents read to them at night. By the way, this is an example of the first conditional. If plus the present simple, and then will, and then the infinitive. We use it when we're communicating future consequences. So, for example, you could say, if you watch this video, you will learn some useful vocabulary. Or, if you stop watching now, you won't learn how Roy got band 9 in IELTS writing. By the way, that's coming up after the mock test. For this next part, try to answer this question. Who banned books in medieval times? And let's move on. Let's talk a bit about the power of books. Now, some people consider certain books throughout history, or even nowadays, to be considered dangerous. Why do you think that is?
I think that is because of the people in power. This is what it comes down to, as far as I'm concerned, right? The only reason, so always institutions in power. And why would they ban books? Because it goes against their interests, their vested interests, right? Either they speak against authority, or they teach you, I don't know, how to be, how to live off grid or something, right? All of these don't help the people in power, right?
So, who banned books in medieval times? Roy said the church. Listen again.
Well, who bans books, right? People in power. In medieval time, it was the church, right? Modern times, it's governments.
Okay, that was a tricky one to get right, as Roy speaks at a fast pace. For the final question, answer this. Does Roy think books should be banned?
So
do you think it's right that books should be banned?
Absolutely not.
Right.
Absolutely not. Right. An idea should be free to run wild and be explored, right? No one should be, I mean, unless the idea is, related to something almost every sane, non-sociopathic person agrees is wrong, right? Such as murder, okay? Or how to create a bomb or something like that, right? Something that damages. But I don't mean something like that. I mean an idea, right? Idea for a different political system or a different economic system, right? or a different way of, dealing with the resources we have or the environment, I think all of these should be given free rein until proven wrong. But it shouldn't be decided by some, pencil pusher somewhere, right? Living in a secluded ivory tower, right? Who, whose best interest it is that they stay in power, i.e., the people who usually make those decisions. I don't think it should be left to them.
Wow, what an IELTS test. So no, Roy doesn't think books should be banned. Now this was an incredibly impressive IELTS test. I can totally see why Roy got band 9 in his real test. Now, Roy didn't just get band 9 in IELTS speaking, he got 9 in writing, reading, and listening as well. If you're interested in hearing his tips for the different parts of the test, keep watching. Roy has got a lot of great ideas that he'd like to share with you. So you've got band 9 in IELTS speaking before. When you're doing a test like our mock test just there, what kind of things are you thinking about or being conscious of in order to get those high scores?
I try as much as I can to form complex sentences, right? I.e., by adding something like however, or that having been said, or despite, right? Though I think those are what the examiners are looking for, at least partially. And the other thing is try to use a mix of vocab, right? So leaning more toward the formal, the academic, but also getting in something that shows that you're fine with colloquialism as well. Like I used the word damn, for instance, right? When we were doing the speaking test. I mean, ultimately, what is this test meant to gauge, right? It's not your intelligence. It's not your, right? It's if you were put in a normal English setting, how well would you do, right? What is the extent that you can communicate? Ultimately, in my mind, this is what a band 9, 8, 7, 6, whatever shows, right? So for me, at least, to show the examiner that I have that range, that it's not only academic stuff I can talk about. I try to use, a wide range of vocab, going from colloquial to formal as much as I can.
Yeah, I think you do that very naturally and appropriately. So, for example, I would say that your register became more academic and more formal as the exam went on. And that's because in part 1, you're being asked personal questions and about your experiences. So if you were to answer too academically, it would kind of strike me as a little bit odd. However, in part 3 of the exam, we're talking about more abstract notions, like should books be banned? If you were to answer in a very colloquial, friendly term about such a serious matter, it would also seem odd. So the examiner is going to kind of guide you and test your ability to talk within those spheres through the questions that they ask you, whether it's personal part 1 questions or more abstract part 3 questions. And then, of course, the kind of storytelling ability in part 2, which you did very well. Did you find it hard to talk for 2 minutes in part 2, or do you have any techniques or tips that allow you to really expand on your story and answer?
I personally, no, I didn't find it hard. In fact, there was one thing I neglected to mention, which is how did you come across the book, which I didn't have time to go over. So no, for me, it's not a challenge. For me, it's not a challenge. What happened with us was exactly what happened during my last speaking test, which is that the examiner had to shut me up at some point. He had to tell me that's enough. Your 2 minutes are up.
You know what? Yeah, that's a good thing, because what the examiner wants to write down when they're evaluating you is that you can speak at length. Like you could just keep going. You could talk for 2 hours if you wanted to. And then, so the examiner can speak with ease at length. And I know that because they were still talking, I had to shut them up. So that's a great position to be in. So I often tell my students, in part 2, just keep on talking. And then eventually the examiner is going to put their hand out and say, thank you very much. And they're going to ask a follow-up question.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'd like to also just talk about the fact that you said you didn't complete all of the bullet points in your part 2 topic, because sometimes students ask, do you have to answer the bullet points? Now, what you did is you did it naturally. You didn't ignore a bullet point. You were going to get onto it, but you didn't have time. So that shows that you were on topic, but that you didn't get through. You didn't have enough time to go through all the bullet points. That's great. That's totally fine. Okay. The alternative, which is what I think some students try to do, is they ignore a bullet point or they slightly change the topic in order to fit with something they feel more comfortable speaking about. When they do that, the examiner, if they realize that, is going to be lowering their score because that shows an inability to talk about unfamiliar topics.
Right.
So there's a difference between what you did, which is I just didn't have enough time to talk about the bullet point, and there's what some students do, which is I can't talk about that bullet point, I'm going to change my answer. So what you did, great. What other students sometimes do, not so great.
Right. Right. No, thanks for the tip. These are nuggets to to grab onto and then remember.
Yeah. And in part three, I asked you a lot of very difficult abstract questions. Or in my mind, they were difficult. When you started answering them, you made them seem almost as though they were very simple concepts, like the idea of banning books and who's in power and what does
Right.
reading mean and can it be replaced with other mediums. How do you feel, and what tips would you give for answering those kind of abstract questions?
Sure. I was lucky because again, remember I'm a teacher as well. So you chose something that's up my alley, right? Be it reading in part two, and then you built on that, right? And these are things I have already thought about, right? And these were things that had already pissed me off, right? Before, right? So I wanted to buy *Sapiens*, which is Harari's new book, the big hit, right? *Sapiens*, and the story of our evolutionary story, basically, in a book. And it was banned in Lebanon. I'm like, guys, really? We're still banning the theory of evolution here? I mean, give me a break, guys. Give me a break, okay? And so I remember. So it was still, poignant in my mind. So I would say I was lucky. Now, what I would tips I would give, and this is what I usually tell my students is, first of all, what I tell them is try to speak for 45 seconds, right? Try to aim for 45 seconds for part three, right? Your answer needs to be fleshed out, okay? You can stick to one point of view, but if you can try to give the other point of view, it will, it will show the examiner that you're not, maybe not narrow. I mean, at the end of the day, the examiner is not assessing you on whether you're narrow-minded or not, right? It's a linguistic assessment. But if you can show both points of view, right, you will have shown that you haven't just memorized answers, perhaps, right, or you're just regurgitating something that you've heard, but you're actually coming up with stuff on the spot. And I think that that would get you more points. Whether that's right or not, please, you can tell
Yeah,
us.
I totally agree. I think when a student does that, and it's what you did, they're showing higher order thinking skills and they're showing critical thinking skills as well, because they're saying, well, there's this opinion, however, some people disagree. And the interesting thing is when people and students do that, they're also actually going to use a lot of interesting discourse markers. So they're going to say, however, on the other hand, or despite this argument being, use the word poignant, there are others that believe this. And so they're going to win on all fronts. They're going to show higher order thinking skills, like critical thinking skills, and they're also going to use a wider range of discourse markers and grammatical structures in order to convey their opinions and opinions of others. And sometimes I suggest students that they use what's called an REE method, which is they respond to the question, so maybe a short response. And then, so that's the R. Then E is elaborate, where they explain their idea a bit more. And then the final E is example, where they give an example of what they're talking about. And you did that. And especially when we were just talking, how you were talking about why you think books should not be banned.
Right.
You gave a short answer to that, you elaborated on why, and then you gave the example of *Sapiens* being banned in Lebanon. So
Right.
great, that shows a very developed full answer, which can help you get a high score. Now, you got a band 9 in IELTS writing as well. You were actually the first person I've ever met that's got band 9 in IELTS writing. So I've got a lot of questions for you. And the first question is, how long was your task 2 essay?
My task 2 essay was 696 words.
Wow. So bearing in mind, it says write more than 250 words. So
Yes.
you wrote almost 3 times that.
That's right. Yeah, I took that with a grain of salt, right? You can, minimum is 250. You can write more if you wish to. Yeah, definitely took that with a grain of salt. Yeah.
You're right to do that. Sometimes I see teachers telling their students to only go 10% above, but I think they're inventing that myth because you're a perfect example. You got band 9 in IELTS writing, and you wrote. Did you say 690 words?
96. I remember. Yeah,
696. So almost 700 words.
Right. Right.
And tell me a bit about what was in that essay. Was it lots of ideas, or were you trying to really develop your ideas, or was it a huge introduction or a huge conclusion? How did you structure your essay?
Okay, I'm gonna do my best here to remember. Okay, I'm gonna do here my best to remember because it was almost 2 years ago. I did that in January of 2022, so it's been a year and a half. Okay, what I remember was, and here, okay, so I'm gonna go into a bit of teacher mode here, as well as my own experience. So this is what I did, and this is what I teach. Don't write the introduction first. Obviously, it comes first, right? And that's another reason why I encourage students to take the computer-based exam, not the paper-based exam. Okay, so take the computer one, especially if writing is a struggle, and for most people it is, right? And then don't write your introduction first. Write your body paragraphs first, because you may change your thesis, right? You may change your thesis as you're writing, as new ideas come up. Also, your introduction needs to mention what you're going to talk about in order, isn't it? So let's say you start with, okay, whatever, I'm going to talk about the social aspect, then the economic aspect, then the political aspect. But as you get to the political aspect, you realize, whoa, wait. I need to start with the political because the economic and the social stem from the political, right? So make sure everything's in order, right? Make sure your body paragraphs are organized, fleshed out. You have all the ideas, because sometimes when you write, new ideas pop up, right? So yeah, so this is my first piece of advice, and this is what I did. So I wrote and wrote and wrote, and then I wrote the introduction, and then finally you write the conclusion.
I'm just going to point out, I love that you're dividing your essay logically by, you said the economical, the social, the political. Examiners love that because not only are your essays well organized, but the general structure of your essay is organized as well. You're saying, well, here's an argument that falls within the political sphere. Here's an argument that falls within the economic sphere. And you can also introduce those arguments in that way. So you can say something like, from an economic perspective, from a social, political point of view. And those phrases are just like gold mines for examiners.
Exactly. They give you a thread to follow, right? You know what you're looking at, right? What lens to put on. Absolutely. What else? My second piece of advice is, and this is all I really remember from the essay, which is don't be redundant, right? Don't be superfluous. Don't repeat what you've already said just to flesh it out. So I can say that what I wrote was all new material. So I was either supporting a thesis, right, or an argument or whatever it was, or writing new information, new examples, but I never repeated the same thing to get to that word count. And I think that's very important, right? If you're just repeating in different words, that doesn't really help. My third tip would be, if you try to convince, obviously it depends on the type of essay you get, right? If it's advantages, disadvantages, fine. But usually you're trying to make an argument. If you try to convince, if you try to argue for both sides, you'll end up convincing no one. So try to, have the confidence to stick to your guns, so to speak, right? That having been said, don't be afraid to have a counter argument and flesh out the counter argument. I think the essay I got, that's what I did, right? I put the counter, I think it was, do you think public libraries are still useful? Should they be shut down? Why or why not? Something like that, right? So I did a whole generous counter argument, right? The people who are against this is what they say, right? They have solid points, but these are my points. And ultimately my argument is convincing because, right? So build up a great counter argument, then break it down.
I'm so excited that you're saying that, because that's an essay structure that I teach on my writing course. I call it the 70-30 plus rebuttal structure. And I've also got YouTube videos on that essay structure. And I actually only recommend it for students that can get at least band 7, because it is a very complex structure to use and to do convincingly. So if you're a level 5 student, it's not the right one for you. But in your case, it's a great one because you're a quick and intelligent writer, and you've already got the English to be getting above band 7, quite a bit above band 7. And so I call that the 70-30 plus rebuttal, where exactly like you said, you create a kind of artificial argument for the opposing view, and then you say why you don't agree with that. Is that right? Is that what you did?
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
Yeah, great technique. Great technique. And lastly, my final tip would be don't forget your grammar, right? There's still, there's an entire band dedicated to grammar, right? So show the examiner you know how to use not just, comma period, comma period, comma period, right? Get a semicolon in there,
Yeah.
get a colon in there, get an em dash in there. Use the passive voice appropriately. So really know your grammar, know the uses of the passive voice, and use it at least once appropriately. Use an advanced tense, right? Had been going, right? Had been asking, past perfect progressive, future perfect progressive, present perfect. Try to use those as well. Advanced sentences. So use a mix. I had a can I tell this story about a student very quickly? I had taught a student how to use compound complex sentences, and he got it. Okay, he did well. They were correct. So he thought that by using compound complex sentences, I would impress the examiner. So almost every sentence he wrote became compound complex. So he would have a paragraph made up of 2 sentences, like a legit paragraph, like 5, 6 lines, right? So he thought, why should I use simple sentences? Now I know how to use compound complex sentences. Let me use them, a bit too liberally. So, his writing became unnecessarily dense and convoluted and, just difficult to follow. So don't do what that student did. Okay, don't do that.
And did he get a lower score than he was anticipating?
Yes, he did not do so hot on the IELTS. He did not do so. Then he switched to another standardized test for Australia, but which was easier, truth be told. But
so I imagine one thing the examiner is looking at that stage is it easy to understand what's being said? And if it's not easy to understand what's being said, then that's going to lower your score for task achievement or task response, and also coherence and cohesion.
right.
So even if you think you're doing better grammatically, and you may well be doing better grammatically because you're using a more advanced structure, you're also lowering your task achievement and your coherence and cohesion because what you're writing is so incredibly dense and very difficult to understand. So it's a bit of a balancing act. I always think the first priority should be communication, and then you should use those advanced structures because they allow you to communicate more complex ideas.
Absolutely.
Which is what you did perfectly, for example, throughout the test, but particularly in part 3.
Right. For the speaking part, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree. The third time I took the exam, I got 999, 8.5 on writing.
Right.
And
Which is still phenomenal, by the way.
Thank you. But I did the opposite of what you did, which was I showed that I can use advanced grammar, right? Here is a prepositional phrase acting as an adjective. Here is a prepositional phrase acting as an adverb, So I really went into like teacher mode. Okay. Yeah, I got an 8.5, which is a good score, but I did not get a 9. The second time around, I did what you just said, which is get what you want to say out there. Now, if you have time, go ahead and polish it, combine what you can combine, right? Use a more accurate, more advanced term if if it's appropriate and if you have time, right? But I definitely agree. I mean, the scores reflected that, right? The second time, I didn't focus so much on grammar, got the ideas out, wrote a lot. Yeah, my grammar ended up being less advanced, still advanced, but less advanced.
Yeah.
And that made the half-point difference.
Now, if you're writing an essay that's 700 words long, do you have time at the end of writing task 2 and task 1 to check your writing before the end of the exam?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, please, if any prospective students are listening to this, okay, please leave at least 2 minutes to go back and edit and proofread. Okay. Yeah. Even, people like us who, in Eli's case, it's his native tongue. In my case, it's my first language and I teach it. Okay. Even if you're at this stage, you need to go back and check, right? You may have heard it in your mind, but, missed a preposition or missed an article, or simply misspelled, right? Yeah, definitely leave I would say 2 to 4 minutes, depending on how long it is. In my case, I gave myself a good either 4 or 5 minutes to go back and tighten and polish everything that I had written because it was long. If you've written the normal 250, 270, I think 2 minutes is enough. But do leave that time. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and that's also another point for you doing the computer-based IELTS test, right? Because it's easier to go back and edit, just delete something, add something in. It's not the same as if you've written by pen or pencil.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Not to talk about, the handwriting issue you may have written. My handwriting isn't great, for instance, especially if I'm writing under pressure, right? Time pressure, I mean. So yeah, that's why I always tell students, just go for the computer. You can change, you can edit, you don't have to worry about handwriting, all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you also got band 9 for reading. Do you think you could explain some of your tips, some of your methodology, some of your preparation, even for the reading test?
In my case, this is going to sound, I don't know how this is going to sound, but in my case, no, I finished with, I think, 25 minutes to spare. So I did it in almost half the time. Which is a good sign for students, okay? Because also many of my students who are not teachers, right, whose English is not their first language, many of them tell me, I finished with 5 minutes to spare or 10 minutes to spare, which is nice. I mean, it's comforting. That's what I mean. There are no, for me at least, I did not prepare. It was just, I read naturally. I've expanded my vocab meticulously, right? Um, I look up every word I don't understand. I write it in the margins. So I've done my homework prior to the exam, right?
You've been
Uh,
preparing for, 33 years.
right. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. But do I have tips? Yeah. I mean, for the chunks of paragraphs, I always tell my students, call it what you will, call it a summary, call it a heading, call it a title, you name it. But you should be able to, with practice, say three things. Whom or what are we talking about, right? So whom or what is this paragraph about? What aspect, right? And why? Why did the author write this, right? Is it to anticipate a counter argument, explain, right? Whatever, illustrate, give an example. You must be aware of, the role this paragraph is playing in that large chain of text, right? And ideally, you should not exceed 7 words. Ideally, you should not exceed 7 words. So just write, okay, this is about so and so. If you're taking the computer one, they still give you, 3 pieces of paper that have your username and password to go from section to section. So you can use those as, to write summaries on. I think this is very important. It protects you from, it protects your mind from wandering, right? All of us have right. All of us have been through this, where you read a page and you stop and you go, whoa, 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 whoa. The symbols, the letters were exchanged, but the meaning wasn't, right? So you don't want that on the exam. So stopping after every paragraph protects you from this brain fart moment, right? Where your mind wanders and you have no idea what you're talking about. So if you don't understand, you can cut it short, right? You can cut it, at the root and know, okay, well, I didn't understand this paragraph. I can't go on because I didn't understand.
So what was your structure then? Would you glance at the questions and then immediately turn to the passage, read through the passage, I presume quite quickly, but also paying attention to those 3 things? You mentioned the who, the purpose, and what was the other one?
So whom or what are we talking about? What
Yeah.
aspect and why? The
And
significance.
why? Okay.
Yeah.
And so would you do that and then go and start answering the questions individually? Or what was your structure for the reading?
Personally, I don't do that. I just, again, because I actually don't read that quickly. I read it at my normal pace, and I still had all that time. So that's why I tell if I can do it with half an hour remaining, you can do it with 20 minutes remaining or 15 minutes remaining, right? I don't read at double your speed. So I personally don't stop and summarize each and every paragraph. It's something
Right.
tell ask my students to do. I just read at my normal pace, right? I soak everything in. I don't read the answers before I read the
The
text. No.
questions.
Yeah, sorry, I don't read the questions. I apologize. I don't read the questions before I read the text.
Right.
Okay, read the text, give it its due. I know a lot of teachers say, just read the intro and conclusion, and then just read the first and last sentence of every paragraph, and you should be fine. I'm not a fan of that technique, right? Especially for the IELTS, where again they are generous with the time that they give you to read. The SAT is a bit different, right? Or it was, at least before they changed it. But for the IELTS, you have time. There's no need to rush, right? So use that. Read the text, make sure you know what's going on, and then answer the questions.
So Roy, you got band 9 in IELTS listening. How did you do that?
How did I do that? Again, natural exposure through my daily life, right? So through my daily life, I've exposed or have been exposed to a different accent. So this is what I tell my students who English is not their thing, right? Listen to things you're interested in, podcasts, YouTube videos, whatever, and try to get exposed to as many different accents as possible. Prioritizing the British accent, more specifically, the neutral English accent, which is the southern part of the country, right? At the end of the day, this is an exam done by British people. So naturally, they're biased toward their own culture. So most of what you're going to hear is going to be in a standardized English accent. That having been said, they're probably going to pepper it with North American accents. So make sure you're familiar with a standard American Canadian accent. And very occasionally you'll hear, an Irish accent or a New Zealand accent or Australian accent, making its way in. So prioritize. So I would say 70% of what you listen to prepare should be, UK. 20% should be North American. 10% should be Oceanic. So New Zealand and Australia. Right? Get used to the accent. You don't want to go to the exam and go like, "What the heck? I've never heard someone say vitamin before." Well, get used to that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes, one thing I recommend to the students is by doing a lot of the listening tests from the Cambridge IELTS practice test book, they'll end up hearing some of those same actors in their real exam. And so, not only have they got used to that particular accent, they've actually got used to that particular accent. It's that exact speaker that's now doing the reading for their actual exam. And so that's very useful.
Absolutely. That was something I didn't. Yeah, it was not on my radar. So thank you. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're listening to the specific idiosyncrasies of that specific accent from a specific person.
Yeah, from that specific person.
Right.
Yeah. So what tips would you give to people kind of like a more holistically
Right.
for preparing for the IELTS exam, whether it's kind of lifestyle choices, preparation time periods, or even just managing stress?
Okay. I would say, yeah, for managing stress, I mean, be disciplined and be reasonable. Don't put unreasonable expectations on yourself. A lot of, I have A2, B1 students who come up to me and they're like, "Yeah, my dad said I can do this in 3 months." And I'm like, "No, you can't." Okay. So, yeah, be willing to listen to people who know what it is they're talking about, right? If they tell you need 1,000 hours, you need 1,000 hours, right? Don't take it that, oh, they just want to make money. That's why they're telling me 1,000 hours. And most of those 300 hours or whatever they are, right? Depending on where you are in the band, they will be on your own, right? They'll be you doing exercises on your own, or you reading on your own, you listening on your own, right? So a lot, in my experience at least, a lot of people have unreasonable timeframes that I can do this in a month or 2 or 3, when in fact their English is too weak for them to actually do that, right? So be reasonable. Be reasonable. Give yourself some nice, good breathing room. The second thing is, for writing and speaking, don't do it. So don't do the speaking with just anyone, and with writing, don't show it to just anyone. Okay. If you can't afford a teacher, at the very least, try to give it to someone who's at least one level ahead of you. So let them be B2 if you're B1, or C1 if you're B2, and so on, right? Otherwise, you may not be doing yourself a favor, right? They may tell you, "Yeah, this is great, common mistakes are things like people has." I don't know why many students, non-native students, they think of people as singular, right? So if there's someone's on the same level and they didn't detect that, for instance, right, it might solidify that, and you may not feel a need to change it. So you have to be very careful when you're studying alone with speaking and writing. Usually, you will need a professional. For reading and listening, you can get away with just the general tips and strategies, and the rest you can really do on your own if you're disciplined enough, right? If you're disciplined enough, listen to stuff, right? Make sure what you're listening to is by native speakers. So don't go, listening to makeup videos by a Russian speaker who's speaking English, right? you may end up mispronouncing things, or worse, right? You may make syntactical errors because she or he, whatever, says something so many times, it starts to sound normal to you, right? So make sure you're choosing native speakers for your podcast, YouTube, etc. Right?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, I lived in Spain for many years, and I realized that when I left Spain, do an error no longer sounded that bad to me, or do a mistake instead of make a mistake. And I thought, oh my goodness, it's because I've heard that mistake made so many times that now, like, do a mistake almost sounds like it could be correct. And it was only after really I had to kind of recalibrate myself to identify, okay, when we say make a mistake, not do a mistake, that's fine. But that's a direct interference from Spanish.
Absolutely.
And one other thing I'd like to comment on is how important what you said about showing your essays and doing your speaking practice with professionals is. Imagine if you'd taken your 697-word essay to someone that wasn't experienced and believed this myth that you shouldn't go beyond 270 words or 275 words. They would have probably given you a low score and deterred you away from writing such a large essay. And you might have come away with a band 7, a band 7.5, maybe even a band 8, and you feel happy potentially with that. But by really pushing yourself and writing such a comprehensive, long essay with expanded ideas, you've got band 9. So that shows how important it is that you really need to be in the right hands.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Especially for writing and speaking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, this is where one shouldn't skip, right? You shouldn't try to be a cheapskate when it comes to these things, writing and speaking. You need someone qualified to give you feedback. Otherwise, it's very hard to improve on your own. Very hard.
Now, if students want to get in contact with you, for example, for writing, for speaking, what's the best way for them to get in contact with you?
Email, I would say. Email would be the best way. I check my email every day. So,
right.
Yeah.
So I'll put that in the description below this video then.
Very nice of you. Thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for coming on. This was a hugely impressive speaking test, and it's been such a delight to discuss all aspects of the IELTS exam. A big thank you to you, Roy.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me. And second of all, I cannot tell you how much I enjoyed this. It was a true, genuine pleasure. Thank you so much.